Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Dragon Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa, take Eri and run. A woman with snow-white hair and red eyes yells over the blaring alarms as she holds out a small child with a mixture of green and white hair. A man with green hair turns around and takes the small child. What about you, Bosch? I'm not going to lose any more family, not today. He stares at the woman, his green eyes matching red in intensity. Izuku, by the void you're stubborn, this is our first real chance to escape, we need to take it. The woman snaps back. Yes, we need to take it, the three of us, Bossja. Izuku retorts as he grabs the woman's wrist. Bossja turns to face Aizawa. Aizawa, I love your determination, but they are going to be on us before we make it to the pods. We're the only ones who have made it this far. Bossja is cut off by the sounds of the door in front of them being battered. Izuku growls, F-. He positions the little girl, Eri, in a more comfortable position. Fine, I'll go, I love you. Izuku leans in and pecks Bossja on the lips. Bossja smiles and leans down to pick up a weapon with a set of rails separated by a horizontal gap. Good, I love you too, keep our little girl safe. Izuku nods and turns on his heel before taking off down the hallway. Boschka turns to face the door and shoulders the weapon. Come on you brickheads. She shouts as the door explodes and a squad of soldiers in brown suits and metallic brick helmets burst through the door. Izuku snarls as he shoulder checks a weakened vent. Jumping into the vent, he slows down his breathing to hide from the squad of crewmen chasing him. They went this way, one of the crewmen yells as he sprints past the grate. Izuku lets out a breath of relief and feels Eri squirming in his arms. Daddy? Eri asks sleepily and confused through a mix of hums and clicks. Hey Firefly, it's me, do you remember when I told you we were going to escape? Izuku responds in kind. Eri sleepily nods as she rubs her eyes, revealing a small horn just off-center of her forehead. Izuku smiles at the sight of his daughter's bright red eyes. Well, today's the day we escape, he explains as he begins walking through the vents. Eri looks around. Daddy, where's Mama? Izuku's smile fades. I'm sorry sweetie, Mama's not coming with us right now. Izuku stops as he comes up to a drop in the vents. Through the vent he can hear a squad of Corpus crewmen. Sir, we've got 2 railjacks and at least 3 dozen archwings confirmed. What are your orders? Tenno. Izuku thinks as he sets down Eri gently behind him. Eri, I need you to do something really important for me. Eri looks up to Izuku and PPS her head in confusion. I need you to stay right here and close your eyes for me. I promise I'm going to be right back, I just need to do something I don't want you to see. Eri nods and closes her eyes. Izuku smiles. Good, she's too young to see this. Izuku takes a breath before jumping onto the grate, his way pushing the grate off of its hinges. The crewmen startled and turn to face Izuku. Contact. The squad leader yells as the group raises their weapons. Izuku gives a feral grin as his hands elongate into claws and his skin begins to harden into a keratinous armor plating. This is for everything you've done to me and my family. He growls out before leaping at the crewmen. Anyone who watched a video recording of the encounter would call it an animalistic slaughter. The crewmen's weapons bounced mostly harmlessly off of Izuku's hardened skin as his claws shred through the crewmen's armor suits, leaving all 7 members of the squad missing arms and legs, or in the squad lead's place his entire head. Izuku sighs as his claws reform into humanoid hands. He had grown to dislike the use of violence and force, but he knew it was needed at times. He wiped the blood off of his hands onto the suits of the Corpus crewmen before picking up a sidearm with a fanned cylindrical barrel and walking back over to the vent in the ceiling. Eri, you can come down now but keep your eyes closed, I'll catch you. He calls out in the language of clicks and hums. Eri makes a noise of agreement and jumps down the vent into Izuku's waiting arms. Izuku hums and runs past the pile of crewmen and down the hallway towards the escape pods with his newly acquired pistol drawn and ready to fire. As the duo reaches the escape pods, Izuku finds a pair of crewmen in gray uniforms armed with shorter and bulkier weapons. Raising his pistol, Izuku rapidly pulls the trigger. plasma bolts slamming into organic matter and burning through it, killing both crewmen before they can retaliate. Sheet! Izuku cusses as he realizes none of the escape pods are there. Turning his attention to the side, Izuku spots a bulky jetpack and spare space suits. Well, okay, guess that's how we're leaving. Izuku grabs one of the suits and puts it on before activating a bubble shield around Eri as he puts on the jetpack. Okay, Eri, hold on tightly. The shield should keep you safe, but just to be sure, we're getting out of here. As Izuku puts on the jetpack and jetsons himself and Eri into space, protected by their suits, explosions begin to erupt from the station as a mix of warship weaponry slams into the unshielded armor plating. Izuku looks down at Eri in the bubble shield and smiles slightly upon seeing that she is asleep. Izuku's smile rapidly vanishes as a rift in open space appears before him and pulls the duo into it, Izuku blacking out from the force of the rift. Izuku groans as he feels something hard on his back. Forcing his eyes open, Izuku stares at the blue sky above him. Gasping for air, Izuku looks down to find his space suit shredded along with his helmet shattered. Fear immediately seeps into him as he frantically looks around to find Eri. Izuku's breathing calms down when he spots a head of green and white hair and confirms her chest is rising and falling with her breathing. Quickly shedding his suit, and thankful he still had his compression suit on under it, Izuku walks over to his daughter and picks her up. Looking around, Izuku finds himself in a familiar place high above the ground. Am I really back? Eri stirs as she feels someone pick her up and speak softly. Opening her eyes, she spots an immediately familiar face looking down at her. Daddy? Eri looks around. Daddy, where are we? Izuku smiles. We're home, Eri. This was my home before. Well, this was where I grew up. Is your mama and daddy here? She asks. Izuku gives his daughter a soft but slightly sad smile. My mama might be. It's been a while since I left. Izuku responds as he looks around from the rooftop. But we're going to find out, all right, Firefly? Inko Midoriya sat on the couch. In front of her sat a shrine, a memorial to her only son who disappeared 4 years ago to the day. I'm so sorry, Aizu. I'm sorry I failed to protect you. A heavy knock on the door startles the woman slightly. Opening the door, Inko is met with a tall man, roughly 2 meters tall and clearly very muscular, staring at her with a smile. Hello, how can I help you? The man responds in a language similar to English, but different enough that Inko is unable to guess what he is saying. I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Do you speak Japanese or English? Inko asks, slightly irritated at having her day interrupted by this man. The man facepalms and sighs before focusing and trying again. He asks slowly. Inko's eyes widen as she looks over the man and quickly realizes he very closely resembles her missing son. Aizuku? But you look so much older than you should. Mom. The man, Izuku, tries again slowly. It's me. How long have I been gone? He asks slowly as if he's learning the language for the first time. How do I know it's you? How do I know you're my son and not just a stranger? Inko demands. Izuku? Thinks for a moment before responding, room full of all might. Izuku answers as he tries to recall memories before he ended up in the void. Auntie Mitsuki made cake for my 6th birthday. Izuku slowly picks up speed as his enhanced mind recalls the memories with greater clarity and the finer details of Japanese. Kaken lit the candles with his fingers. Inko gasps and drops to her knees. Izu, it's really you. I thought you were dead for so long. Izuku kneels in front of his mother and puts his hands on her shoulders. Mom, how long have I gone? Inko pulls Izuku into a hug. Izuku, you disappeared 4 years ago. Where did you go? Well, this is going to be hard to believe, but where I was 12 years past. 12 years? Inko asks softly, what, how? Mom, I promise I'll explain everything, but can we come inside? Inko nods and stands up. Wait, we? Inko asks as she looks around. Izuku, who's we? Izuku looks over his shoulder and speaks in a series of clicks and hums. Eri, Firefly, you can come out now. Are you sure it's safe? Eri responds. Izuku nods. I promise she's safe. Eri lets out a breath and Inko watches in a mix of surprise and awe as a little girl. no older than 6 with a mix of white and green hair and ruby red eyes, appears next to her son. Are you my grandma?
Yes.
Inko looks at the girl in confusion, trying to decipher the noises coming from her. Izuku? One moment, Mom. Izuku responds before turning to the girl. Eri, this is my mom, but she doesn't know void speak. No one here does. I'll teach you the language here soon, I promise. Oh. Eri responds. Izuku turns his attention back to his mom. Mom, this is Eri, she can't speak any language you understand yet. Inko looks over at the girl and notices a few stark similarities, mainly the green hair and star pattern freckles. Izuku, is she? Yes, Mom, Eri is my daughter. Izuku responds, bracing himself for her reaction. Inko squeals and steps forward to pick up the girl. When Inko rapidly moves forward to pick her up, Eri panics and yellow lightning arcs between her twinned horns and strikes Inko, making her drop Eri. Izuku rapidly responds and grabs Eri before she reaches the ground and turns to Inko. Mom, are you okay? Inko looks at her hand and slowly nods. Yeah, I'm okay, I just got startled. Internally she looks herself over. I feel younger? She internally questions. I'm so sorry, Daddy, I didn't mean to hurt your mama. Eri rapidly pleads and apologizes. Izuku shushes her. It's okay, Eri, it's okay. It was an accident, she startled you. You're not in trouble, I promise. Izuku tries to reassure his daughter before turning to Inko. Sorry. She gets startled with rapid movements and loses control sometimes. Inko smiles. It's okay, Izuku. I should have been a little slower. Please come inside. I'll get tea. Any requests? Izuku shakes his head and walks inside with Eri holding onto Izuku like a lifeline. Izuku picks up the cup of tea Inko sat in front of him. So I assume you want me to start with the day I disappeared? Izuku asks. Inko nods. Yes, please. I have a few specific questions, but I'll ask those later. Inko looks at the sleeping form of Eri, her granddaughter, curled up pressed into Izuku's side. Well, the hardest part was how this whole situation started. Flashback for 12 years ago. All Might, can you be a hero without a quirk? A 14-year-old Izuku asks a deflated All Might with wide and hopeful eyes. All Might looked down at the kid with a sad smile. I'm sorry, kid, you've seen the injury someone like me sustained. If that could happen to me, an injury like this would kill a quirkless. So I'm sorry, but no, you can't be a hero without a quirk. You should aim for something more realistic like a police officer or a detective. He answers before leaping off of the building, not noticing the bottle full of green sludge was missing, leaving a heartbroken Izuku alone on the roof. Maybe Kaken was right. Maybe I am just a useless Deku. Even All Might thinks I can't do it. Izuku sniffles as he remembers the last thing Katsuki told him that day. If you want a quirk so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off of the roof of a building and pray for one in your next life? Izuku looked down at his shoes, the bright red shoes that immediately marked him as quirkless to everyone who saw him. Making his decision, Izuku walks to the edge of the roof. Hope you're happy, Kaken. Izuku mutters before taking a step over the edge. Present. Inko stared at Izuku in shock. You jumped? Katsuki really did tell you to jump? Inko asks on the verge of tears. Izuku grimaces but slowly nods. I never told you what he did because Mitsuki was one of your only friends because of me. Inko sobs. Izuku, it was never your fault, and I hate that the world made you think that it was. For 12 years ago. Before he hits the ground, Izuku feels something akin to a wave of energy wash over him. Opening his eyes, Izuku finds himself floating in a void. Izuku looks around but finds nothing but black. He found himself unable to speak no matter how hard he tried. He closed his eyes as he silently cried, knowing he was dead. A sudden loud and heavy impact brought Izuku back to consciousness. Instead of the void before, he saw a metallic room, covered in bright lights built into the wall, and with a heavy-duty metal door in front of him. The sound of heavy boots and pressurized gas being released notified Izuku of the arrival of someone else. Looking up, Izuku found a figure in a bright yellow space suit and a very boxy metal helmet with a single vertical strip of light holding a long and skinny rifle. The figure said something Izuku was unable to understand. When Izuku didn't respond but looked up at the figure in confusion, the figure aimed his rifle at Izuku and called out to someone in the hallway. A pair of figures in identical armor wielding baton-like weapons stepped in and forced Izuku to his feet. He understood the message. Following the figures, Izuku was slowed by a hard light-like pair of cuffs on his wrists and ankles. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku is led through a door. In front of him stood a man with a cybernetic eye and wearing a red and white jumpsuit. On either side of the man stood 2 bipedal walkers and 4 two-wing drones. "Who are you? Where am I?" Izuku asks in Japanese. Getting no response, Izuku asks again in English. After a momentary pause, the man said something in the same language as the men guarding him spoke before. Another figure in a bodysuit ran into the room holding a tablet-like device. After pressing something on the tablet screen, the man spoke again, his voice being translated into English. "Welcome to the Science Nexus. I am Dori Amprex, lead researcher of this station. Who are you and how did you get aboard this station undetected?" "I am Izuku Midoriya. I don't know how I got here. 1 minute I was falling, the next I was in a void, and then I woke up in the room and I got brought here." After a momentary pause, the tablet translates Izuku's response to the language those around him spoke. Dori's eyebrows raise before he responds. "A void walker? We have not seen one of those for generations. You require further study." The robotic voice speaks. Izuku freezes as the figures on either side of him tightly grabbed his arms and carried him out of the room. Present. "Izuku, you understand I'm having a hard time believing this, don't you?" Inko asks cautiously. Izuku nods. "Yeah, I know, Mom. If I didn't have the abilities or scars, I wouldn't believe my memories either." "Scars?" Inko demands. Izuku flinches but stands up despite Eri's unconscious protests and removes his shirt, exposing his bare chest to his mother. Inko gasps in horror as she looks at Izuku's chest. Surgical and battle scars litter his lower and upper chest. A large X scar covers the center of his ribcage and reaches up to his shoulder. What horrifies her even more is when she spots the starburst scars older than everything else that sit on his shoulders and the large burned handprint scar in the middle of his stomach. Looking over to his arms, Izuku has more scars both from surgeries and from injuries. "Izuku, what happened to you in those 12 years you were there?" Inko asks, almost not wanting to know. Izuku hung his head and spoke in a low tone. "Too much, Mom, too much. The corpus used me as a test subject, gene splicing, biological augmentation, void infusions." Inko stared in shock at her son. She wasn't even sure how much of him was still left. "Izuku, how much of you is you?" Izuku sighs. "Not nearly as much as I should be, but I'm still human, mostly. Before we escaped, I managed to steal my medical file." Izuku spoke in air quotes. "It was a log of every experiment they did to me. Mom, that list was 2 pages long. Front to back." Izuku and Inko both break down crying. The noise wakes Eri, who looks at the 2 greenids curiously. "Daddy, why are you 2 crying?" she asks. Izuku calms down slightly and looks over to Eri, tears still in his eyes. "It's okay, Eri. I was telling my mama about when I was gone and we both get emotional easily." Izuku responds before turning his attention back to his mother. "Are you okay to continue or do we need to stop for tonight?" he asks, concern evident in his tone. Inko shakes her head. "I can continue. Just please don't go into detail, not yet." Izuku nods and sits back in his seat, Eri holding tightly to his chest. "I'm only 62% my original DNA." Izuku continues slowly, trying to prevent another breakdown if he can. "They spliced in several animals native to that world to try to make me the perfect weapon. Cubridon for natural hunting instincts, enhanced smell and hearing, and retractable claws." Izuku elongates his hands into razor-sharp blackened claws. "Stover DNA gave me massively enhanced durability and strength as well as heat resistance. Horask DNA made me effectively immune to the cold. DNA from a vermink gave me the ability to see beyond the visible light spectrum, while Bolarola DNA gave me the ability to harden my skin into scales." Izuku punctuates this with his exposed forearm transforming into a covering of deep forest green scales resembling those of a dragon. Inko just stared at Izuku blankly, her mind shut down to allow her to process what her, until recently missing, son just told her. After a few minutes, Inko blinked and looked around. "Okay, I'm not done processing all of that, but can we move on to something a little more light-hearted next?" Like, can you tell me about Eri? Izuku nods slowly and turns to Eri. Mama Inko wants to know about you. What do you want to tell her? Izuku asks his daughter. After a few minutes of going back and forth in what Inko assumes is a language based on their forced animal genetics, Inko watches in anticipation as her son turns to face him. So Eri can't speak English or Japanese yet, something I plan on fixing soon enough. I'll translate a few things and any questions you may have. Inko nods. For starters, her name is Eri, as you know. She's 6, and something that came as a shock to me and Bascha is that she does actually have a quirk, despite my quirklessness and Bashka not even being from this realm. Inko looks at Izuku curiously. Who's Bascha? Izuku flinches and he stares down at his shoes. Bas says, well, she was Eri's mother. Inko winces at her son's flinch. I'm sorry I brought up bad memories. She tries to apologize. Izuku shakes his head. It's okay. She was going to come up eventually. If she didn't make it, she sacrificed herself to give me and Eri the chance to escape. You would have loved her. Inko nods. I'm sure I would have. So you said Eri had a quirk? What does she have? Inko asks, trying to change the subject. Izuku nods. Well, we aren't exactly sure if it's a quirk or a void ability, and we didn't have the ability to test her for a quirk factor. Not that I think it's going to happen now. Izuku mumbles the last part. Inko catches Izuku's mumble but doesn't comment on it, instead allowing Izuku to continue. What we think is her quirk is called Rewind. Izuku explains, we did our best to keep it hidden while we were being watched, but to the best of our understanding it stockpiles time, as strange as that sounds, and lets her expend that stockpile to rewind organic matter around her. She has pretty good control over activating it, and I've discovered that I'm at least partially immune to the effects, but it can flare up with her emotions, like it did earlier. Inko nods. So when I felt younger, I think you actually got rewound a year or two. Izuku responds. Inko looks at Eri with wide eyes. That's an amazing quirk to have when she has full control over it. Izuku nods. Indeed it is. Because of me and Bosca's genetic alterations, Eri also picked up a few inhuman traits as well. The obvious ones we found are a few cat-like features, retractable claws, more fawn-like canines, and amazing eyesight. She also inherited some of Bosca's void abilities as well, like the invisibility she used earlier to hide from you and a bioelectrical discharge. Izuku explained, his fascination with quirks and other abilities allowing him to push through the grief. Inko nods. You mentioned Eri's void abilities and that you had a void infusion. What are yours? What even is the void? Izuku chuckles. Well, to start, Dad would get a kick out of my main void ability. Izuku vaguely answered as he stood up and took in a deep breath. Inko watched as her son's throat lit up and 6 vent-like slits opened up along the side of his neck. As Izuku exhaled, a small but concentrated white flame blew a few dozen centimeters from his mouth. You can breathe fire? Inko asks. You're right, Hisashi would have loved this. Inko sadly spoke. Izuku nodded and sat down. I can do a lot more with it, but I didn't want to test how fireproof the house was. Inko chuckled. It would have been fine. Most of this stuff is fireproof thanks to your father anyways. Izuku smiled. Good to know. Now that I think about it, I'm a dragon, I breathe fire, I can turn my skin into scales, I have razor-sharp claws. The only thing I'm missing are wings and a tail. Inko chuckles. There are a few other behavioral things to dragons as well. Izuku looked down and refused to make eye contact with Inko. Yeah, I don't have the instinct to make a horde of shiny objects, but I think I have most of the other instincts. The DNA concoction gave me a mating CYSIL, being the eldest of the group, and Eri gave me the protective instincts. I don't think I'm really missing anything else. Inko blinked once, blinked twice, and blinked a third time before speaking. No. How long is your CYCL? Izuku sighed, still refusing to make eye contact with his mother. 3 days every 6 months. It's not pleasant at the best of times. Inko, still slightly embarrassed, nods. And will Eri? Izuku shrugged. Probably, but we won't know for sure for another 6 or 7 years. He responded as he picked up Eri and gently placed her on his lap before running his finger through her hair. Inko nods. So what is void? It sounds similar to quirks. Izuku thankfully takes the change in topic in stride. The void, to the best of my knowledge, is basically a separate dimension that stores power some individuals can tap into. Me, Eri, Basja, and everyone else aboard the Nexus could wield the void in some form. Several hours later at dinner, Izuku chuckles as he watches Eri tear into her serving of katsudon like she hadn't eaten a full meal in weeks, which Izuku immediately realizes his daughter grew up on limited rationed food that could be taken away at a moment's notice. Hey mom, do you still have any of the books you used to teach me English or Japanese? Eri needs to learn and I have no idea how to teach her. Inko thought for a moment before shaking her head. I don't think I do, but I can check after dinner. And if we don't, we can go out to get some books tomorrow. Speaking of education, you never had a high school experience. Did you have any plans for what you were doing now that you're back? Izuku looks down at his hands and for a moment they flash crimson, covered in corpus blood. Shaking his head to remove the illusion, Izuku looks up at Inko. I used to want to be a hero, and I couldn't because I didn't have a quirk, but now I have the power to, but I can't, not anymore. Inko looks at Izuku in confusion. Why not? You have something you can pass off as a quirk now, and though you're past the normal university age, you can still enroll into a hero course. Izuku shakes his head. Heroes aren't supposed to kill. I've got too much blood on my hands to be a hero. Izuku speaks sorrowfully. Izuku, your past does not define you if you don't let it. Inko tries to comfort her son. Izuku shakes his head. I know Eri can't understand us, but we'll talk about it after I put her down for the night. Inko, knowing she won't win this argument right now, relents and returns to her food. Too much blood my butt? Endeavor is a hero still, Inko spits internally. Less than an hour later, Eri had passed out from the events of the day. Izuku had a soft smile as he tucked her into his old bed and went down to the living room to talk with his mother. Inko looks up from her phone as Izuku returns to the couch. Okay, now talk Izuku, what do you mean you have too much blood on your hands? Do you know how many villains the number 2 hero Endeavor has killed trying to bring them in? Izuku sighs. I mean that I spent the last 6 or so years being forced to be an assassin or spearhead unit for the corpus that ended up dragging me out of the void. I am directly responsible for hundreds of deaths, Mom. Izuku looks down at his feet, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. I don't want to fight anymore. I'd fight God himself if it meant protecting you or Eri, but I don't want to fight for something other than my family anymore. Inko sighs in defeat, knowing her son is too stubborn to try to convince otherwise. Okay then, so what do you want to do instead, Izuku? Izuku looks up. I want to be a quirk analyst. I can help keep people safe by giving the heroes help with their quirks, and I won't have to fight anyone. Inko looks at Izuku, eyes red and puffy with tears still forming at the edge of his eyes. Inko opens her mouth to ask Izuku a question but is cut off by the sound of a child crying. Izuku's eyes snap open fully, and before he is fully conscious of his actions, he is already halfway up the steps, and a moment later he bursts through the door of his old room to find Eri curled in on herself while shaking and crying out. Please, no more, please, she cries out in void speak as lightning begins to arc off of her horn. Izuku steps over to the bed and picks up Eri without a second thought. Hey, Eri, it's me. You're safe, you're not back there, you are safe, Firefly. Izuku pleads as he begins gently rubbing the young girl's back. After a few moments the lightning dies down with Eri's sobs and she slowly opens her red eyes. Daddy? She asks. Izuku nods. Yeah, it's me, Firefly. Do you remember where you are? Eri pauses. Back home. Izuku smiles. That's right, we're back at my old home with my mama, and I'm not going to let anything happen to you again, that I promise. Eri nods and begins to drift back off to sleep in Izuku's arms. Deciding not to tempt fate, Izuku holds Eri gently but tight and stands up. Looking towards the door, Izuku finds Inko staring at him with awe in her eyes. You're so good with her, she coos. Izuku looks down at Eri before looking back at Inko. What can I say? I had a great influence for what a parent is supposed to be. Inko smiles. I take it you're going to hold her until you go to sleep? Izuku nods. Let's go back to the living room and we can go back to talking. There's a few major events you need to know about. Inko nods and walks out of the room, giving Izuku time to plan out what he is going to say to his mother. Sitting down across from his mother, Izuku wedges Eri between him and the couch, being sure to face her towards him, before sighing and making eye contact with the Midoriya matriarch. So as I already alluded to, I wasn't alone in the 12 years of hell I went through in the other universe, and I was the eldest. Izuku begins. Inko nods, remembering his comments from earlier. Well, after 2 years of augmentations and training, the Corpus began trying to force us to act as their private army and execution force. For the first 2 or so years it didn't really work, then they began ramping up incentives and punishments. At some point after they began ramping up incentives, I made the mistake of getting close with a girl, Bashka, something the handlers took note of almost immediately. They started using her as a way to force me to complete their jobs, but as I started to resist again, they used their ace in the hole. Inko stares wide-eyed at her son, knowing he went through hell but not the extent to which he suffered, staying silent to let him continue. They knew that the augmentations and gene splicing they did to us gave us more animalistic traits and behaviors, knowledge they thoroughly used to keep us in line. One night, almost 7 years ago, they drugged both me and Bascha. Inko gasps in horror but silences herself when she notices Eri stirring. After a brief pause to ensure his daughter stayed asleep, Izuku continued. They used a drag to put us both to sleep and removed us from our usual communal room. When we woke up, we were alone, isolated from everyone else in a room with only a small pillow nest and some food and water. We didn't think anything of it, but we should have. Izuku muttered under his breath. Neither of us didn't realize they had placed us in a heat chamber, nor did either of us think that they may have drugged the food and drink they gave us. Inko prayed to every deity that she knew of that this wouldn't go where she thought it was, knowing her efforts were futile. None of us had ever had a heat or a rut before, so neither of us knew what was going on, and well, I don't exactly remember what we did, but the proof of those 3 nights is right next to me. For the next 6 years I had no choice but to be their obedient little assassin. Even if I wanted to resist, my instincts that they planted in me wouldn't let me do anything that would harm Bascha or Eri. The CYCL ended a week ago when the higher-ups caught wind of a planned attack on the station and they stopped sending us out on missions. It let us begin to plan. That attack was earlier today, I think, the whole time. Dilation thing is F-ed. Language. Inko playfully chastises. Anyways, the first volley from the attacking force knocked out the power long enough for us to escape from the cell. All 24 of us took off towards the escape pods. One by one we got caught, either by debris, MOAs, ospreys, or crewmen until it was just me, Bascha, and Eri. Bascha took one of the crewmen's guns and told me to run. Against all of my instincts I took Eri and ran. We made it out of the station but got SCE into a void rift, and it dropped us off on that building that started everything. All those years ago. Izuku sighs and smiles fondly at Eri's sleeping form. I did everything I could, and I got Eri out of there, but you can't help but feel guilty for leaving everyone else behind, can you? Inko asked, reaching over to gently place a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, you are one of the most heroic people I have known, and I can't take credit for that nature that comes from within you. If there was a way to save even one more person, you would have taken it in a heartbeat, but sometimes that isn't an option. You escaped, and you saved your daughter, my granddaughter. That's what matters right now. You can't keep living in the what-ifs. You need to live in the now, for you, for Eri, and for Bashka's sacrifice. That's a lesson I spent far too long learning, and relearning when I thought I had lost you. Izuku begins to tear up and sob. I know that there was nothing I could have done, but I still have this overwhelming guilt. How do I make it go away? Inko shakes her head and puts one hand on Izuku's cheek to make him look at her. You hold it and use it as fuel for the future. Use it to make sure no one feels that again. You are my brilliant, empathetic, and attentive son. Use what the universe gave you to make sure no one else is left behind. Izuku smiled at his mother and nodded. I will thank you, Mom. I needed that. Inko wakes up to the sound of a soft knock on the door. Opening her eyes to find the ceiling, she recognizes that she is in the living room instead of her bedroom. Feeling a warmth on her side, she looks down and nearly breaks down in tears as she recognizes her son's familiar mop of green hair, just now on a much more muscular body, and the heterochromatic green and white hair of her granddaughter. He's really back home. It wasn't just a dream, Inko mutters to herself. Inko is pulled from her reminiscing by a second series of knocks on the front door, this time slightly harder. Inko sighs and rolls over and gets off of the futon the newly reunited Midoriya family slept on before brushing her hair slightly and slowly walking to the door, trying to not wake her family. Opening the door as quietly as she can, Inko is met with the semi-familiar sight of a disgruntled-looking man in his early 30s with shaggy black hair and wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt. Eraser. It's good to see you again. Eraserhead smiles slightly. It's just Aizawa when I'm off duty, Miss Midoriya. Inko chuckles, and I thought I told you to just call me Inko, Aizawa. Aizawa shakes his head and his smile drops. I know it's just a formality at this point, but I'm sorry to say we have no new leads on your Sun Dash. Inko clears her throat, interrupting the pro-hero. Actually, just come inside for a minute. Aizawa's eyebrows raise slightly in confusion but follows the green-haired woman into the house. Izuku is woken up by a soft knock on the door but decides to keep his eyes closed and pull Eri tighter into his embrace. However, his ear perks up slightly as he hears his mother mumble to herself and sigh after a second set of knocks. Izuku hears Inko and whoever was at the door. Eraserhead he quickly realized, and he wanted the story about how his mother knew a pro so personally, and hears the pair of them walk into the living room. Aizawa's eyes widen when he enters the living room and he spots a head of green hair curled up on the futon with a smaller head of green hair curled up against the big one. Inko, is that? Inko nods. Yes, that is Izuku Midoriya. A lot of weird things happened over the 4 years that he can explain to you to explain why he's actually 12 years older. He showed back up last night and I haven't gotten the chance to call the detective yet. Aizawa simply nods, it being too early for him to despair over what his life was. Izuku takes that moment to reveal himself and opens his eyes, staring directly at Aizawa with toxic green eyes that have a tinge of purple on the edges. Eraserhead? He asks, still confused what the pro was doing here. Yes, honestly kid, I have no clue what to even do in this situation. Aizawa sighs and pinches his nose. Everyone pretty much assumed you were dead after the first few weeks given your lack of a quirk, and after a month pretty much everyone gave up on finding you. Izuku nods, and I'm assuming you didn't? Yes, Izuku. Inko interjects, Eraserhead and his detective friend kept looking for you until, well, today I guess. Aizawa nods, we were forced to scale down how much time we spent searching for you by the police force, but we still kept trying to find you. Aizawa pulls out a phone. Now I'm gonna go call Detective Tsukachi so we can get everything recorded and begin filling out the paperwork we are obviously going to need. Aizawa looks down at the small form curled into Izuku's chest. Save the full explanation for the detective, but can you explain the girl? Izuku nods, Eri's my daughter and can't currently speak Japanese. As if on cue, Eri wakes up and gazes around the room, red eyes locking onto Aizawa. Daddy? Who's this? Izuku smiles and shakes his head. Morning Firefly, this is Eraserhead. He's a hero and helped Mama Inko look for me when I was missing. Aizawa gives Inko a confused look at the sudden mix clicking, humming, and growling coming from the duo. Inko looks at Aizawa and shakes her head. I have no idea what they're saying, Aizawa. Call Tsukachi and we can explain everything, well, everything he'd willing to tell. Aizawa nods and taps a number on his phone. Tsukachi. Yes, it's me, Eraserhead. I need you to come over to the Midoriya residence as fast as you can. Yes, it's related to that case. It's going to be so much easier to just explain everything in person. Alright, see you soon. Aizawa pockets his phone and looks at Izuku and Eri who are still talking to each other in the unknown language. Daddy, I'm hungry, can we eat? Eri asks softly. Izuku smiles and picks her up, of course Firefly, let's go get you some food to start. Izuku looks at Inko and Aizawa. Eri's hungry, I'm gonna make her some toast before your friend shows up. Inko nods and turns back to Aizawa. I haven't even the foggiest clue what they were saying, but Izuku tells me when it's something important for me to know. Aizawa shakes his head. It almost sounded more like animals communicating than humans talking. Inko hums in thought. Izuku walks back out of the kitchen with Eri in his arms, the little girl now holding a piece of an apple and nibbling on it. You're right, Eraserhead, and that's because it is more animal communication than human. Aizawa stares blankly at Izuku. Kid, where were you for the past 4 years? Izuku chuckles. I'll save the full explanation for the detective. But the short answer is hell. Without another word, Izuku sat down on the couch with a partial apple in his hand. Half an hour later there is another knock at the door and Inko leaves the room to answer it. "Ah, detective, it's good to see you," Inko speaks. With a smile. The detective stares at Inko in confusion. "Hello, Ms. Midoriya. Eraserhead called me and said something about your son's case but refused to tell me what over the phone." Inko nods. "Yep, please come in and we'll explain everything." Tsukachi, no less confused than when he was called earlier, nods and follows Inko into the house. When the duo enters the living room, the detective is met with the sight of Eraserhead sitting in a chair across from a man in his mid-20s with green hair and a young girl with green and white hair. The green-haired man looks up as the detective enters the room. "Hello, you must be Detective Tsukachi?" Tsukachi nods and scans over the man before pulling out an audio recorder. "Indeed I am, and who might you be? I was told you had something for me for Izuku Midoriya's missing person case?" This recorder is simply to record your exact words and for me to verify them as true or false for any further uses. The man smiles and nervously chuckles. "Yeah. I'm about that. I'm Izuku Midoriya." True. Tsukachi stares at the man, Izuku, in confusion. "Okay, I believe you because my quirk is lie detection, but still how?" Izuku sighs. "I'm not entirely sure." True. "When I disappeared 4 years ago, I think I was hit with a quirk of some kind that threw me into a parallel dimension or something similar." Izuku begins to explain. True. Tsukachi becomes slightly more confused. "I get answers to one question then have 3 more. He mutters under your breath. "So since you're very obviously older than the 18 you should be, how old are you?" "My closest estimate is 26. I'm not sure exactly how long I was in the other world, but I was in there for about 12 years. True. Tsukachi sighs and relays to the device that everything Izuku has said so far has been true. "Okay, so you spent 12 years in this other dimension. What can you tell us about this other dimension?" Izuku looks up at Tsukachi. "I didn't see a whole lot of it, but it was very similar to ours. Mercury, Venus, and Mars were terraformed and habitable. Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, and Saturn had habitable climate domes dotting the surface. They had incredibly advanced technology." Izuku pauses for a moment. "Plasma and laser weapons, gene splicing and near FTL travel." True. Tsukachi and Aizawa look at him in awe. Tsukachi nods and confirms what Izuku says as the truth. "Can you tell me what happened during your time there?" Tsukachi misses Inko's flinch, but Aizawa does not. "I killed people and crushed rebellions." Izuku mutters just loud enough for everyone to hear him, his entire body tense and prepared to run at a moment's notice. Both Tsukachi and Aizawa's eyes widen in shock and surprise. "I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?" Tsukachi asks as he recovers first. "The group of people who picked me up after arrived made me their personal assassin or suicide mission spearhead for 6 years or so." Izuku elaborates, his voice emotionless. True. Tsukachi stares at Izuku with wide eyes and makes a mental note to have someone, probably Aizawa, check in with the kid regularly. "Okay, I'm going to recommend you meet with a good therapist. I can't mandate it for you, but you're going to need one." "Who is the girl in front of you?" Izuku's gaze hardens. "This is my daughter Eri who can't speak Japanese." True. Tsukachi nods. "All right, and is her mother here?" Izuku looks down and shakes his head. "She didn't make it," he states sadly. True. Aizawa and Tsukachi give him sympathetic gazes as the detective reaches forward and presses the stop button on the recording device. "That is the limit for what I needed. Now that you're back, Izuku, a few things will happen. Firstly, my quirk allowed us to bypass a DNA test to confirm you and Eri's identities. Secondly, this isn't the first time a quirk has messed with an individual, so there is a form to fill out to change Izuku's government papers to reflect his new current age. Since this has happened before, I am obligated to ask if this incident has messed with your quirk factor in any way." Izuku nods and pulls forward his Bolarola and Cuberdon DNA into his right hand and watches the detective and pro-hero's face as his arm transforms into a claw covered in armored scales. "I can do this and breathe fire now," he flatly states. True. Aizawa's eyes widened. "A transformation and an emitter?" Tsukachi shakes his head. "Sounds more like a partial dragon transformation. can you fully transform or just parts of you? Izuku shakes his head, no, it's only my arms and legs that I can transform. Tsukachi nods and writes out something on a notepad. I suggest you see a quirk specialist to get your quirk registry updated, and Eri is going to need a lot of paperwork seeing as, at least to the government, a 6-year-old popped up out of nowhere without a mother in existence. Izuku groans softly but nods, yay, paperwork. The detective and pro-hero chuckles slightly before Tsukachi speaks. Well, that's everything I need, I'll get out of your hair now. I'll send the packet of documents over by the end of the day. Inko nods and walks the duo to the door. Daddy, what did he ask? Eri asks after she hears the door shut. He just asked questions about what happened before I disappeared, what it was like over on the other side, and a few questions about me and you. Later Mama Inko is going to have paperwork to fill out. Izuku answers his daughter. Eri looks up at Izuku curiously, what work does Mama Inko have to do? Izuku chuckles softly, well, we need to fill stuff out to let people know you exist so we can keep you safe and healthy. After a few seconds Eri nods and goes back to her almost finished apple slices. A few hours later and after a proper breakfast the Midoriya trio leave the house and head towards the shopping mall. Remember Izuku. Inko speaks up, we're here for Eri, so no new hero merch for you. Izuku dryly chuckles, don't worry Mom, I'm not getting any more, I need to redecide what I display in my room anyways. Not a fan of All Might anymore? Inko asks cautiously. Izuku shakes his head, no, not anymore, he's still a good hero but he's not my idol anymore, plus it's been 4 years, I need to catch up with the newly debut heroes. Inko smiles, happy that her son's poor interaction with the #1 hero didn't diminish his spark. Alright, so what do we need to get? Well, new clothes, for both of us, are pretty much a must. Some stuffed animals and toys for Eri would be good, and something to make teaching her Japanese easier. Inko nods and looks up to the little heterochromatic girl sitting on her son's shoulders with a smile. Daddy, what are we doing today? Yes. Izuku smiles and turns his head to look up at her. Well, we're going to get you some new clothes, some toys, and something to help me teach you the language here. Eri smiles and nods before running her hand through his hair absent-mindedly. What's up with the unicorn? Inko asks with a small smile. Izuku chuckles softly and shakes his head before responding, she's just asking about what we're doing today. Well, after we get back from the mall we should look at getting you enrolled into an online high school and start planning out what you want to do after that. Inko pulls out her phone before handing it to Izuku. I kept track of several of the newer heroes while you were gone. I guess some way to feel like I still had you with me. This one may interest you. Inko points to one of the names on the digital list. The rabbit hero, Mirko. Izuku reads with an amused huff, quirk, rabbit. Likely enhanced strength, speed, and likely hearing as well. Inko smiles. It's good to see you still can analyze quirks scarily fast. Izuku chuckles, I'm not that bad. Inko stops and stares at Izuku with a deadpan expression. Izuku, when you were like 7 or 8 you asked 4 questions about my quirk then spent the next half-hour writing theories, the vast majority of which I hadn't even thought of myself. In the matter of one bored afternoon you turned my ability to attract small objects to myself into a 2-part telekinesis quirk where I could pull objects to me or I could pull myself to objects with surprising accuracy. Izuku thinks for a moment. Okay, maybe I am that bad. Inko nods. Yep, and that's not even counting the time you traumatized one of your classmates because she asked for help controlling her quirk. Hey, in my defense, the whole school minus her knew what was going to happen when she asked for quirk advice. Inko sighed as she began walking again. That's the problem, Izuku. She didn't know and you turned a simple hydrokinesis quirk into something that could shatter fortified structures and cut through steel like a knife through butter. I'm not apologizing for wanting people to use their quirks to their fullest. Izuku shot back with a sheet-eating grin. Inko shook her head. Just promise me you won't traumatize anyone until you at least have your license, Izuku? Izuku groans in defeat. Fine. I promise I won't analyze a quirk to the point of its full potential until I have my quirk counselor's license. Good. Inko huffs. So I know you may not be the most open to this idea, but I think we need to get you a therapist like the detective suggested. Izuku thinks for a moment. You're right. Even if you don't feel any different. Wait, what? Inko catches up with what her son responded with. Izuku sighs, you're probably right, I have no clue what my time on the other side will actually do to me, even if I currently feel fine I know I'm not fine. Inko nods, you really have matured. I didn't have a choice. Izuku soberly responds. Alright, when we get home we'll start looking for one after we set you up with an online high school. Okay, first stop is getting Eri some new clothes. Inko announces as the trio walks into a store filled with child's clothing. You mentioned Eri inherited some more cat-like mutations. Do any of those affect anything outside of the retractable claws? Izuku shakes his head, Eri having since moved to his arms. The only noticeable changes are her claws. She's got denser bones and muscles, but those don't really affect her clothing. Inko nods and leads the father-daughter duo further into the store. Does Eri have a favorite color? Izuku looks down to Eri and realizes he doesn't actually know as they never had a chance to choose a color for Eri. Do you have a favorite color? Eri thinks for a moment before nodding. I liked the color of Yuri's and Mama's void. Izuku nods and turns to Inko, brighter purples like violet and lavender, and darker greens. Inko nods and lets a small smile show when she finds a shirt that matches their hair color. After nearly an hour of shopping for clothes for Eri, the trio walk out carrying, Izuku carrying, for full-sized bags of clothes for the 6-year-old child currently sitting on his shoulders. You know, I would ask how I ended up carrying every bag, but I know even if I could say no to you, you would somehow weaponize Eri against me. Inko gasps and gives Izuku a betrayed glare. Why I would never, she half-heartedly declares, to think I've been betrayed by my own son. Izuku stares at Inko and the two engage in a staring contest for roughly 10 seconds before they both break out into giggles. Whatever you say, Mom. So what's next? Eri toys or teaching material for Eri? Inko thinks for a moment and checks the map of the mall. I think teaching material for Eri is closer, assuming I'm reading this right. She begins to walk down the mall while reading the map. Izuku nods and follows her until they come to a store named Homeschool Help, spelled out in pastel colors. Entering the building, the trio are met with a woman with white hair containing red streaks sitting behind the main counter. The woman obviously analyzing the trio when her turquoise eyes land on Eri, who is still on Izuku's shoulders. Hi, welcome to Homeschool Help. Can I help you find anything? The woman speaks in a cheerful voice. Inko smiles and nods towards Izuku. Yes, we could use some help. Izuku takes that as his cue and elaborates for the woman. We need some help catching my daughter up to speed on a few things, namely the Japanese language. The woman nods and gestures towards one of the aisles. Language books are over there, math and science books are back there in the corner. The woman points towards the corner just past the counter, and any books on helping with developing quirks would be over by the door. Izuku nods, thank you, Mississippi. With that he turns around to start with the quirk books while Inko begins looking through the science books. After a few minutes, Izuku and Eri leave the quirk book section with a seemingly random mix of books on feline, electricity, and stockpile quirks and meet Inko up at the front counter of the store. The woman at the counter looks at the collection of books with some mild amusement. 1 book on feline and stockpile quirks, 2 books on electricity quirks, a book for teaching Japanese to children with no previous language experience, and a basic science book. Well, that's certainly an interesting stack of quirk books. The woman mumbles curiously. She has an odd one, that's for sure, but it is what it is. Izuku responds, using his already prepared cover story about Eri's quirk. Earlier that morning, Inko placed a plate of food in front of Izuku and one in front of Eri before speaking. So Izuku, what are we going to register Eri's quirk as? Izuku sighs, I would prefer to keep the rewind part of her as secret as possible. I don't want to have to deal with people coming after her and by extension you, because of the power she holds. I was thinking we could pass off her bioelectricity void ability as her quirk and label her vestigial feline mutations to explain her slightly more cat-like eyes, habits, and her retractable claws. Inko nods and pulls up her phone to type something out. Alright, but if your assessment is right, I still want to make sure we know how to deal with her rewind ability. Yeah, even if we don't want that to be public, she still needs to learn how to control it. Daddy, what are you and Mama Inko talking about?
Yes.
Izuku turns his attention to Eri, who goes back to tearing into her breakfast after asking her question. We were talking about what abilities you should show in public. Izuku pauses for a moment before continuing. Your rewind ability is amazing, but we're worried that people would come after you if you showed it off. Eri stopped eating and looked up at her father. I thought you said everyone here had cool abilities? Izuku nods. Everyone does, but some abilities are so powerful that they would hurt others to control them. And rewind is one of them? Izuku nods again. Yes, we are still going to teach you to use it, but we don't want you to use it in public yet. So the Nexus ability rules? Eri asks, slightly despondent. Unfortunately, yes. I'm so sorry, Firefly, but I don't want to risk losing you. Present. The woman nods. Quirks are getting more and more complicated every generation. Dad just had a fire quirk and Mom had an ice quirk. My little brother has both. Izuku smiles before his eyes briefly widen in recognition. Todoroki? The woman's eyes snap up to lock onto Izuku's. How? Izuku shrugs. Your father boasts a lot about how his son has the perfect dual quirk to succeed him. A combo of fire and ice would do that. Also, you share your dad's eyes. The woman opens and closes her mouth a few times, trying to come up with a response. Please don't tell anyone. I'm trying to make a living without relying on my father's fame. Izuku nods. I won't tell anyone, I promise. So I'm assuming you must be Fuyumi? The woman lets out a breath of relief. Yeah. Izuku smiles. Izuku Midoriya, it was nice meeting you, thank you for the help. He speaks as the Verdant trio walk out of the store. She seemed nice. Inko remarks as they head to the children's toy store. And pretty too, right Izuku? Izuku looks over at Inko and groans. Are you already trying to set me up with someone? Inko chuckles, then freezes in horror as she remembers Boss-cha, Eri's mother, died just yesterday. Sheet. I'm sorry Izuku, I wasn't thinking. Izuku sighs. I know you weren't Mom. It's okay. You haven't seen me for a while and you never met her. Inko shakes her head. I still should have been more considerate, I'm sorry. Izuku groans as he finishes sighing a packet of papers. Why is this so much paperwork? Inko chuckles. Well Izuku, you did disappear for 4 years and come back 12 years older. We haven't even started Eri's stack of paperwork yet. Izuku groans even harder. Alright, what's the next set of paperwork in my pile? Inko looks over at the now only 12-page stack of papers. First on your pile is your quirk registration form. What do you want to put on it? Izuku thinks for a few moments. Draconic transformation? I can't turn into a dragon, but I have a fire breath and I can cover parts of my body with scales. It's close enough to Dad's to be believable as a mutation. Inko nods, begins filling out the paperwork. So you can partially transform parts of yourself into more draconic-looking features and you can breath fire. Any noticeable mutations that are just passively active? Izuku nods. Yeah, my strength, durability, speed, and senses in general are dialed up to 12. Inko hums an acknowledgement and picks up her pen before flicking it at her son. Izuku catches the pen without looking before looking up at Inko with a deadpan stare. Really? Inko chuckles and picks up a second pen. Well, I can add reflexes and I think a form of sixth sense to your passive mutations. Izuku shakes his head. Just enhanced reflexes. It's not a sixth sense. Inko looks at Izuku in confusion. Then how did you catch the pen without looking? I heard you flick it. Izuku responds nonchalantly. I don't think anyone really understands how precognition can easily be faked with good enough senses and reflexes. Also, if you properly study who you're fighting, you hit truly baffling levels. Inko closes her eyes and lets out a deep breath. Would you like to test that theory, Izuku? Izuku looks up at Inko. Sure, I'm assuming out in the backyard? Inko nods. Izuku stands up and picks up Eri. Daddy? Eri asks, still being unable to understand Inko and Izuku when they speak in Japanese. Don't worry, Eri. Me and Mama Inko are going to test something outside and I'm gonna sit you down in a chair outside. That all right, or would you prefer to stay in here? No, outside with you. Eri pouts. Izuku chuckles. All right, Firefly, let's get going. 10 minutes later, Eri is sitting on a lawn chair facing Inko and Izuku out in the yard. Izuku is wearing a BLNDFLD that leaves his ears open and Inko is armed with an assortment of projectiles. Ready, Izuku? Fuss. Izuku turns to face her voice and simply nods. Inko takes a breath and flicks a pen towards Izuku's head, like last time the hybrid catches it without issue. Izuku chuckles, I thought you were supposed to be testing me. Inko smirks, I am. Without any warning, Inko throws a pair of pencils, one from each hand, towards Izuku. Izuku catches the first pen aimed at his chest and ducks under the second one aimed at his head. Deciding to test the limits of what her son can dodge, Inko throws a single pen with her left hand and throws a pair of pencils with her right. Izuku, as expected, catches the first pen and dodges the first pencil, however the second pencil clips his shoulder. Okay, so it's not precognition, otherwise you dodge both of those last two. Inko mumbles to herself. Izuku smiles as he takes off his BFLD, I told you it wasn't. Izuku punctuates his sentence by throwing the pens and pencils he caught back towards Inko. Inko looks up in time for one pen to hit her shoulder, two hit her chest, and the last once bounces harmlessly off of the woman's forehead. After recovering from the shock of being attacked back, Inko stares at Izuku with an incredulous look. Izuku chuckles and walks over towards Eri, you can't throw things at me and not expect me to throw them back. He defends before sitting down next to his daughter. Inko stares at Izuku with a gaze that almost made him flinch before sighing. Alright, fine. Let's head back inside and finish filling out the forms. The next one is the virtual high school registration form. Izuku nodded. Alright, then after that it's all Eri's paperwork, right? Yep. Now let's get going and we may be able to drop the paperwork off before dinner. Inko responded as she entered the house and dropped the pile of assorted projectiles from her testing onto the table next to the stack of paperwork. So for Eri we're listing her quirk as an electrical type? Inko asks as she double-checks Eri's quirk registry form. Izuku nods in confirmation, yep, and marking down some cat mutations, mostly the retractable claws. Are we keeping the invisibility hidden? Probably, we can update it when someone mentions it. Inko nods and sets the current form off to the side. They did not in fact finish before dinner, which is why the Verdant trio were sitting in a small cafe long past when the Midoriyas usually eat dinner. Izuku smiled as he watched Eri eat her chicken bites with her extended claws. He very quickly learned that while neither of them were obligate carnivores, the DNA splicing gave both of them a very heavy preference for meat. Vegetables still carried many nutrients they couldn't get from meat, but that was about the extent to which the duo ate anything other than meat. Inko chuckles as she watches her son copy her granddaughter's actions of eating off of their transformed claws. Izuku saw Inko staring and gave her a quizzical look. Did I forget something again? Inko shakes her head. At home or places like here it's fine, but if we're anywhere nicer than just a corner spot cafe, please try to remember to use utensils, sweetie. Izuku nodded, yes mom, before turning back to his katsudon and tearing into the pork with fervor. Izuku looks over at Eri, who seems to be slowing down her chicken consumption. Are you getting full, Firefly? Eri looks up at Izuku before shrugging, maybe? I've never been full before. Even after Mama Inko fed us. Izuku looks sadly down at his daughter. Eri, I know we didn't always get a lot to eat before, but I promise, if you finish what I give you and you still want more, please ask. If we can, we will give you more food, okay? Eri nods after a few seconds. Alright daddy, I'll ask. Izuku smiled, that's all I ask. After ruffling the 6-year-old's hair, he returns to his katsudon. What was that about, Izuku? Inko asks after watching the exchange. Izuku looks over towards Inko before. He responds, just checking in on her. She's getting full and apparently has been scared to ask for seconds before now. Inko's gaze turns to Eri, who looks up and gives her grandmother a bright smile. I assume you had to ration your food before you returned? Izuku slowly nods. Yeah. The 3 of us were given enough food for maybe one person to share per meal twice a day. Please tell her she can always ask for more food if she's still hungry. Inko asks Izuku. Izuku smiles. Already did mom. She promised to ask when she's hungry, but I'm not sure how comfortable she is actually asking for more food. 6 months have passed since Izuku returned to Japan and Izuku started online schooling to catch up. For the first 3 months, once a week Aizawa or Tsukachi came by just to make sure Izuku and Eri were adjusting. 2 weeks in, Eri had a BRTH certificate and the other necessary legal paperwork submitted and approved. 1 month in, Eri began speaking Japanese in broken phrases supplemented by void speak and gestures. 6 weeks after their return, Inko walks down the stairs to find Eri sitting at the table while Izuku stood over the stove. "Morning," she calls out as she enters the kitchen. "Good morning, Grandma. Dad's making eggs," Eri excitedly states, still stuttering on her pronunciations slightly. "Morning, Mom," Izuku responds from the stove. Inko stares at Eri with wide eyes, this being the first time Eri has called her Grandma, and she's hit by the realization that yes, this was all real and that she really did have a granddaughter. "Mom?" Izuku asks as he notices the tears beginning to form in her eyes. "It just hit me that this is all real, that Eri is really my granddaughter." Izuku smiles softly as he hands Inko a plate of eggs. "It's real, Mom, I promise." Izuku had now officially graduated high school, his now higher IQ thanks to his biological modifications allowing him to complete 4 years of school in 6 months. He was now starting an online college course for quirk analysis, which was why he was being dragged out of the house by a combination of his mother and Fuyumi Todoroki, who he had sparked a friendship with not long after Eri began speaking Japanese. "It'll be fun, Izuku," Inko pleads as she tries to push her son out the door. "You haven't made any real friends since you came back." "Dad, go. Fuyumi is fun, her friends could be fun as well," Eri says while she puts on her best puppy dog face. The irony of Eri, who has cat mutations, giving him puppy dog eyes is not lost on Izuku, who just sighs and chuckles. "Fine, I'll be back before midnight, probably," Izuku responds as he walks out the door and turns his gaze to the motorcycle next to Inko's car. Upon entering the bar that Fuyumi gave him the address to, he is almost immediately waved over by the white-haired woman. When Izuku sat down at the table next to Fuyumi, he glanced around the table to quickly study the other people at the table. The first person he immediately noticed was a short woman with white fur and bunny ears who he rapidly recognized as Mirko. However, unlike his 14-year-old self, he had enough self-preservation to not immediately call out the hero. The next was a loud blonde man he recognized as Present Mike, a blonde-haired woman more dressed up than anyone else who he was sure was a hero, he just couldn't remember who. On the other side of Mike was a woman with purple hair that Izuku was pretty sure was Midnight, and Aizawa was sitting on the other side of Midnight, looking like he was contemplating how his life lead to this. "This is my friend I told you about," Fuyumi announces as she sits down and gestures to Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya, pleasure to meet you all," Izuku offers courteously. Present Mike speaks up first. "Hisashi Yamada, little listener, Fuyumi told us a bit about you." "Oh?" Izuku asks curiously as he glances to the side at Fuyumi. "Yep," Midnight says as she takes a drink of the glass in front of her. "She told us about how you met at her previous job and how you needed help teaching your daughter Japanese." Izuku nods and then something Midnight said catches his attention. "Previous?" he asks as he turns to Fuyumi. "Yep." He happily answers, "I got offered a job at UA." Izuku's eyes widen. "That's great, what's your new job?" "Basically a daycare teacher." Fuyumi answers, UA has a daycare center on campus for any teachers or heroes who have children they can't take care of, as well as any wards of UA. Izuku smiles, "Good for you, Fuyumi, you got your wish to work with kids and you're at UA." Fuyumi chuckles at Izuku's enthusiasm. "Thanks, Izuku, that's part of the reason we're celebrating tonight." Izuku gives Fuyumi a mock-offended look. "I thought we were celebrating because I got into the course for my dream. If that was the case, I would have just showed up at your house and celebrated with you, Inko and Eri." The blonde-haired woman speaks up, interrupting the two. "Midoriya, I'm curious, what are you going to school for?" Izuku looks over at the woman. "Quirk analysis. It's something I've done since I was a kid." Izuku locks eyes with Aizawa. "It's good to see you again, Aizawa." Aizawa sighs. "Hello, problem child." Izuku gives Aizawa a sheet-eating grin. "Am I really that bad?" "Yes." Aizawa deadpants. "Show. Imanas." Aizawa looks at Izuku, as if asking permission. When he receives a nod, he turns back to everyone else looking at him. "You remember the missing quirkless kid I spent the last 4 years looking for?" Midnight and Yamada nod. The one that the commission and the police force forced you and Tsukachi to scale back on? Yeah. Izuku watches as the blonde-haired woman's eyes widen then turn to him. Yeah, that would be me. He announces. Everyone's eyes snap to him. How? Izuku turns to face the rabbit heroine. The short answer, Mirko, is that we don't really know. Izuku pauses to see everyone surprised to hear him call the hero. Our current best guess is that I got hit with some sort of quirk that sent me to a parallel dimension or something similar for the 4 years I was gone. But you are very obviously older than 18. Midnight states. Izuku nods. That would be because wherever I was there for 12 years. You said he was quirkless. The blonde woman spoke up, but Fuyumi talks about him having a quirk like mine. Izuku's eyes dart over to the woman as his mind kicks into overdrive to figure out who she is. Fuyumi told her about my quirk, and it's like hers. I showed her my Cuberdon claws and Bolarola scales. Those resemble a dragon transformation quirk. Wait, that's it. Ryukyu. Izuku blurts out. Everyone stares at Izuku in confusion. I knew you were a hero when I sat down, I just couldn't figure out who. Izuku explains, you're Ryukyu, aren't you? Izuku asks the blonde. The blonde pauses for a moment before nodding. Izuku points to Midnight and Present Mike, and those two are Present Mike and Midnight. Aizawa nods, his face not showing any emotion. Fuyumi chuckles, I wondered how long it was going to take you to figure out. Izuku shrugs, I figured everyone else out pretty quick. Mirko and Aizawa were almost instant because of her mutation quirk, and from my previous interactions with Aizawa I already knew he was Eraserhead. So you've got a dragon quirk like Ryuko, huh? Mirko asks, a dangerous glint in the rabbit heroine's eyes. Izuku hesitantly nods. It's close, I can't transform into a full dragon. The closest I can get is claws and scales, however I can breathe fire. Ryuko gives Izuku a curious look. You make it sound like I can't. Izuku locks eyes with Ryuko, his gaze has no trace of malice but instead pure determination. If you can, you hide it very well. You never use it in villain fights. You didn't use it during any of your sports festivals, and you deflect the question every time it comes up like All Might does with his quirk. Ryuko nods politely. Even if you can't currently breathe fire, I think there is a chance you have the organ to breathe fire. Izuku continues. Organ? Mirko asks, don't most fire-breathing quirks just breathe fire from their lungs? Izuku shakes his head. A lot of fire-breathing quirks have an extra organ that stores the actual fuel for the fire, which itself varies wildly from quirk to quirk, and the few that don't have a mutation in their digestive system to produce more flammable gases. Both have some sort of sparking mechanism in their mouths and a safeguard to prevent them from burning their own throat. You know, when you said you enjoyed quirk analysis, I didn't think you got this in depth. Midnight speaks up. Well, to get accurate analysis for a lot of quirks, you need an at least basic understanding of a lot of quirk theory subjects. Izuku shrugs. Aizawa gets an idea and smirks. Problem child, what do you have memorized about Nemuri's quirk? He asks while pointing to Midnight. Somnambulist, she can emit a colored gas that can make someone fall asleep by inhalation. The gas is stated to be more effective against males, however it is more likely more effective against someone who is attracted to women. Nemuri gives Izuku an incredulous look. What makes you say that? Izuku pauses for a moment. During your third-year sports festival match against Present Mike, you were unable to force him to sleep before he pushed you out of bounds, despite the fact that your quirk usually knocks out men very quickly. That paired with your fight about a week ago where the criminal tried to kidnap her ex-girlfriend after she was dumped gave me the theory that it's not actually the target's gender that affects your quirk effectiveness. Everyone stares at Izuku, eyes wide from shock. How? Nemuri asks. Like I said, quirk analysis is a hobby of mine, and what I want to do for a living, along with you being one of my favorite heroes, lead me to looking up a lot about you. I promise I didn't hack into anywhere for information or anything stupid like that. Yamada blinks several times before asking the first question on his mind. How did you know I don't like women like that? Izuku locks eyes with the blonde hero. For one, no one as flamboyant as you is straight. Most of the table chuckles. You've also slipped up a few times on your radio show and referred to your mystery partner as him. And you and Aizawa are both wearing rings on necklaces around your neck. Mike and Aizawa's eyes widened in surprise. Mirko smiles and leans into Fuyumi. He's a smart one. Better lock him down fast before someone else does. She teases the other white-haired woman. Fuyumi sputters as she turns as red as her father's hair and hides her head in her hands, the alcohol making her react more expressively. So you said one of your favorites, who else is on that list? Mike asks curiously. Izuku gives a hum as he cups his chin. I don't really have the rankings in order anymore. They got shaken up recently, but my top 10 are probably Midnight, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Mirko, Gang Orca, Edge Shot, 13, Ryukyu, Nimbus, and Recovery Girl. Mirko's eyes widen slightly at the mention of Nimbus. That's an interesting list. Aizawa observed, only 3 in the top 10 and 6 in the top 100. I kind of expected All Might, Endeavor, and Hawks to be on your list. Midnight admits. Everyone but Aizawa and Fuyumi miss Izuku's flinch at the mention at the number 1 hero. Izuku shrugs, All Might is a complicated personal problem. Endeavor basically treats everyone as a threat to his prestige or beneath him, and Hawks, there's something fishy there but I'm not exactly sure what it is. I'll ask him about that later, Fuyumi thinks as she watches Izuku's behavior and facial expressions. Aizawa nods contently, happy that the problem child isn't just a blind fan of the top heroes but is curious about his issue with All Might. I'm curious about why that's your top 10 list. I haven't even heard of Nimbus. Aizawa. Izuku sighs, what is this, an interrogation? He asks with a chuckle, well, going down the list. Midnight does a lot of support for victims of SXL and domestic abuse, as well as having a very clean track record of public villain fights. Mix Radio Show does a lot of support for quirk and quirkless discrimination. Actually, you're part of the reason I'm even here today. Izuku admits while looking at the blonde hero. Eraserhead actively avoids the press and practically fights quirkless. Mirko may have a lot of media presence, but she doesn't seek it out, and despite her quirk she fights with ferocity while using technique and skill over raw power. Gang Orca's quirk is really cool. His agency does a lot of giving back to their community and speaks out against quirk discrimination almost as much as Mike. Edge Shot is another underground hero with nearly no records of civilian injuries from his fights. 13 is a very effective rescue hero with incredibly fine control over a very powerful quirk. Ryukyu doesn't media chase and is efficient in combat. Also, dragons are really cool, and as we just discussed, I have a half-dragon quirk. Nimbus is one that you probably haven't heard of. She disappeared decades ago, but she never cared about the rankings and prioritized saving civilians over fighting the villains. And Recover Girl is a retired support hero who helps at UA and still does a large amount of community outreach. Almost everyone looked at Izuku in surprise. Yamada and Fuyumi were surprised that Mix Radio Show prevented Izuku from committing suicide. Mirko was surprised that Izuku even knew of Nimbus. Aizawa was surprised and pleased at the general lack of emphasis Izuku put on the hero's quirks, with a few exceptions. Midnight was surprised at just how much the greenet in front of her knew about heroes. Ryuko was surprised at how much of Izuku's assessment of heroes was based on civilians instead of villains. Most people just focus on the hero's quirks when they talk about which ones are their favorites. Aizawa comments. Well, when you grow up quirkless you tend to focus on more than just a person's quirk. Aizawa nods with a small smile barely visible. Oh, hey Kayama, have you ever thought about support gear to help with your range problem? Izuku asks. Nemuri does a double take and looks at Izuku. What do you mean? Well, you can't control or direct your gas, so you're kind of limited by range. Have you ever thought of something like smoke bombs filled with your quirk? Nemuri shakes her head. I tried something similar back in UA, and when I first started as a sidekick. Didn't really work, so I just kind of wrote it off as a failure. The gas dispersed while in the container. Izuku nods. All right. I don't think you went about it the right way, but I'll save that for later. He thinks to himself. Wait, Shoyuta. Yamada shoots up. Everyone's eyes are locked on the voice hero. Yes, Sashi? Aizawa asks, confused. Midoriya's the kid from Aldera, isn't he? The blonde asks. What about Aldera? Izuku asks. About 2 months after you disappeared, Aizawa was put on a task force which led to the Aldra school district being shut down. Midnight explains. What? Izuku asks himself out loud. Aizawa, do you remember who came to the police about it? Aizawa shakes his head. Sorry kid, can't tell you that, even if the case is 4 years old. How was your night, Izuku? Inko asks as her son closes the door behind him. Izuku smiles. It was nice, I got along with Fuyumi's friends. That's good. Where's Eri? Izuku asked. She's in bed, passed out an hour or 2 ago. So what did you do? We pretty much just sat around, ate, drank, and talked. You'll never guess who one of them was. Inko gives Izuku a curious look. Aizawa was there among a few others. Inko's eyes widen. Why was Eraserhead there? Because he's one of Fuyumi's new co-workers. She got a job at UA. Izuku answers, a little proud of his first friend. UA? Inko exclaims, that's great. Yeah, it is. Izuku agrees. I'll save the specifics for her to tell you, but she got a job that I think she's gonna really love. Izuku pauses for a moment. Mom, why didn't you tell me Aldra was shut down? Inko sighs. Because I didn't want to drag you back to then. I failed as your mother when I didn't notice anything. Izuku shakes his head. You didn't fail, Mom. I didn't want you to see it. After 2 months of self-paced online courses, Izuku was feeling good about the direction his life was going and fairly regularly met with some of Fuyumi's pro-hero friends. Morning, Fuyumi. Izuku announces his presence as he sits down next to her on a park bench with Eri sitting down next to him. Good morning, Izuku. Morning, Eri. Fuyumi responds. Morning, Yumi. Eri responds before sniffing the air and giving Izuku a confused look. So how have you been adjusting to your new job? Izuku asks as he shakes his head. Not yet, Firefly. Let them have their fun. Fuyumi smiles. It's going well. It's only a few kids right now, so it's fairly one-on-one with the kids and they're all pretty easy to work with. Izuku smiles. That's good. The UA entrance exams are soon, right? Fuyumi nods. Yeah, 2 months. Isn't your brother taking the exam this year? He asks, missing the way she flinches at the mention of her brother. Yeah, he's taking the recommendations exam in a week or so, she answered, her smile dropping slightly. Izuku notices her diminished smile. Look, I'm not going to pry if it's personal, but are you okay, Fuyumi? Fuyumi gives Izuku a smile. It's okay, Izuku. It's a family problem, but I'll be fine. No need to concern yourself. You're one of the few people who talk to me because of me and not my family outside of my coworkers. Izuku smiles. I made a promise 6 months ago, didn't I? You're my friend, Fuyumi. Fuyumi chuckles. That you did. I'm kinda surprised that Shoto or Natsuo haven't tried to stalk me to judge you yet. Izuku smirks and turns to Eri. On my go get them. Fuyumi hums in confusion. Izuku? Izuku chuckles. Don't worry about it, Fuyumi. Eri still finds it more comfortable to speak void speak than Japanese. Though going back to your brothers, you aren't entirely right. Firefly, hunt. Fuyumi looks even more confused as Eri gives Izuku a toothy grin before taking off towards a seemingly random tree. A moment passes and Fuyumi hears a quiet scream of pain as a familiar person with snow-white hair runs out from behind the tree. Natsuo? Fuyumi cries out in surprise before turning to Izuku. Izuku, could you please? Izuku nods. Firefly, let him go. We don't know where he's been. Eri unlatches herself from Natsuo's arm and walks back to Izuku with a sheet-eating grin. Did I do good? Izuku smiles and nods. Yes, you did, Firefly. You did well. Before looking up at Fuyumi, who is currently tending to the other white-haired boy, I assume you must be Natsuo. Natsuo looks at Izuku and fear briefly flashes in his eyes as he sees Eri staring at him. And you are Izuku and Eri. Fuyumi talks a lot about you. Izuku nods. Kinda surprised you or your brother haven't tried to follow her when she was meeting me yet. How do you know this is the first time I've followed her? Natsuo. Izuku smirks. Because I smelled you before either of you got within sight of me. Eri noticed you not long after. He responds, you aren't great at being stealthy. Natsuo scowls and looks Izuku up and down. Alright, you got me. What do you want with my sister? Natsuo. Fuyumi protests. I honestly expected this. Izuku turns to Fuyumi. How much did you tell him? Fuyumi shrugs. Not much, your history is yours to tell. Izuku nods and turns to Natsuo. Honestly, I'm just looking for a friend. I didn't have many of those before I met Fuyumi and she helped me teach Firefly here. Izuku punctuates that by picking up Eri much to the 6-year-old's protest. Before you ask, I'm not looking for a relationship right now and I quite frankly couldn't care less about who your father is. Izuku, remember your appointment with Ryo in an hour. Fuyumi warns. Izuku chuckles. Yeah Fuyumi, I remember, I won't be late again. At Natsuo's confused expression, Izuku elaborates, my therapist, I need some help with some things in my past. Fuyumi smiles and turns to her brother. Natsuo, I promise Izuku has been good for me. She leans in enough and speaks low enough that she thinks Izuku won't hear. He helped me rethink our family. Yumi, can you push me on the swings? Eri asks innocently while gesturing to an empty swing set. Fuyumi sighs, unable to resist Eri any more than Izuku, and nods before following the white and green-haired girl. Izuku chuckles as he walks up to Natsuo. The fact that she's a cat and has puppy dog eyes is just unfair. He mutters fondly. Fuyumi was never able to say no to children. Natsuo responds. I haven't met anyone who can say no to Eri. Her mother taught her how to weaponize her cuteness. Father could say no, the white-haired teen mutters. Izuku nods. Maybe, Endeavor isn't known for being good with children, but I don't plan on letting him get near her to find out. Most people think highly of him, benign the number 2 and all, especially if they have fire-based quirks. Natsuo remarks. Izuku shrugs. Not me, so Fuyumi said you're in college, what for? Doctor, I want to help people without fighting as much as possible. I agree there. I'm studying quirk analysis. Hopefully I'll be able to earn my license to be a full-fledged quirk counselor in addition to an analyst. Natsuo huffs. You're not so bad, Midoriya. Well, if you get to know someone before you judge them, most people aren't. Izuku snarks before walking towards Eri and Fuyumi. Hey, I'm gonna go catch the train to you. Be good for Fuyumi, Firefly. I'll be good, Papa. Eri responds. Midoriya. Hound Dog says as he puts his phone away. Nizu asked to meet you in his office since we're done for the day. Izuku gives the dog hero a bewildered look. How did he dash? Inui shakes his head. We don't question it anymore. Saves us what sanity we have left, he responds. Izuku shrugs. All right, it was nice talking to you, Hound Dog. It's a pleasure to help. Inui responds as he sits down at his desk. Izuku begins his walk towards where he remembers Nizu's office being but is stopped by a familiar voice. Hey Izuku, what are you doing here? Namuri asks. Izuku turns around. Hey Namuri, I just got finished with a session with Inui and then Nizu wanted to see me, so pray for my safety. He jokes. Namuri chuckles. Well, good luck Izuku, you're still on for tomorrow's get-together, right? Izuku nods. Yep, Mom said she's got off tomorrow night so she's watching Eri. Namuri smiles. Well, I don't want to keep you from the rat for too long. See you tomorrow night. See you tomorrow, Namuri. Izuku responds before walking back towards the direction of Nizu's office. As Izuku reaches Nizu's office, the door opens as he raises his hand to knock. Come in, Midoriya. Nizu's cheerful voice calls from within the office. Izuku swallows and steps into the office. Hello, D. Nizu. Care for some tea, Mr. Midoriya? The Chimera asks. Yes, please. Nizu smiles as he pours 2 cups of tea. I'm sure you have questions as to why I asked to see you today? Izuku nods. I do, but I know from Aizawa, Yamada, and Kayama that you are only to bring it up when you want to. Nizu smiles and nods as he hands Izuku a cup of tea. You would be correct, however, I would like to make this short as I have another meeting to have before the day's end. To keep things short, I would like to hire you here at UA. Izuku's eyes widen and his jaw drops. Me? You want to hire me at UA? Wait, don't you need to be a licensed hero to work at UA? And I don't have any sort of teaching license, nor am I working towards it. Nizu's smile turns predatory. Why, yes, I want to hire you. The analysis my staff have received from you speaks for itself. We both know your degree in quirk analysis is basically a formality. And as for that last part, yes, Teachers at UA are required by the UA charter to be licensed heroes or be employed by a hero agency, but I am not hiring you as a teacher at UA yet. Izuku blinks. Sir, I don't think I follow. That's understandable. I do not wish to hire you as a UA university teacher because I currently cannot. However, what I am offering you is a position as the in-house analyst at UA's hero agency, though it goes by the name Night Haven, and a 3-month fast-track course to permit you to be a TA. Izuku opens his mouth but pauses, the gears in his head turning as what Nizu is offering his clicks into place, and then I would be eligible to be a teacher at UA by the time the next year started. Nizu nods. You would still need another fully-fledged teacher in the room with you until you completed the courses for a full teacher's license, but yes, by the time classes began you would be a teacher's assistant, and I would like to also invite you to view the general entrance exam if you accept the position. Izuku smiles. I would be honored, sir. Nizu shakes his head. Your analysis is incredible, Midoriya. I am thankful that you have not already signed a deal with an agency. Izuku chuckles and rubs the back of his neck. Most agencies already have one or don't look at someone still in classes. Well, that's their loss. I look forward to seeing you Monday for your first day of class, Midoriya. Izuku nods and stands up. I look forward to your lessons, Nizu-sensei. On his way out of the office, Izuku would pass by a skeletal blonde who is familiar to him, but he can't quite place it. Welcome, Yagi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nizu speaks as the man enters the Chimera's office. He must be Nizu's other meeting today, he thinks to himself as he walks towards the door. Hey Mom, I'm back. Izuku says as he walks through the door. Papa! Eri shouts as she charges down the hallway. Hello, Firefly. Izuku says as he picks her up. Hello, Izuku, you're back a little later than expected. Inko comments as she follows Eri's footsteps into the living room. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, sorry about that. Nizu wanted to meet me after my meeting with Hound Dog, he explains as he sits down on the couch with Eri on his lap. Oh. Inko asks as she sits down next to him, what did Nizu want? To offer me a job, or 2 jobs technically. Shoyuta, Namuri, and Hizashi shared my analysis of them with Nizu apparently, and he offered me a job at UA's hero agency as an in-house analyst and at UA as a teaching assistant by the time the next semester comes around. Inko squeals and pulls Izuku, and by consequence Eri, into a hug. That's great, Izuku, you've got a job at UA. Izuku awkwardly chuckles. Not quite yet, Mom. I still need to take an expedited course to get a provisional teacher's license. Inko shakes her head. Izuku, you are incredibly smart and good at adapting. You are going to do fine in Nizu's course. Now come on, help me get the ingredients for Katsudon in celebration. I'm sure you're looking forward to telling your future coworkers tomorrow night. Hey Izuku, glad you could join us tonight. Hizashi says as the greenet sits down at the table. On his left sits Shoyuta. On his right is a man with cloud-like cyan hair that Izuku doesn't recognize, and next to Namuri is a woman with seafoam green hair he recognizes as Ms. Joke. Mirko and Tatsuma are absent and Fuyumi is on Izuku's left. Hello Hizashi, you saw me last week and the Sunday before that. Izuku responds before turning towards Ms. Joke. Hello Ms. Joke, it's nice to meet you, and I don't think we've met before. Izuku finishes as he turns to the cloud-haired man. I'm Oboro Shirakumo, but please just call me Oboro. The cloud-haired man introduces himself. Hizashi and Shoyuta have talked a lot about you. Oboro's hair flickers and a cloud appears above his head. Izuku's eyes widen in recognition. You're the rescue hero, Loud Cloud. He blurts out. Shoyuta smirks. Took you longer than expected, problem child. Izuku shrugs. Well, he isn't as well known of a rescue hero like 13 or the Wild Pussycats, nor is he a cryptid like you or Nizu. Oboro laughs. I like you already, Midoriya. Izuku smiles. I'm glad, since I'm going to be one of your coworkers when the next semester starts. Fuyumi and Namuri, who were taking a drink, spit out their drinks. Hizashi chokes on air. Shoyuta simply stares in surprise, and Tatsuma and Ms. Joke laugh. Since when are you joining us at UA? Namuri asks before carefully taking another sip. Izuku, weren't you adamant you weren't going to be a hero just last week? Fuyumi. Izuku nods. I'm still not going to get a hero license, or not a limelight or underground one. Nizu may end up putting me in classes to earn an intelligence hero license. If you aren't going to be a hero, how are you getting a job at UA? Hizashi asks. The charter rather explicitly states that teachers need to be licensed heroes. Izuku smirks, licensed pro hero or employed by a licensed hero agency. He responds. Shuda's eyes widen. He hired you for a job with Night Haven then? Izuku nods. Yep, yesterday Nizu hired me as Night Haven's in-house analyst. Wait, then how did I get my job? Fuyumi's. Because the daycare program you run is a separate entity from you, thus bypassing the UA charter. DMN rat. Shoyuta mutters as he stares into his drink. Izuku chuckles, appropriate response. So I'll be joining you guys to watch the general entrance exam. You're more tolerable than the other new teacher this year at least. Shoyuta growls before downing the remains of his drink in one gulp. Izuku gives Shoyuta a confused look. What? Hizashi shakes his head. Sorry listener, can't tell you until the entrance exam. Izuku shrugs before turning to the pair of heroines. It's good to meet you in person, Ms. Joke. Ms. Joke smiles. It's nice to meet you as well, Midoriya, and please call me Emi when I'm out of costume. Nemuri has told me a lot about you. Izuku smiles. All good things I hope? And you can call me Izuku. Emi shrugs. It's mostly good things. She says you are scary smart when it comes to quirk analysis. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that reminds me, Nemuri, I might have an idea on how to give you better control at range with your quirk. That gathers everyone's attention at the table. Oh, do share. I haven't had success before, but if you haven't idea, I'm down for it. Izuku nods. Well, to start, what did you do to try before that failed? Both times the support department tried to contain the gas in airtight containers, but both times the gas dissipated too quickly to really be useful despite the container being airtight. Izuku nods and thinks for a moment. Okay, so I have no real idea why the gas dispersed despite being in an airtight container, but I have an idea that may work, but I'll need a few questions answered and we'd need Powerloader to help make something as a prototype. Nemuri nods. What do you need to know, Doc? She jokingly asks. For starters, does the weather affect your quirk's effectiveness at all? I'll admit I don't really have the right data to have analyzed that. Nemuri thinks for a moment. Yeah, it's not a massive change, but I've noticed the gas is denser when it's hotter out and it also flares up with my emotions. Izuku nods and smiles. Like I said before, I can't quite test this on my own yet, but I don't think your skin is producing the gas. What? Everyone but Fuyumi asks in unison. For you skin to directly produce somnambulous gas would be a massive mutation. I think the more likely explanation is that your quirk alters the chemical makeup of your sweat. And that chemical, when exposed to air, produces the gas you are known for. Nemuri hesitantly nods. Okay, you may be right, but I don't see how this fixes my range problem. So that in of itself doesn't, however. If I'm right, instead of trying to contain the gas, we can capture the chemical itself and load that into vacuum-sealed canisters. Nemuri's eyes widen. That? How did no one ever think of that? How did I never think of that? She asks. We had a rule when I was in UA to vacate and ventilate any gym I was in because I would smoke out the room when I worked out. How did it take until now for anyone to recognize that? Because your quirk was given a basic description and mechanism that made sense before you left elementary, and most people don't decide to rethink their quirk until they are forced to. Izuku responds. Izuku, if this works I could kiss you. Nemuri exclaims. Izuku notices the flash of what he thinks is a mix of anger and jealousy flash across Emi's face before disappearing and shrugs. I'm just doing my job, literally as of yesterday. Shoyuta, Oboro, and Hizashi chuckle. Kid, you literally fundamentally reworked how her quirk worked in only about 2 months of knowing her. Aizawa responds. I'm only like 4 years younger than you. Izuku shoots back. Shoyuta smirks. It's actually 8 according to ID, but according to your BRDH certificate you're 16 years younger than me, thus kid and a problem child. The underground hero responds. Izuku shakes his head and turns to Oboro and Hizashi. What would I need to do to bribe you two to hide Shuda's coffee until the entrance exam? You wouldn't dare. Suda glares, his quirk activating unintentionally. Try me. Izuku responds with a sheet-eating grin before turning back to Nemuri. So Nemuri, what day works best for us to try my ideas? I'm going to spend the second half of the day at UA for my lessons with Nizu. Nemuri thinks for a moment. How does Wednesday work? After the students have left, we can probably get Power Loader to help. Izuku pulls out his phone and looks through it for a bit before nodding. Yeah, Wednesday works just fine. Ah, good morning Midoriya. Nizu says from his podium/throne combo in the observation room. Good morning D. Nizu, sorry I'm late. Izuku apologizes as he takes a seat down next to Shoyuta in the first row of seating behind the recommendation students. No need to apologize, we still have 5 minutes before the exams start and you directed a pair of lost students towards the appropriate testing centers. Nizu responds. Izuku shrugs and looks around the room. In front of him sits Momo Yororzu, Setsuna Tokage, Juzo Hananuki, and Shoto Todoroki. In his row sits Shoyuta immediately next to him. Oboro sits on the other side of the underground hero with a space on the other end of the row for Hizashi once he makes his announcement to start the exam. Behind him sits Nemuri, Emi, Vlad King, Snipe, and Ectoplasm. Hizashi and Power Loader sit up by Nizu, and in the back corner of the room Yagi Tashinori sits on an individual chair, and wasn't that a reveal? 2 months ago, 2 days after the recommendation exam. Thank you all for coming. Nizu starts the meeting. Not like we have a choice. Vlad King grumbles. Shush, like I was saying, let's begin deciding which 4 students will pass this year's recommendation exam. Nizu sir? A skeletal blonde asks Nizu. Yes, Yagi. May I ask who this new person is? Yagi asks, gesturing to Izuku sitting between Shoyuta and Nemuri. Ah, Yagi, that is Izuku Midoriya. He is the other new teacher this year who will interact with the heroics department, Midoriya, if you will. Izuku nods. I'm going to be the teacher for the new analysis classes as well as providing quirk analysis and support gear suggestions in conjunction with Power Loader for the heroics classes, All Might. Everyone but Nizu does a collective spit take at Izuku casually acknowledging what was supposed to be a state secret. How? Oh yes. Izuku smirks and leans forward. You told me yourself 4 years ago on the top of the Yaoyorozu Enterprise building in Mustafa. He answers without hesitation. All Might's eyes widened. Wait, what? You couldn't have been older than a teenager then. Izuku chuckles. I honestly have no concrete explanation for how it happened, but I am not the 14-year-old boy I was then. Izuku? Shoyuta asks, not liking the series of events his mind was putting together. Not now, Shoyuta. Izuku responds, we should focus on the recommendation students. I agree with Midoriya. Now I've already taken the liberty of removing the students who failed one or more of the parts of the exam. Present day. Did I miss anything interesting? Izuku leans in to ask Shoyuta. 3 of the examinees spotted me during the practical, he responds. Izuku's eyes widen. Really? Impressive. Shoyuta smiles. Indeed, one had enhanced hearing but the other 2 didn't. One of them looked like a mini-show with purple hair. Oboro speaks up. Already off to an interesting start. Izuku mumbles, any potential candidates for Project Eclipse? Shoyuta nods. A few that I found, we'll just have to see how the exam goes. Izuku watched as the massive doors in each testing city silently opened and the light turned green. Shoyuta scoffed as he saw everyone stare at the door but not move. Gonna have to beat that into those who pass. They're just kids, Sho, we weren't any better at their age. Bro comments. Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it. Hey little listeners, there is no countdown in real life go. Mike shouts through the PA system, triggering a small stampede of students. Izuku leans forward and a notebook appears in his hand as he watches the prospective students clash with the first wave of robots. Where did he dash? Don't question it, Can, not if you value your sanity. Emi cuts the blood hero off. Huh, he's gotten better. Izuku mutters while staring at a screen showing a spiky blonde hair exploding several robots near him while moving other examinees out of harm's way. You know him? Nemuri asks. Izuku nods and notices out of the corner of his eye how Shoyuta is looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk Explosion. I used to, before the incident, but it's clear he's not the same person I knew. Hey show, there's a mini you in Exam City Delta, screen 6. Burrow interrupts. Izuku and Shoyuta turn to the mentioned screen to find a lanky boy with gravity-defying lavender hair trying to use a pipe to destroy the exam robots. Izuku chuckles, he's got eye bags to rival yours, Shoyuta. Shoyuta pulls out a tablet and scrolls briefly, Hitoshi Shinsou. According to school records, he's a bit of a troublemaker. He looks up to the screen again, no obvious mutation, and he hasn't used any emitter or transformation quirk. Izuku nods, likely a mental quirk or a minor mutation. And Shoyuta, me and you both know schools are willing to doctor incident reports to make the undesirable kid the instigator. Sho, did you have an illegitimate child with someone with purple hair? Hizashi asks jokingly. Zashi, think about this logically, he's 18 and I'm 34. Shoyuta deadpants, I would have had him when I was 16, there is no way I'd have been able to hide him from you, Nem, and Oboro with how often you just showed up at my apartment. Possible secret love children aside, Izuku interrupts with a sheet-eating grin as he sees Todoroki's head perk up, we've got a pair tearing up the bots in Exam City Gamma, screen 8. Everyone's heads turn to find a boy with rocky-looking skin and red hair, and a boy with silver hair and metallic skin literally punching through 1- and 2-pointer robots. Similar quirks. Emi comes. But an entirely different mechanism. Izuku counters, one seems to harden the skin itself while the other transmutes their skin into a metal. Tetsu Tetsu and Ikkyo Kirishima. Oboro gives the duo's names, I'll give you one guess which is which. Who would name their kid that? Namuri squeaks in indignation at the first boy's name. Namuri, the first part of my family name means green and your name literally means sleep. Point proven. Namuri concedes with a huff. Look at the loss in City Omega, she's using a 2-pointer's tail as a club against the other robots. Snipe calls out, Strength quirk. Yes. Izuku shakes his head, no, not it. It looks like it weighs nothing to her, even people with strength quirks don't move things that effortlessly. Izuku cuts in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for the final test. Nizu speaks up, power loader if you would please. The excavator hero nods and presses down on a rather large glowing red button with a white 0 printed on it. So, how many 0-pointers do you guys think will get destroyed this year? Namuri asks. 2 minutes remaining, listeners. Mike announces. Bakugo is going to take it as a challenge, so I'd say at least 3, maybe 4 this year. Izuku responds with a shrug. Nizu cackles as he watches the students scatter in the face of the Titanic executor robot. Izuku's sweat drops and leans towards Shoyuta. Is this dash normal? For Nizu, yes, unfortunately. The underground hero responds tiredly. Nizu, Jim Omega, we've got a girl trapped in the path of the executor. Vlad calls out. Nizu's eyes snap to the designated screen. Noted, power loader ready to kill SWH. Suddenly a orange blur shoots towards the robot. Howitzer dash, an angry voice shouts through the citywide speakers as a ball of fire spins into existence. Impact. The ball of fire shoots towards the robot before rapidly expanding and turning the top half of the 0-pointer to slag. My 0-pointer. Power loader cries out. Izuku smiles. I was right, he can fly. Shoyuta scoffs, show off. And that's time, listeners. Please make your way to the entrance. Anyone who is injured but can walk, please make your way to the medical tents. Everyone else, please wait for medical bots to make their way to you. Mike calls out through the speakers once more. That may be true, but he didn't directly or indirectly injure any other contestants. Snipe counters. Of course he can. Izuku, your analysis is amazing. Namuri responds, new support gear hanging on her hips. On one hip sits a slightly bulky pistol with a circular valve at the bottom of the magazine, and on the other sits a strip of slender canisters with a purple bar on each of them. Izuku laughs and shakes his head as he walks out of the observation room with Emi and Namuri as Hizashi and Oboro lead the recommendation students towards the gate. How does the new gear work so far, Namuri? The grenades have only been used once, and the pistol hasn't been used in public yet, but in tests it works just as well as my quirk does. Izuku nods, glad to hear it. I've got to go pick up Eri. I promised her a trip to the ice cream shop down the street from home after this. Emi and Namuri smile. Go get your daughter. We'll see you when we come back to decide who makes it into the hero classes. See you too soon. 2 months ago. Alright Izuku, let's see what you have for me. Namuri announces as she walks into a support course testing range to find Izuku, Powerloader, and Snipe waiting for her. Namuri, good you're here. Thanks to Powerloader's help we should have everything ready, and Snipe agreed to be a test subject for today. Izuku responds. Alright Kayama, put this on your arms and we'll start the process. Powerloader instructs as he hands the woman a pair of dark gray sleeves. Namuri nods and puts them on. Okay, so what is this going to do? The short answer is collect your sweat and transfer it to a canister. Izuku responds as he places a brace-like object on her bicep and attaches 2 metallic cylinders to a pair of hoses. If I'm right and we design these right, the compression sleeves should absorb your sweat and transfer it to the brace which contains it into the canisters, which we should then be able to release at our own leisure without losing any effectiveness of your quirk. How long did your quirk last the other times you tried it? Namuri thinks for a moment as she stares at the device strapped to her arm. More or less the same lifetime as my quirk. The max we got was like 15 to 20 minutes before the gas became basically useless, but it started deteriorating after about 3 minutes or so I believe. Izuku nods. Alright, once this fills up we'll start the timer and see if we have new gear for you. After the device pings to notify everyone that it's full, the 4 wait 15 minutes before Izuku hands Snipe the canister. Now just open that valve on the side and pray it works. Izuku instructs. Snipe nods and lets the trio step away from him before looking down at the canister in his hand. This isn't going to explode, right? You're fine, Snipe. Powerloader responds. Snipe sighs and flicks open the valve, unleashing a puff of purple smoke after a second. Well, that's dash. Izuku is cut off by Snipe dropping to his knees before flopping onto the padded ground. Promising. Well, at least we padded the floor around him. Izuku shrugs as the trio watches Midnight's quirk surround Snipe's unconscious body. Present day. As Izuku opens the door to Yue's daycare, a white and green missile launches herself at him. Papa! You were gone for so long. Eri cries dramatically as she clings to Izuku like a koala. Izuku chuckles. Stop being so dramatic, Firefly. He looks up at Fuyumi with a smile. Thanks for watching her today, Fuyumi. Fuyumi shakes her head. It's no problem, Izuku. I love watching the little unicorn. Bye-bye, Yumi. Eri waves as she tries to drag Izuku out of the room. Bye, Fuyumi. See you Sunday. Mom's watching Eri the next 2 days. Bye, Izuku. Bye, Eri. 3 days later. Thank you all for coming. Nizu starts the meeting out. Let's place this year's heroic students. Shoyuta and Ken nod while looking down at a stack of 40 folders. Are there any guaranteed students? Mrs. Bakugo is on probation, so he's my problem child and I want Monama. Aizawa flatly says. Monama? Yes. Shoyuta nods. He's got a copy quirk and he won't always have an ally to copy off of. He needs to learn some quirkless fighting. Ken nods, reluctantly accepting the underground hero's reasoning. Can. Mrs. Kamikari and Sato. Alright, and now the draft begins. Nizu states with a smile. Izuku shifts through the folders and sighs. Guess Shinsou's a Project Eclipse candidate. Project Eclipse? Yes. It's a program that Nizu put into place a few years ago. It lets a teacher pick a student who failed the practical exam for the heroics course and mentor them until the sports festival. Aizawa answered, I've used it once and so has Namuri. Izuku nods. It's been used on 2 kids with mental quirks before, since the exam is biased towards physical and destructive quirks by mandate of the HPSC, and I think this year I'm going to use it. Shoyuta nods. I'll leave him for you then. I want Kirishima and Ojiro. Ken grumbles. Shishida and Shiozaki. Kaminari and Uraraka. Both need hand-to-hand training to make the most of their quirks. Ken nods, accepting that reasoning. Tsunatori and Bando. Ida and Tokoyami. Rin and Koda. Hagakure and Jairu would make excellent underground heroes. Awaze and Kiabara. Siro and Shoji. Kuwaro and Kendo. Aoyama and Tetsu. Kodiya and Komori. Azui and Ishido. Shoda and Tsuburaba. Mineta and Togaike. Vlad mutters, guess that leaves me with Yagni and Fukudashi. Any complaints? Nizu asks, after receiving a round of negatives he nods, excellent. Now there are a few other matters to attend to for this meeting, Yagi. Yes, Dean Nizu? The skeletal blonde asks. You will be recording this year's holo discs for the top 10. Nizu explains, until Midoriya earns his full teaching license he will be on a rotating schedule as an assistant to one of you for the day. Izuku nods, already expecting that. However, you will also be teaching your analysis class on Friday afternoons with the assistance of Fukukado. Izuku's eyes widen slightly, not expecting to be teaching his own class in his first year while not technically having a full teaching license. Yagi, you will also teach half of Class 1A and 1B Heroics 101 classes with another teacher supervising you. Nizu continues, Midoriya will also occasionally sit in on Heroics lessons, either in person or through security cameras, and provide notes and suggestions for the students. So Dean Nizu, what is my final project? Izuku asks as he sits down across from the unidentified chimera. Nizu smiles and pulls out a folder. Your final project will be analyzing a real-life person. He answers as he slides the folder across to Izuku. Izuku looks down at the folder before opening it and pales slightly. Nizu, this is the hero killer case, he points out. Nizu chuckles, indeed it is. The IDA 10 agency asked me to take a look at the case and I managed to get them to agree to allow my apprentice to join me. Izuku stares at Nizu. Shoyuta says no world domination plots until at least my second year of teaching. Nizu holds up a paw, or until the HPSC proves themselves in need of replacing. I remember the agreement I made with Aizawa when he was my student 16 years ago. What are you? You know what, I'm not even going to ask about that addition, so what do you want me to do? Izuku asks. I want you to do what you do best, Midoriya, analyze. Nizu responds with a predatory grin. That folder has every scrap of information anyone I have connections to has on the hero killer. If you need information on anything else, send me a request with a justification and I will get it to you. Find out as much as you can about the hero killer and fast. Izuku nods and stands up. Understood, sensei. As Izuku leaves the gates of UA, he felt his phone buzz. Crime Stoppers. Cult leader has added 5425265524. NyQuil who? Another new member? No sleep. Victim you mean. Cockatoo. Show be nice. Who's the new person? Blizzard. That's Izuku's number. Blizzard has changed 542526,524's name to Dragon. This wasn't what I was expecting. Blizzard, I wondered why you weren't in here yet. Cult leader, it wasn't the top of my priority list. No sleep, and only the rat can add people. Cult leader, yes, and speaking of which, cult leader has added 7626494995. NyQuil has changed 762649,495's name to Small Might. Vacuum, new people. Midoriya, I don't think I've met you in person. Dragon, nope, I haven't seen you in person yet. 13. Blizzard, no autograph of them yet? Dragon, nope. No sleep. Izuku. Dragon, yes. Shoyuta? No sleep. No quirk experimentation unless your victim/test subject knows exactly what you're testing. Dragon. Party pooper. Dracula, is he really that bad? No sleep. Dragon, no. NyQuil, yes. Blizzard, cult leader, no. Midoriya's analysis is quite informative. Dracula. That is all of the information I need. Dragon, oh, the betrayal. No sleep, stop being dramatic. Blizzard, Izuki, you better come home or I'll get Inko to tell me where your baby pictures are. Dragon, you wouldn't. Blizzard, try me. NyQuil, ooh, why is Fuyumi at your house, Izuku? Winky face. Blizzard, I'm just watching Eri for the day. Nemuri. Knock knock. Nem, don't read too much into it. NyQuil, I can see what's happening. No sleep. Nem, no. NyQuil, and they don't have a clue. Kakatu, no bad nem. Izuku takes a breath and closes his phone as he reaches his house, but before he can take a step forward, a white and green blur slams into him. Hey Eri. Izuku chuckles. Miss me already? He asks as he wraps his arms around Eri and walks into the house. Papa! Eri cries as she clings to Izuku with her Mirko plush. Welcome back Izuku, don't worry I haven't asked Inko about the baby pictures yet. Fuyumi teases. It's the yet part of that statement that I'm worried about. Izuku responds before he hears Fuyumi's phone make a notification ping. Is Nemuri still going at it? Fuyumi nods. Unfortunately yes she is. Do I even want to know? Probably not, Fuyumi responds as she sits down on the couch. So, how was it? Izuku shrugs. I wasn't there when they decided scores and it was pretty much just Ken, Shoyuta, and Nizu talking about which one wanted which kid in their class. I can't talk about which kids each class has, but Nizu gave me my own class to teach Friday afternoons with Emi basically standing in because I don't have a full teaching degree yet. Fuyumi stares at Izuku. That's great Izuku. She pulls Izuku into a hug with Eri in the middle. I knew Nizu wasn't above pulling strings and legality because he got you a provisional teaching license in 3 months, but I didn't think he'd be able to swing giving you your own class this early. Izuku chuckles. After spending time with Shoyuta and Hizashi, we should have both learned to just not question Nizu. Saves you on the insanity, as Shoyuta says. Fuyumi smiles and breaks the hug. You're probably right, but still that's amazing Izuku. Papa, can we go get ice cream? Yumi wouldn't take me. Eri pleads in void speak while staring up at Izuku. Izuku sighs. Why did you have to learn how to weaponize puppy dog eyes? He mutters to himself. Fine, yes we can go. Fuyumi, would you like to join us for ice cream? Fuyumi chuckles. Did Eri complain about me not taking her earlier? Izuku smiles and nods. Of course she did. Do you want to come with us? Fuyumi shakes her head with a smile. Alright fine, let's go. Is it the one down by the park? Yep, that's the one. Izuku responds as he checks his phone, which hasn't stopped pinging with notifications. Crime Stoppers. NyQuil. The Bare Necessities. Kakatu. The Simple Bare Necessities. Knock knock. Forget about your worries and your strife. No sleep. Make it stop. Bullseye. Sorry partner, only Nizu can mute them. NyQuil. I mean the bare necessities. Kakatu. Old Mother Nature's recipes. Knock knock. That bring the bare necessities of life. Cult leader. Sorry Aizawa. This is too entertaining to stop at the moment. Izuku chuckles at the trio's antics and shows it to Fuyumi, who also laughs. Is this normal for the group chat? Fuyumi nods. For the most part, it's still a group chat full of pro heroes, so it can be serious when they want to be. And how often do Nemuri, Emi, and Hizashi want to be serious out of costume? Izuku asks with a raised eyebrow. Fair point. What flavor do you two want? Izuku asks as the trio nears an ice cream stand. You don't need to pay for me, I can buy my own ice cream. Fuyumi protests. Chocolate please. I'm aware you can buy your own ice cream, but Fuyumi please, I invited you so it's my treat. Fine, I'll take mint chocolate chip please. Heathen. Izuku mutters. Just because your family likes boring ice cream doesn't make my choice wrong. Fuyumi defends. Ice cream should not be green, blue, or pink. Fuyumi. Eri, back me up here. Fuyumi responds as she leads Eri towards a picnic table. Sorry Yumi, but I agree with Papa, ice cream shouldn't be green, only plants. Traitor. Fuyumi growls playfully. Eri smiles and sticks out her tongue at the white-haired teacher. Ladies, you're both appealing, now please eat your ice cream. Izuku teases as he sits down next to Eri and hands them both their choice of ice cream. Thanks Izuku. No problem Fuyumi, thank you for watching Eri as often as you do. 3 weeks later, Nizu sips at a cup of tea as he lets Izuku into his office. Ah, Midoriya, glad to see you. You said you had a breakthrough in your project? Izuku sits down across from Nizu and nods as he sets a thick manila folder on the desk and a flash drive on top of it. Indeed I did. That folder has everything I put together as well as how I connected everything, and the flash drive has the bullet points summarized to be sent out to everyone hunting Stain to give them the best chance I can. Nizu hums and opens the manila folder. So this is why you wanted those old files. Izuku nods. Yes, piecing together all of the testimony from the collateral damage heroes who were left crippled and what I have from the autopsies of the deceased heroes, Stain carries a rather large variety of knives and a jagged katana. Heroes report being unable to move after a single cut, so it's obviously the effect of Stain's quirk, which led to an entry I had in one of my notebooks that had rather well-known vigilantes in it, or at least ones I could gather information on. Stendhal disappeared about a year before Stain appeared, was documented to have wielded a variety of bladed objects and had been documented liking blood off of his blade. That lead to the quirk registries I requested. There were several that could have fit enough, but the best match with what we knew was Kaizome Akaguro, quirk blood curdle. It let him paralyze anyone whose blood he ingested. That's when everything started to click into place. He started the hero course at Shiketsu but dropped out or was kicked out after an altercation with two of his former classmates. From there Akaguro disappeared off of the face of the earth. Nizu nods, agreeing with his student's conclusion. I agree that that is the most likely situation, however we can't discount the chance we are wrong. Now what are your suggested countermeasures to capture Stain? Izuku flips the folder to a bookmarked page. The most obvious counter is no one patrols in groups less than 2, preferably 3, and as many heroes with quirks that make cutting them hard or impossible, such as Ryukyu's dragon scales. Endeavor's Hellflame should be able to purge any blood on Stain's weapons, however I wouldn't use him as a first resort because he's a bit too much of a blunt weapon for this. So what now? Nizu asks with a predatory grin. So we know he's in Hosu. He makes a point of attacking for fakes in each city, even though Ingenium's armor is obviously more for aerodynamics than protection, but it should still be sturdy enough to stop a glancing blow from a knife, and he's already in Hosu looking for the hero killer. I would suggest Ingenium with his sidekicks in groups of 3 or 4 case the city and check in every so often. Tactical planning and operations control is not my area of expertise, so I'll leave that to someone who's better than me organize the protocol. Nizu nods. Good job Midoriya. I'll get this out to everyone involved in the hero killer case as soon as you leave today. Now, what do you have on his ideals? The rodent asks. Izuku sighs. Honestly, sir, that's the problem. What we have on his ideals lines up perfectly with Akaguro's backstory, but I can't honestly say that he's wrong on some level. Oh? Nizu asks in a tone that Izuku knows is more inquisitive than disappointed. At a base level he believes that hero society is overrun with what he calls fake heroes who are only in it for the money and fame, which I agree with. However, instead of becoming what he considers a true hero himself or inspiring others to do the same, he took it upon himself to call the heroes he considers fakes, and that is where I can't agree with him. Also the fact that he believes All Might to be the only true hero. Nizu nods. Many villains are only trying to survive or believe they are right. I know you have your disagreements with All Might. While that may be true, my issues are with Toshinori Yagi, not All Might. He does a lot of good. His mere presence suppresses crime. However, he also suppresses other heroes to a degree. Nizu grins. Oh? Do please elaborate. For an example, look at the sludge villain incident almost 5 years ago. Cammy Woods, MT Lady, Death Arms, and Backdraft could have taken in the villain even with the hostage's quirk causing fires to the surrounding areas. Yet they didn't because they didn't have the right quirk. Backdraft could have soaked Cammy Wood's branches to that he could have grabbed the hostage. Death Arms threw one punch then gave up. ME Lady didn't even think about reaching into the alley to grab the hostage. In the end they waited until All Might showed up and took out the villain with one punch, but the kid had to go to the hospital because the heroes on site let him suffocate in the sludge. Because All Might has always been their new heroes aren't even trying anymore. What happens when he has to retire, or if he God forbid dies fighting a villain? Endeavor would become the next #1, and how many people will feel safe with that leaderboard? Excellent points Midoriya. Thank you Nizu-sensei. Well Midoriya, I can confidently say you have passed your provisional teaching license. Classes begin in 2 weeks. You can choose to live in the on-campus teacher's village if you wish, or you may stay at home. Your classes to earn your full teaching license will begin after the first week of classes. I look forward to it. Nizu, is your answer still the same about next weekend? Izuku asks. Nizu smiles. I'm sorry Midoriya, but I will be too busy to attend young Aries' party. I will however have a gift sent to your house for her. 1 week later, Midoriya residence. Eri wakes up inside her. Never want to see any of us again. You have every right to hate us. Inko sighed on the other end, interrupting Mitsuki. I don't hate you or Masu. Neither of you are at fault for this. It's the school and Katsuki. Assuming he turned himself in? Mitsuki sighed. We are partially at fault, but yes, he turned himself in and is doing everything he can to help take the school down. Brat didn't even ask for any sort of leniency. He knows what he did, at least now he does, and he seems willing to suffer the consequences of whatever happens to him. 2 months later. Bakugo's. Shoyuta Aizawa spoke up as he entered the waiting room in the police precinct. Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Masaru looked up and nodded before following the underground hero into the detective's office. Inside the office, Nizu and Detective Tsukachi waited for the trio. So how did it go? Mitsuki asked. Nizu is the first to speak. The judge decided to give Bakugo some leniency given the circumstances. He will have a permanent black mark on his record and be put on probation. However, he is avoiding jail time. In return, Bakugo will be court-ordered to participate in anger management and therapy as well as wear quirk suppressors at all times beyond training with an approved hero, which is Mr. Aizawa here. Additionally, any incident report at your new school where you are the aggressor lands you in juvenile. Katsuki nodded in acceptance. So what school am I going to then? Mustafa Private School, Aizawa responded. You start on Monday. 3 days later, Mustafa Private School. Alright, settle down everyone. Today we are getting a new student joining us. Ms. Aoi said as the bell to begin the day rung. A new student? Most of the class asked. Indeed, please come in now, Bakugo. Katsuki walked into the classroom, quirk suppression gear hidden as bracelets. Hello, I'm Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk lets me create explosions from my hands. Thank you for having me, he said flatly. Alright, please go sit next to Ashido there in the back. Katsuki noticed a pink-skinned girl in the back of the classroom raise her hand, and he took this as the cue on where to go. Hiya, I'm Mina Ashido. Nice to meet you. The pink-skinned girl introduced herself. Katsuki grunted in acknowledgement. Ikyo Kirishima, a girl with black hair on the other side of Ashido, greeted. What school are you from and why are you transferring so late into the year? Ashido asked as she leaned over onto Katsuki's shoulder, not caring one bit about personal space. Ashido, please refrain from invading your classmates' personal space. Ms. Aoi chastised the pink-skinned girl. Katsuki chuckled to himself as he saw the pinkette deflate and sink into her seat, a slightly uncomfortable and odd feeling settling in his chest. 7 hours later. Katsuki was leaving his first day of school when he felt his phone buzz. Hag, don't forget your first therapy appointment. Katsuki, I won't hag, get off my back. Hey Bakugo, his pink-skinned classmate called out to him. Katsuki sighed and turned to face her. What do you want, Pinky? I want to talk to you. You kinda disappeared after lunch. That was the intention. I'm not here to make friends. But that's so boring. Pinky whined. Then go find someone who agrees with your extroverted butt. Katsuki said before he walked off. So Mr. Bakugo, what would you like to start with? The therapist asked as he sat across the room from Katsuki while the blonde sat in a beanbag chair. Where do you think I should start? This is all up to you. We can start wherever you feel comfortable, or we can sit in silence for an hour if that is what you want. Katsuki paused for a moment and sighed. How much do you already know about me? I know that you are Katsuki Bakugo, that your quirk is explosion, and that you are court-ordered to attend for a minimum of a year. That is all I have been told about you. Katsuki nodded and looked down at his feet. Today was my first day at my new school. And how was it? It was fine, same stuff I was learning at the last one. And the other students? Mostly ignored them. Mostly. There was one overly energetic girl, I honestly can't remember her name, but she took ignoring her as a challenge, spent all of the free time we had in class pestering me and trying to talk to me. She sounds friendly, so why did you spend so much energy ignoring her? I'm strong on my own. I don't need friends, I don't need weaklings holding me back or trying to ride my coattails. Oh, strong enough? The therapist asked, and what do you define as strength, Bakugo? Katsuki scoffed. Of course I'm strong. Strength is not needing anyone else. Strength is being able to take on everything yourself. The therapist shook his head and muttered under his breath, Great, another one of these ones. Day of entrance exam. Come on, Kat, we can't be late. Mina yelled as she ran up to Katsuki. We'll be fine, Pinky. The exam doesn't start for another 30 minutes and we're only 3 minutes from you. Katsuki responds. And where is Shitty Hair? Kiri's a few minutes behind. Then why are you bugging me so much? As the trio walked into the orientation room, Katsuki felt something watching him. Turning to the source of the feeling, he found Aizawa sitting in the rafters above the room. Kat? Mina asked in confusion. Aizawa shook his head and put a finger up to his lips. It's nothing, Pinky, let's get to our seats. The written test was easy for Katsuki. He wasn't top of the class for nothing. Now he sat in the briefing room for the practical exam. Kat, I think my brain is fried. Mina whined as she plopped down next to the blonde. That test was so hard. Katsuki scoffed. Next time try studying more. Hey, not all of us go to bed at 9, Baku bro. Ikkyo commented as she sat down next to the blonde and Pinkette. Because you too, especially raccoon eyes, are delinquents when you passing isn't on the line. Hey! Am I wrong? Hey listeners! Present Mike shouted from the podium at the front of the auditorium. Thank you. Welcome to this year's heroic course entrance exam. This year's exam will be relatively simple. You will all be split up into testing cities overrun by villain robots. Of course it's robots. A boy next to Katsuki with gravity-defying purple hair grumbled. You will be scored based on how many of what types of robots you destroy. You have 1, 2, and 3-point robots, each with their own strengths, weaknesses, and strategies. Excuse me, a blue-haired boy shouted as he jumped up with his hand raised. Yes, listener? You only mentioned 3 types of robots, yet on the pamphlet there are clearly 4 robots. If this is a misprint, then this is a shameful display on UA's prestigious record dash. For eyes. Katsuki cut in, already annoyed with the blunite. He clearly wasn't done talking. Thank you for the question, examinee 1118. Mike spoke up, retaking control of the situation. Examinee 117 is correct. I was just about to get to the 4th robot. However, examinee 117, please stop being hostile towards other examinees. The 4th robot is worth 0 points. It is more of an obstacle and distraction. There is only 1 per testing center and it is best if you just ignore it. Now lastly, attacking fellow examinees on purpose will result in you being disqualified and accidents will subtract from your total score. Now go out there and prove you deserve to join our hero program. Plus dash. Ultra. The entire auditorium shouted in unison. The 0-pointer reeks of red flags. Katsuki warned his friends, there's something about it they aren't telling us. And there's no way UA's hero exam is solely built around how many robots you can destroy. There's gotta be something else to it. Mina agreed. So what do you suggest? We're split up into different exam sites. Kyoet. Destroy as many robots as you can, keep yourself out of trouble, keep the other extras from getting themselves killed, and avoid the 0-pointer at all costs. Katsuki answered as he cracked his knuckles. In other words, be heroes. Mina commented. Yep, see you 2 after the exam? Kyoet. Not like I can lose you 2, I've already tried. Katsuki muttered. Aw, you love us, Kit Kat. Mina cooed with a sheet-eating grin. If you call me that again, I'll blow your horns off. Katsuki threatened without any real heat behind his words while trying to ignore the weird feeling in his chest. See you after the exam, Blasty. Mina cackled as she ran to her bus. Katsuki grinned as the doors to the exam city opened. As soon as Present Mike said go, he took off in a dead sprint out of the entrance and towards the first cluster of 1-pointer robots. Die! He shouts as an explosive punch decimates the first one. And join your friend. He growls as he explodes the other 2 into scrap. 2 minutes remaining, listeners. Present Mick's voice echoes through the city before the entire replica city shakes. Katsuki watches in shock and awe as the zero-pointer towers over the city. That's the FING zero-pointer? He screeched. Run! Another person's voice shouted. Katsuki grins. Time to prove my worth, he said to himself as he started towards the titanic robot. Ow if dash. Please help me. A female voice called out. Katsuki's attention snaps towards a girl with brunette hair and permanent blush marks on her cheeks, and a new sense of determination doubles his efforts. Duck! He shouts as his hands glow. Nerd notes don't fail me now. He prays as an explosion launches him into the air. Katsuki took in a breath as he stared down the 6 red eyes of the zero-pointer and focused on his quirk. Work this time. He internally screamed as explosions started to spark from his hands. The rapid-fire explosions spun him in the air, building up his momentum and drawing in oxygen to fuel the explosions. Howitzer dash. His explosions began to pick up speed and size, creating a glowing ball around the blonde. Impact! Katsuki shouted as he launched himself towards the titanic robot. Bringing both hands forward as he flew through the air, Katsuki forced every ounce of sweat he could into his hands to create the largest explosion he had ever made. The explosion engulfed the top half of the zero-pointer, the heat generated turning it to slag and molten plastic. The concussive force from the explosion shattered all of the windows near the robot and cracked the concrete of the buildings immediately next to the blast. Katsuki began to fall. He mentally cursed. I think I've got one decent blast left, he calculated as he rapidly approached the ground. I should survive, but it'll hurt like hell. I've got you, a muffled female voice said before he felt a hand slap his cheek and he felt his descent slow to a stop. Release, the girl next to him whispered as he hovered above the ground. Katsuki dropped the last foot or so to the ground with a grunt of pain. That hurt, he muttered while face down on the concrete. Are you okay? The girl from before asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Katsuki grumbled as he rolled himself over. Too much sweat in that last explosion. And that's time, listeners. Please head back to the entrance. Medic bots will be out shortly to retrieve the injured. That was so cool. You flew into the air and then just boom. This massive explosion. And you saved me, thank you. Katsuki chuckled. You're welcome, Pink Cheeks. Pink Cheeks? The brunette asked. Yep, he answered, pink cheeks. He pointed to the blush marks on the girl's cheeks. Oh, she responded as a look of understanding passed across her face. Please make way. A robotic voice calls out, anyone injured? A small pair of robots carrying a stretcher asked. Yeah, my wrists hurt and I overused my quirk. Katsuki answered. I think I sprained my ankle. The brunette answered. Affirmative. Examinee 187 please get on the stretcher. Examinee 117 please follow if you are able to. All right. Katsuki and the brunette spoke in unison. By the way, my name's Ochako Uraraka, the brunette said as she laid down on the stretcher with Katsuki's help. Katsuki Bakugo, now let's go get fixed up. My idiots are probably going to be waiting for me by the gates, he responded with a small chuckle. Hello, Daries. The medbots already informed me of your injuries. Recovery Girl announced her presence as she walked up to the pair. Hello, Recovery Girl. Uraraka greeted the healing heroine. Recovery Girl chuckled. I'm glad I still have fans. She extended her lips and kissed Uraraka's ankle. You'll feel tired, but you'll be fine. Same as you, young man. She kissed Katsuki's wrist and handed both of them a packet of gummies. These will restore some energy to you youngsters. Recovery Girl walked away and grumbled something about a med rat and over-eager children without self-preservation. Hey Kat, who's your new friend? Mina asked with a smirk. All right, Cheeks, this is your last chance to run. I can't save you past this. Katsuki said to the brunette. I'm not that bad. Mina, I love you, but you are a bit much sometimes. Kyo spoke up. Betrayed by my own horn buddy. Mina gasped dramatically and clenched her hand over her heart. Uraraka giggled. I think I'll stick around. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you. I'm Mina Ishido. The redhead is Ikkyo Kirishima. So how did you meet Kat? Oh, well, I got pinned under some debris caused by the zero-pointer and he flew in like a sun before obliterating it. Uraraka answered. Howitzer. Kyoet. Howitzer. Katsuki confirmed with a smirk, not just a theory anymore. Though from her description you may need to save that for all might-level villains. Mina pointed out. I'm not an idiot, Pinky, I know I can't just kill every villain. Katsuki snarked. 1 week later. Hey brat, your letter from Yue is here. Mitsuki yelled from the living room. What was that hag? Katsuki shouted back as he opened the door to his room. I said your letter is here. I'm coming down, hag. Katsuki ran down the stairs and snatched the surprisingly heavy letter out of his mother's hand before he ran back up the stairs into his room. No running in the house. Mitsuki shouted. F off. Katsuki yelled back. Can we please have one night without a shouting match? Masaru asked himself. Shut up, old man. Quiet, Masaru. I didn't think so. Let's see how much I dominated the other extras. Katsuki said to himself as he ripped open the letter. In addition to the letter, he expected there was a metal disc. What? Katsuki asked out loud as he picked up the disc. Suddenly the disc lit up, causing him to drop the disc onto his desk. Katsuki Bakugo. The monotone voice of Aizawa spoke from the disc as a projection of the underground hero appeared above the disc. You passed the written exam with a 89%, placing fourth across all applicants in every course including those with intelligence quirks. Katsuki grumbled about getting fourth but rationalized those above him likely had intelligence quirks. However, we both know the practical exam is the more important section to you. Aizawa continued, for the practical heroic exam you scored a rather impressive 80 villain points, placing you in first place. F yeah. Katsuki shouted. Additionally, there was a second scoring system, hero points dash. What the F dash? Pinky was right. For saving and assisting other examinees during the practical exam, a panel of judges have awarded you an additional 60 rescue points, bringing your total score up to 140 points, securing your spot in first place on the heroics exam. Welcome to your Hero Academia, Katsuki Bakugo. I look forward to seeing you grow. Bakugo smirked and pulled out his phone. Bakugo and his idiots. Lord Explosion Murder. Guess who got first place, fuckers? Pinky. Congrats, Blasty, none of us doubted you. Kirby 5th. Sharky. I got second place. Pinky 12th. Kirby 5th. Pinky. Oh wait. Are we all in the same class? I'm in 1th. Kirby. Yay, the three of us are together. What about you, Bakugo? Lord Explosion Murder. We're all in the same class. Sharky, what's up, Bakubro? Lord Explosion Murder. Hobo-sensei is our homeroom teacher. Pinky, are we finally going to meet this mysterious hero? Kirby, Hobo-sensei hero? Sharky, Bakubro is on probation from something he did in middle school and Hobo-sensei is the hero in charge of him. Lord Explosion Murder. Before you ask the questions I'm sure you're dying to ask, Cheeks, go look up the Alger School District. Kirby, Bakugo, what the F? Pinky, she cursed. The cinnamon roll cursed. Kirby, I grew up around construction workers. Now what the F? Bakugo. Lord Explosion Murder. Hate me or not, it's what happened and it's all I knew up to that point. I'm not proud of it anymore, but I can't change the past. Kirby, Ashido, Kurishima, did you two know? Pinky, yeah. He told us after he told a group of bullies to F off. Lord Explosion Murder. I'm still in therapy to help me unlearn all of the indoctrination, but Hobo-sensei and Nizu think I've done enough to enter the hero course on probation. Kirby, what about the kid who was the main target? Nowhere has anything on him other than him being quirkless and the main bullying target. Lord Explosion Murder. Nothing. He hasn't been seen since the day of the sludge villain incident. His phone and backpack were tracked to the top of a building, but they didn't find him or a body. HNG police gave up after a month and lab-led him missing but likely dead. Kirby, and you don't think so? Lord Explosion Murder. The nerds out there, he's too smart and determined to simply die. Katsuki sighed and closed his phone before turning to a picture on his desk, one of him and Izuku not long before he manifested explosion. You should be here to celebrate with me, nerd. Katsuki dropped his head to the desk. If only I wasn't a dumbass, you would be. For days later. Well, Bakugo, this is your last session with me before you transfer to UA, isn't it? Katsuki gave a sad smile. Yeah, it is. I got in, top of the leaderboard for the exam. Doesn't feel like you thought it would? No, but things are getting better. Cheeks learned about Aldra when the results came out. The therapist nodded. That's the friend you made at the entrance exam, Uraraka, right? The gravity quirk. Yep. And how did she react? She was outraged, used some colorful language to match my own. Katsuki answered with a chuckle. She asked Pinky and Shitty Hair if either of them knew, yet she still stuck around. And that surprised you? The therapist asked for confirmation. Katsuki nodded. Yeah, I know I've changed, but I still did everything, and I can still feel that part of me inside. I wouldn't have blamed her if she decided she wanted nothing to do with me. Alright, and have you had any luck figuring out that strange feeling in your chest when you talk to Ishido and Kirishima? The therapist asked with a small smirk. Katsuki growls. No, I know I'm not any good at feelings, but it shouldn't be this hard to pin down what a feeling is. Present day. Come on, Kat, what you waiting for? Mina's voice snaps Katsuki out of his memories and back to the present. I was waiting on your slow but raccoon eyes. How are you so energetic yet so slow? Katsuki fires back before pushing the door open. For the nerd, he thinks to himself as he enters his homeroom class. After looking at the seating chart, he finds his desk and promptly sits down before propping his feet up onto the desk in front of him. I need to figure out these DMN feelings. Izuku woke up to his alarm clock blaring next to him. Ugh, 5 more minutes, Papa. Eri groans in void speak before trying to snuggle further into Izuku's chest. Izuku chuckles and gently pets his daughter's head. Sorry, Firefly, but it's time to get up. It's your first day of school. I don't wanna. Eri whines. Unfortunately, you have to, Firefly. Come on, let's go see if Mom beat us to making breakfast. He responds as he sits up. Can't make me. Eri pouts. Oh, can't I? Izuku asks with a smirk before scooping Eri up and puts her over his shoulder. It's breakfast time, Firefly. Eri squeals indignantly as Izuku carries her into the living room. Put me down, Papa. Izuku chuckles and walks over to the couch. Okay, whatever you want, Firefly. He answers as he drops her onto the couch. Meanie. You asked for it. Izuku responds and sticks his tongue out before making the mistake of checking the teacher's group chat. Crime Stoppers. Cumulus. Welcome to the internet. Cockatoo. What would you prefer? Knock knock. Would you like to fight for civil rights or tweet a racial slur? Cumulus. Be happy. Michael. Be horny. No sleep. Be bursting with rage. Cockatoo. We got a million different ways to engage. Dragon. Didn't expect you to join them, Shoyuta. No sleep. Zashi and Burrow bribed me with extra caffeinated coffee for today. It was worth the sacrifice for today. Dragon. Fair enough. So what's the bet for how many of Shuta's class survives today? Cumulus. I say he expels at least one. Cockatoo. I say one gets expelled before the QAT is over. Knock knock. My money is on no one today. NyQuil. I'm with Zashi. Dragon. How far did last year's class make it again? No sleep, for we're dropped down to Gen Ed after the QAT. 2 made it back in through the festival. NyQuil. You expelled 8 of them because of a training accident at the USJ. Blizzard. Did any of them make it to midterms? Cult leader. No. Izuku sighed and turned off his phone. It's too early to deal with Nem already. She's not that bad, Izuku. Inko answers as she hands him a plate. You like her because she provides you with teasing material. Izuku responds, and someone got you onto the Izurumiriu train. He continues before dropping his head onto the table. What? You 3 would be cute together. Inko protests with an amused expression. Mom, Rumi is as gay as present Mike is, and I'm pretty sure Ryuko's sexuality is just Rumi. He responds deadpan, and that's ignoring the fact that I don't like either of them like that. What's sexuality? Yes. Inko chuckles as Izuku blushes and sputters. It's a how do I explain this, Mom? Nope, you're on your own for this one, Izuku. Inko answers with a smirk. You're evil. Izuku groans, it's a thing for people older than you, but it's who a person likes. Oh. Eri says thoughtfully. So is your sexuality Fuyumi? She asks innocently. Inko cackles and leans on the counter to support herself as Izuku's head matches the color of a ripe tomato and he promptly blue screens. Papa? Eri asks, concerned, are you okay? He's fine, sweetheart, just give him a few minutes. After several minutes Izuku shakes his head and blinks. Eri, where did you get that idea? He asks with his face still bright red. Eri looks at her father in confusion, but you like Yumi. Like Yumi too, she's fun to play with. Izuku blinks in confusion before recognition flashes across his face. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now Firely. Yes, I do like Fuyumi, but not in the way that word means. Huh? Eri asks as she tilts her head. I like Fuyumi as a friend, that word means more than a friend, like Shoyuta and Hizashi. Oh, like Auntie Nem and Aunt Emmy? Yeah, like that Firefly. Now go get dressed and grab your backpack for school, you don't want to be late on the first day, do you? Good morning, Izuku. Fuyumi greets as the greenet opens the door to her room. Morning, Fuyumi. Izuku responds with a small blush. Yumi. Eri squeals as she leaps into the white-haired woman's arms. Eri. Izuku cackles, you saw her 2 days ago. But that was 2 whole days ago. Eri says dramatically. Izuku shakes his head with a fond smile. All right, well, have a good day, Firefly. Good luck, Fuyumi, she's a little extra clingy today. Fuyumi chuckles and gestures to Eri, holding onto her like a koala. Trust me, I know. Good luck with your speech today, Izuku. Thanks, I'm gonna need it. So, are you skipping orientation like you usually do, Shoyuta? Izuku asks as he walks into the teacher's lounge. Yep. It's still irrational for the hero course. Shoyuta responds. Lucky. Hizashi mutters. Is your speech ready, Izuku? Namuri asks. Izuku shrugs, more or less. The details aren't all there but the framework is ready. Hey, that's better than shoulda speeches. Vuro speaks up. Because I don't do speeches. Shoyuta responds. That's for the better show. Hizashi chimes in. I'm being bullied by my husbands. Shoyuta deadpants. Hizashi, Oboro, Izuku, Emi, and Namuri laugh at the underground hero's plight. This isn't bullying, Sho. Vuro points out. This is just love. Hizashi chimes in. Then I want to go back to my first 2 months as a student. Aizawa deadpants. What? When you were an edgy emo teenager until these 2 adopted you? Namuri asks with a smirk. Exactly, at least back then I could run away from you all. I just tell Eri her uncle's was playing hide and seek. Izuku comments. Shoyuta glares at the greenet. You know weaponizing your daughter is a low blow. Izuku chuckles. I don't do anything, she's already weaponized herself, she just hasn't shown any of you yet. Izuku smirks and pulls out his phone. Did I show any of you pictures from the time Princess Eri had the Great Queen Bunny join her for tea? He asks, barely containing his laughter. Emi and Namuri share a matching smirk. Oh? Do tell, Izuku. Halfway across Japan, a certain rabbit mutant quirked hero sneezes while at breakfast with her best friend Ryuko. Rumi feels a sense of indignation overcome her and she growls while balling up her hands into a tight fist. You okay, Rumi? Ryuko asks in concern. I have the sudden urge to kick Izuku's but for some reason. Rumi answers, probably has something to do with the bicorn. Ryuko chuckles. I can't believe you're actually calling her that. What? She refers to me exclusively as Bunny. I think it's fair. After school, Emi, I promise. But both of you should get to your homeroom. The students should be arriving soon. Izuku responds. Tease. Namuri pouts. Come on, dear, let's get going. Emi responds as she drags her wife out of the teacher's lounge. Izuku chuckles and turns to Shoyuta. So are you dropping in from the vents or crawling in as a caterpillar to start this year, Shoyuta? Shoyuta scoffs. I hope this year has some situational awareness. Hizashi shrugs. I mean, 2 of the people who spotted you during the entrance exam are in your class to start. Oh, that reminds me, Hizashi. Izuku responds as he turns to the voice hero. You have Shinsou in your homeroom, right? Hizashi nods. Great, after everyone gets dismissed early because of the ceremony, could you send him to my office? I want to get him into Project Eclipse as soon as possible to give him the best chance possible. Izuku explains. Yeah, I can bring the listener to you after orientation. Thanks, Hisashi. Katsuki was having a nice relaxing morning, all things considered. What do you think you are doing? An irate voice demands. Keyword, Vs. Katsuki sighs and turns towards the voice to find the blue-haired boy who interrupted present mic during the practical. The hell do you want? You are being incredibly disrespectful to this institution and to the alumni who came before us. The bluenet scolded while chopping his hand up and down. Who put a stick in your butt, mufflers? Katsuki asked. Mina looked over and sighed. Kat, are you already antagonizing our classmates? No. Mufflers here has a stick up his butt about my feet being on the desk. Katsuki responds. How crass. A girl with a spiky ponytail mutters to herself. Bakugo, it's good to see you again. Uraraka's voice cuts through from the door. Katsuki scoffs. Glad you decided to show up, pink cheeks. As if you could get rid of me, Blasty, the brunette shoots back. Katsuki is about to respond, but his attention is drawn to the door by a yellow caterpillar-like object inching its way into the classroom. Aizawa locks eyes with Katsuki and shakes his head. Katsuki scoffs and turns his attention back to his group of idiots. You three would be lost without me. I can't believe they let such a delinquent into you, a condescending blonde says as he stares at Katsuki. The F is your problem with me, Blondie? If you're here to socialize and make friends, then you can leave. Aizawa's voice cuts through the class and silences everyone. Only one of you spotted me and it took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. How irrational, he says with a roll of his eyes as he sets a stack of gym uniforms on the table in front of him. I am your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa. Now everyone take a uniform and change before meeting me in the testing field in 10 minutes. Katsuki doesn't hesitate and takes a uniform before disappearing into the hallway. Aizawa chuckles. Bakugo's got the right idea, he says menacingly before walking out of the room. Katsuki is the first to make it out to the field and stands in front of Aizawa. Should have known you'd be first, problem child. Aizawa remarks. Of course I'd be the first, hobo-sensei. Katsuki remarks. Don't try to ruin my fun today. I won't, don't worry. Good. Took you all 9 minutes, you need to be faster. Aizawa said flatly, today we're going to have a quirk assessment test. But sensei, what about orientation? A floating set of clothes asked. UA prides itself on the flexibility of its teachers. I can run my class how I see fit. And the orientation is an illogical waste of time for the hero course. Aizawa scoffs and locks eyes with his problem child. Bakugo, you had the highest count of villain points on the general entrance exam. What was your softball throw in high school? Aizawa asks as he pulls out a slightly off-looking softball. Bakugo shrugs, like 70 meters. He responds nonchalantly. Catch. Aizawa says bluntly as he tosses him the ball. Do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Katsuki nods and walks up to the circle. If you have sensitive hearing, I suggest you cover your ears. He says to the class before winding his arm back, die. He shouts as he snaps his arm forward. A large explosion erupts from his hand and rattles the windows behind them. Aizawa hid his smirk in his capture weapon as he watched the device his hand before the device beeps and he shows it to the class. 800 meters. Someone yells from the crowd. Aizawa smirks. The Department of Education is irrational and restricts the use of quirks during physical assessments. Whoa, we get to use our quirks? This is awesome. Mina yells in excitement. Katsuki flinches as Aizawa snaps to stare at the offending Pinkett. Fun, you say? He asks menacingly, how's this for fun? The person who comes in last today will be judged as having no potential and expelled. What? The class minus Katsuki yelled in unison. You can't just expel us. A short boy with purple ball for hair shouts. We already fought through the entrance exam to get here, it's not fair. Uraraka follows up. Aizawa scoffs, fair? The world isn't fair. Natural disasters, power-hungry villains, discrimination and terrorism. It's our job as heroes to counter the unfairness of the world. The entrance exam you all passed was biased towards physical and destructive quirks. There's more to being a hero than fighting villains. Welcome to the hero course. Alright, it's a waste of time to show your individual scores, so here are the overall scores. Aizawa says as the device projects the overall scores for everyone in Class 1A. Katsuki scanned the list to find his and his friend's scores. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Nito Minoma. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Fumikage Tokoyami. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Ikkyo Kirishima. 9. Mashireo Ojiro. 10. Mina Ishido. 11. Achiko Uraraka. 12. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. 13. Chikuchi Togaike. 14. Tsuyu Azui. 15. Yuga Oyama. 16. Hantasiro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyukajire. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Minoru Mineta. And no, the purple-haired midget cried out, as he dropped to his knees with tears in his eyes. Everyone sent the midget sympathetic looks. I didn't even eat any girls' melons, he yells into the sky. Immediately everyone's sympathy turned into disgust. Perv. Is that why you're here? The F is wrong with you? Aizawa scowls into his capture weapon. By the way, I was lying about expelling last place. Change back and grab the syllabus on the table. You are all dismissed early today. With his piece said, Aizawa walks around the corner. Hello Yagi, you SCK at hiding. Yagi huffs. Well, none of your students noticed. Aizawa smirks and shakes his head. Actually, several of them did. I just told them to ignore you for now. Shinsou, can you stay behind for a minute? Hizashi asks the purple-haired boy. Sure. Shinsou responds monotone. What now? Do the teachers here already hate my quirk? He asked himself. After everyone else had left, some sending mixed looks at Shinsou, he walked up to present Mike. Mike-sensei, why did you want to see me? He asked cautiously. Follow me, Izuku wanted to see you in his office. Hizashi answers as he walks out of the classroom. The new analysis teacher? Why does he want to see me? Shinsou-s, that's between you and him. But I promise you're not in trouble. Hizashi responds, here we are, good night Shinsou, and I look forward to seeing you in class tomorrow. Shinsou stares at Hizashi in surprise before turning to the door and knocking on it. Come in. Izuku responds from the other side of the door. Shinsou opens the door to find a fairly barren office with a single desk and a chair in front of it. Behind the desk, Izuku sat in an office chair with a computer on one half of the desk. You wanted to see me, Midoriya-sensei? Shinsou-s. Izuku looks up from his computer. Shinsou, please take a seat. Hizashi was supposed to text me when he dropped you off. Izuku turns to the side and pulls out a folder from a drawer. So, I'm sure you are wondering why I wanted to see you, and the short of it is I want to give you a chance. A chance at what? Shinsou asked, even more confused and slightly defensive. To make it into the hero course, I assume you were going to try to get in through the sports festival? Yeah. Well, quite frankly, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage. The hero course will have roughly 2 months of hero training under their belt by the time of the festival. And how do you plan on helping me? Shinsou asks skeptically. Simple, I'm going to train you. Wait, really? He asks in disbelief. Yes, UA has a lesser-known program called the Eclipse Project for students like you. Izuku responds as he sets a pamphlet down on the desk between them. Like me. Students with mental or non-combat-oriented quirks who failed the unfortunately biased entrance exam and try to make it into the hero course later on at UA. Shinsou reads over the pamphlet and stares back up at Izuku with determination in his eyes. What do I need to do? Get your parents or guardians to sign the permission slip and come back here tomorrow after school and we'll get started with your physical and a detailed breakdown of your quirk. Of course, there it is. Shinsou thinks as his hope cracks a bit. Oh. Izuku immediately notices the change in the student's posture. Shinsou, do you have an issue with getting your parents to agree to this? Shinsou shakes his head. No, my moms are great dash. So you got bullied for your quirk too, huh? Izuku cuts in with a sad smile. Yeah, wait too? Don't you have a dragon-based quirk? Why would anyone make fun of your quirk? It's perfectly flashy and heroic. What do you know about what I went through? Ah, so you choose anger as your coping method. And to answer your question, yes, I do have a partial dragon transformation quirk, however I didn't always have it. I was thought to be quirkless through middle school. That causes Shinsou to freeze, because the only people who had it worse than kids with villainous quirks were the quirkless. What? I was quirkless until an accident at the beginning of high school, so I do know some of what you went through, and yes, I already know about your quirk. It's the first thing that drew my attention to you. You do? He asks. Yes, and anyone who ever told you your quirk is only good for being a villain is an idiot. Also, the quirk doctor who named your quirk is also an idiot. What? This was going anything like Shinsou expected. Even going off of the basic description in your quirk registry, your quirk is more hypnosis than brainwashing, but I can explain that in more detail tomorrow. You just need to go home and get this signed by your parents. Thank you. You shouldn't have to thank me, but you're welcome, Shinsou. Izuku responds as he stands up and walks over to the door. I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya-sensei. Izuku chuckles. That's still gonna take some getting used to. See you tomorrow, Shinsou. So how many did you expel today, Shoyuta? Izuku asks as he walks into the teacher dorm common room with Eri following behind him. Hizashi and Namuri groan while Emi cackles. So no one got expelled, a bit surprised but okay. So how many problem children are there this year? Izuku asks before sitting down with Eri in his lap. Everyone in that class has some potential, but a few of them need help. Todoroki still has his problems from the recommendations exam. I'll never understand how people can half but saving others. Izuku mutters. What's half but? Yes. Izuku groans. Please don't use that word yet, Firefly. Shoyuta chuckles. Mineta has somewhat questionable reasons for heroics, it seems. The midget with the purple ball on his head? Yeah, when he came in last he cried about not having a chance to do things I won't say in the presence of Eri because of my fear of Inko. Izuku chuckles. Ida is a bit too stiff. Kaminari and Ashido aren't taking anything seriously enough. Monoma has a superiority complex bigger than UA campus, and Yayaro's a dash. She has reasons to be how she is too. Her classmates currently. Namuri cuts in firmly before turning to Izuku. If you want answers, you're going to have to get them from her. Izuku shakes his head. I wasn't going to ask, I was only going to ask if she was safe at home. Namuri sighs. Yeah, she's safe at home. If it impedes her ability to work as a hero, I'll ask her directly, otherwise I'm not a therapist, I'll leave her be. Izuku looks down at Eri with a sad smile. Aunt Emi, where's Meg? Eri asks the seafoam-haired woman. Abraro and Fuyumi took her to go get dinner for tonight. What's for dinner? Izuku asks. Namur shrugs and opens her phone. Megumi used her eyes to convince Fuyumi and Oboro to get pizza. Izuku chuckles. Of course she did. Fuyumi can't say no to children. That's not true. Eri pouts. She told me I couldn't have candy today. Izuku looks down at his daughter and PPS an eyebrow. How much candy did you have before she said no, Firefly? Eri looks down at her feet and refuses to answer. Namuri chuckles. So how was your day, Izuku? Well, after orientation I got Shinsou to come down to my office to talk about Project Eclipse. According to him, his parents are good, so that's one less area of concern. However, unfortunately Yagi decided he needed to visit me before I could leave. Shoyuta groans. Exactly. Izuku responds. He's not that bad, guys. Hizashi says. Shoyuta and Izuku both stare at Hizashi. Yeah, okay, he has a lot of problems, but it's not the end of the world. Hizashi answers. He doesn't have a teaching license, and for how inspiring All Might can be, Yagi is painfully awkward with little tact. Shoyuta, why did Nizu even hire him? I'm willing to put money that he didn't choose to. The other heroes look at Izuku in confusion. For all of the power and control Nizu has over UA, he has admitted that doesn't have absolute control over everything, and I wouldn't put it above Yagi to use his influence with the commission to get him a job at UA. The only question is why? I mean, you saw the same injury we did, right? Namuri asks. Yes, but he got that injury 10 years ago. Why is he only just now deciding to slow down and deciding to teach the next wave? Anyways, stopping you before you go on a rant, what did Yagi want? Yes. Oh, trying to interrogate me about the last 4 years like he's been trying to do since the recommendations exam. Izuku responds nonchalantly. Immediately after Shinsou left Midoriya's office. Midoriya, I'm glad I caught you before you left. Yagi's voice comes from behind Izuku. Izuku sighs, void damn it. He mutters to himself before turning around, what can I do for you, Yagi? Izuku asks with forced cheer that Yagi doesn't notice, please be about literally anything other than my quirk. Izuku thought to himself, it'd be better to talk in your office. Yagi responds. Izuku internally groans, fine, let's make this quick, I have a daughter to pick up. He responds as he steps back into his office, so what is this about? Yagi sighs and closes the door behind him, Midoriya, about that day dash. Izuku audibly groans, via damn it. Yagi, no amount of apologizing can change the past, you need to prove you've actually gotten better. He interjects, now is that everything you dragged me in here for, or did you have something actually important to talk about? Yagi coughs awkwardly, yes actually, I don't believe your story about those 4 years. Izuku groans and pinches the bridge of his nose, Yagi I swear to Nizu, drop this idiotic line of thinking. I told you the same thing I told your detective friend with a lie detector quirk. I don't know why you can't believe the truth or why you keep insinuating I'm in some way, shape, or form connected with the legend of the quirk thief, but stop, just stop. Izuku complains as he steps towards the door. People don't just develop quirks, Midoriya, you of all people should know that. Yagi says firmly. You are correct, Yagi, no one has recorded a quirk manifesting beyond 9 years old. However, there isn't another case of someone getting hit with a quirk and being sent to another dimension. I know because I've checked Yagi. Present day. I still don't understand why he seemingly can't accept the fact that I don't have anything to do with the boogeyman and that my trip to the other universe gave me my quirk. Izuku rants. To be fair, Izuku, you are technically lying to him. Hisashi points out. I've never actually called it my quirk, so I'm not actually lying to him. You just aren't correcting his misconception. Hisashi states. Izuku shrugs, it's not worth the energy to correct him, he's too stubborn to be productive. Hey guys, we're back with dinner. Oboro announces the trio's return with several pizza boxes. Sorry we took so long, Meg couldn't stop herself from trying to pet every stray cat. Fuyumi apologizes. Megumi stares at Fuyumi. Yumi, you promised not to tell anyone. Sorry, sweetheart. Fuyumi says apologetically. Mama, Yumi's being mean. Megumi yells as she runs to Nemuri. Nemuri chuckles, it'll be all right, little one, I'll protect you from the mean ice lady. She promises with a teasing smile directed at Fuyumi. Oh Fuyumi, how could you be so mean to a child? Emi asked dramatically. Fuyumi huffs playfully and shakes her head. Izuku chuckles, oh please, don't act like your wife doesn't spend all day teasing and playfully flirting with 18 to 20-year-olds, Emi. Hey! Nemuri pouts, it's my hero persona, I need to keep my public image stable. The public image you created. Izuku counters, I'm just glad your costume isn't actually as horrendously designed as it looks. Well, not her current one. Hisashi comments. Izuku and Nemuri groan in unison. Please don't remind me of that abolition. Izuku pleads. I'd rather that mistake stay away from the public eye. Nemuri admits. Yeah, that costume is only for my eyes when Nem is feeling spicy. Emi says seductively. Emi, I swear to Nizu if Eri takes after you too, I'll sick mom on you. Izuku threatens. You wouldn't do that to a friend, would you? Emi calls his bluff. Izuku smirks and pulls out his phone. Wait, Izuku dash, Emi starts. Izuku turns on his phone and pulls up his contacts page. Hey, we can talk about this, right? Emi asks, her face growing pale. Izuku's smirk widens as he hits call on a contact. Emi drops to her knees. Izuku, please don't, I'll do anything please, she begs. Hello? A voice that decidedly does not belong to Inko Midoriya asks. Izuku chuckles at the range of emotions passing through Emi's face. Hey Ryuko, how was patrol today? He asks calmly. Everyone around him bursts out into laughter at Emmy, who has frozen on her knees. It was fine. Did you call me for anything important? And why can I hear so much laughter on your end? Ryuko asks through the phone. Izuku smiles. Well, Emmy was being horny in front of Eri, so I decided to have some fun and make her think I was calling my mom. Ryuko laughs and a second voice cackles. That's great, Izuku. Rumi speaks up. Oh, by the way, I'm sparring with you the next time I see you. Why? Izuku asks, now suddenly concerned for his physical health. I felt the urge to beat the shit out of you earlier today, so that's that. Rumi explains. We were bullying Shoyuta and Eri got brought in as a threat. Izuku responds. Why did that make me feel like I needed to crush you? Probably because I mentioned you and Ryuko's tea party with her last month. You little sheet. Rumi yells. No, Ryu, get back here with the dash. Rumi fades out as Ryuko assumedly runs from Rumi with the phone. Sorry about her, but I can't do much to save you other than give you a heads up when she's in the area. Izuku chuckles. That's fine, I'll live. Are you sure? Mostly. Izuku responds before hanging up. Now can we please open the pizza, I'm starving. He asks the other teachers. Fuyumi chuckles and gestures to the pizza boxes sitting on the counter. Bon appetit. Izuku chuckles and grabs a slice of pizza. So how was your day, Fuyumi? The kids were all fine and most of the parents were too, but I had one dude who was arrogant. I think his name was Shocker or something like that. Izuku pulls out his phone and types on it for a few seconds. Voltaic Hero, Shock Storm, Quirk, Thunderbolt. Current number 50-inch he supplies. Yeah, that's him. He spent a lot of time telling me I better take better care of his daughter than the other kids, then left muttering under his breath something about a defective mistake in the hero course. I feel bad for his kids. Izuku freezes. Fuyumi, what was the daughter's name? Fuyumi thinks for a moment. Saji Kaminari. F-. Izuku mutters. You said the F word. 3 points out. Yes, I did air. Izuku admits before turning to Shoyuta. Shoyuta, you have Kaminari in your class, right? Shoyuta nods. Yeah, electric quirk, but can't use it at range without shorting himself out. Shoyuta put Kaminari on the priority quirk counseling list. Shorting out like that can't be healthy, and I think we should put him on the watch list for abuse symptoms. Fuyumi stares at Izuku in horror. You think he's being abused? I don't know, but with what you heard and the drawback to Kaminari's quirk, I'm not going to take any chances. It's not as prevalent, but even the top 100 can be quirkist. Hey moms, I'm home. Shinsou announces as he steps through the door of his house. A woman with matching gravity-defying purple hair pokes her head into the entryway. Hey Hitoshi, how was your first day of school? It was good. Present Mix, my homeroom teacher. The woman smiles. That's great. Come on, join me and your mama in the kitchen. So one of your favorite heroes and your homeroom teacher. What about your classmates? A second woman, this one with red hair and elongated fingernails, asks. Shinsou shrugs. Most of them seem nice enough. One girl seemed like a beach though. Hitoshi, you can't just call a girl a beach. The second woman scolds. I'm sorry mama, but she was. Shinsou responds. Dear, you know where I stand on this. The first woman speaks up. Yes, how could I forget your favorite saying, if I smell shit I'm gonna say something. But that doesn't mean Hitoshi can call people he doesn't like a beach. That title is accurate for her. She has some mid-strength flashy enhancement quirk and acts like she's the second coming of All Might. Did any of your classmates treat you any differently because of your quirk? The first woman asks. Shinsou shakes his head. No one other than the teachers know my quirk. Shinsou's eyes widen. Sheet, how could I forget? He says as he runs into the living room and opens his backpack. Hitoshi. Shinsou's mom asks. There it is. Shinsou says to himself as he pulls out a small packet of paper and turns to his mother's. Mama, you know how I was going to try to get into the hero course through the sports festival? Both women nod. Of course. The entrance exam was robots. What were you supposed to do compared to kids with physical quirks? His mom says somewhat bitterly. Well, the new teacher at UA Midoriya Sensei wanted to talk to me after class and said he wanted to help me into the hero course. Shinsou explains as he hands the packet over to his parents. And you trust him? The second woman asks. Shinsou nods. Besides the fact that he's a teacher, he didn't treat me any differently because of my quirk dash. Bar is on the floor, sweetheart. Shinsou's mom interjects. He has personal reasons for helping me out that I don't feel is my place to share, but yes, I do trust him. If you trust him, we'll sign the slip. Remember, we're so proud of you. The second woman says as she pulls Shinsou into a hug. Shinsou smiles and melts into the hug. I know, Mama, I know. Aizu, take Eri and run. A woman with snow-white hair and red eyes yells over the blaring alarms as she holds out a small child with a mixture of green and white hair. Izuku turns around and takes the small child. What about you, Bosch? I'm not going to lose any more family, not today. He stares at the woman, his green eyes matching red in intensity. Izuku, by the void, you're stubborn. This is our first real chance to escape. We need to take it. The woman snaps back. Yes, we need to take it, the three of us, Bossja. Izuku retorts as he grabs the woman's wrist. Bossja turns to face Aizu, I love your determination, but they are going to be on us before we make it to the pods. We're the only ones who have made it this far. Bossja is cut off by the door behind them exploding outwards, shrapnel embedding itself into Butcha's body. Izuku is forced to watch in horror as the life drains from Boska's eyes and blood pools around her body. Izuku bolts upright with a gasp. No, he shouts before he recognizes his surroundings. He curses as he pulls his knees up to his chest. Why do I keep having that same dream? He asked himself. That's not how that day went. She's alive. She's still alive. She's not dead. She's still alive. Izuku takes a deep breath. She's still alive, but in a different dimension that I have no clue how to access. Damn it. Izuku takes deep breaths until the adrenaline rush from the dream dies down and he looks over at the alarm clock on the nightstand next to him. 5:34. Today's gonna be a long one. Izuku mutters to himself as he rolls to the other side and stands up off of his bead. Well, I'm not getting back to sleep anytime soon. After leaving a note for his mom and daughter, telling them he was going for a walk to clear his head and that he would be back in time to take Eri to school, Izuku walked out the front door of his house, black shorts and a t-shirt, and headed towards Takoba Municipal Beach. Himiko Toga was having, well, she's had worse days. She woke up from her temporary shelter with the unfortunately familiar craving for blood present. She long since lost track of how long it had been since she ran away. Not long after she woke up, she spotted today's prey, a tall and rather well-built man in shorts and a t-shirt, walking past the beach/trash dump she had claimed as her home. He had to have a lot of blood in that body, she thought as she stalked her prey. She always hated her quirk and the urge for blood it gave her, but she knew that it was just a fact of life for her, proof that her parents were right, that she was a monster. For a brief moment she freezes and fears that she's been found as the man stops abruptly and turns to scan the street around him before calmly walking into an alleyway. Izuku knew he was being followed. He wasn't sure exactly when whoever they were started following him, but he knew it was some time after he passed the beach that had become a dumping ground since he had last visited with his mother. He would give it to whoever it was that they were good, but not good enough, not with his enhanced senses. He caught sight of a pair of dirty blonde buns behind him a few times and knew he had to do something before they followed him home. So Izuku stopped and took a look around him, briefly spotting the blonde buns on the roof of a small shop and really no one else, so he decided it was time to find out who was following him as he walked into a nearby alleyway. Himiko watches her target walk into the alley seemingly without a care, and she decides it's secluded enough to strike. She silently drew a knife she had hidden under her clothes and slipped down the rooftop she was on and lunged at the man, knife ready and fangs bared. What she wasn't expecting was for the man's skin to harden moments before her knife lodged itself into his arm, making her knife deflect to the side. Izuku heard the sound of his stalker leap off of the alley wall and called upon his scales as a knife aimed for some part of him. When he feels the knife bounce off of his scale, Izuku WHPS around and grabs the wrist holding the knife. However, instead of anything he was expecting, Izuku found a blonde who couldn't be any older than the students at UA. Himiko struggles desperately in the man's grip, her thoughts racing about what he would do to her since she had tried to attack him. Please, I don't want to hurt you. She pleads. Izuku raises an eyebrow at the blonde's plea. Really? Then why did you lunge at me with a knife? I just want your blood, give me your blood. Himiko screams as she begins wildly thrashing in his grip. Izuku begins rapidly analyzing the situation like he knew how to, cataloging several facts presented to him. This girl was clearly underweight for her size, likely malnourished, her clothes were incredibly ragged and torn up, she was rambling about not wanting to hurt him while also saying she wanted his blood, the fangs that reminded him of Vlad King that peeked through every time she talked, and finally the crazed and desperate look in the blonde's eyes. In that moment Izuku made a decision, one his mother and coworkers would likely chastise him for, but that wasn't going to stop him. If you stop struggling and drop the knife, I will give you some of my blood, okay? The blonde stared at him in surprise and stopped thrashing. You need blood, don't you? He asked softly. What's the catch? Himiko asks cautiously. No catch. Izuku answers calmly, I'm offering this up willingly because it's obvious you need it. Himiko hesitantly dops the knife out of her hand, the rusted blade clattering to the concrete bellow. Izuku lets out a breath and gently sets the girl down before using one of his claws to cut his arm and offering it to the blonde. Himiko stared at the blood in fascination before cautiously reaching forward and grabbing the offered arm. Izuku watches in relief as the blonde drinks his offered blood and her body begins to lose some of the tension stored in it. After a minute or two, Himiko lets go of the man's arms and hums in happiness before looking up at him. Thank you. She mutters as she begins to lose consciousness from the exhaustion of being on the run for who knows how long. Izuku sighs as the girl passed out and activates his scales to stop the bleeding before pulling out his phone and dialing a number he wasn't sure he would ever directly call. Ah, Midoriya, it is rather early, and I wasn't expecting you of all people to call me. Nizu's voice comes through Izuku's phone. Hello Nizu-sensei, yes it is early but I need your help. Izuku responds. Oh. I ran into a young woman, maybe 19 or so, who displayed some concerning symptoms including some common ones for blood withdrawal. Ah. The Chimera principal hums and clicks away at a keyboard on his end. Recovery girl will be in the UA infirmary in 20 minutes. It is already stocked with bloodlust suppressants and blood packs. Izuku sighs in relief and begins standing up, trying his best to not disturb the blonde as he picks her up. Thank you, Principal, and we may want to be ready to contact Detective Tsukachi. It'll be obvious when you see her, but I doubt she's in a healthy home. Understood. See you soon, Midoriya. Nizu responds in a clipped tone before hanging up. Izuku pulls out his phone as he begins walking towards UA with the girl on his back. Midoriya. Aizu. Hey mom, something came up and I'm not going to be able to take Eri to school today. I promise I'm fine but I'm gonna be stuck at UA until school starts. Good morning Izuku, Nizu already briefed me, set her down here and explain everything. Recovery girl orders as the infirmary door behind Izuku closes. Izuku nods and gently sets the blonde down onto one of the infirmary bed. She's most likely suffering from blood withdrawal as well as general malnutrition. After drinking some of my blood, she immediately began calming down and eventually lost consciousness. Recovery girl nods. All right, bring over the EKG monitor. She orders as she leaves to get a blood draw kit. An hour later. How bad is it, RG? Izuku asks as she walks into the infirmary with a clipboard and Nizu on her shoulder. Also, hello Nizu, thank you for helping with this. Nizu shakes his head. Think nothing of it, Midoriya. I have a soft spot for children, particularly abused or neglected ones. As for the girl, she could be healthier. The healing hero says bluntly she's rather malnourished as you suspected, and does indeed possess a blood quirk, as well as several injuries that never healed right, so we'll need to do what we can to fix those soon. Izuku looks at Nizu. Sensei, you have that look when you know something no one else does. That's because I had Chio run me a DNA test, so we have the young girl's identity and a reason for why she is like this. Parents? Izuku asks. Most likely, Himiko Toga, eldest of the Toga family's children, wanted for assault and battery of a student as she attacked a classmate with a straw at her high school graduation last year. So she's a wanted criminal and barely an adult on the run. What aren't you telling me, Sensei? Nizu chuckles, sharp as always Midoriya. You see, Toga's official quirk registry only lists her quirk as a minor cat mutation. Nizu and Recovery Girl could practically see the gears turning in Izuku's head as he pieces together the puzzle the Chimera presented him. Recovery Girl, you're sure she has a blood quirk? Izuku asks cautiously. Recovery Girl glares at the greenet. If looks could kill, he'd be 6 feet under several times over. Are you questioning my abilities, Midoriya? Izuku's hands shoot up in a surrendering manner. I'm just double-checking my information before I jump to drastic conclusions. Recover Girl huffs indignantly. Yes, the girl has a blood quirk. That's all I could confirm here. Izuku nods. Okay, so with everything I have, she has a blood quirk which is misregistered as only minor cat mutations. She attacked a classmate last year and drank his blood before running away, and I found her in a blood-starved state. Void, damn it, I hate people sometimes. Nizu, I assume you came to the same conclusion I did? That her parents forced her to suppress her quirk until she snapped? Yes, I did. Nizu answers with an edge to his voice. Sometimes I hate when I'm right, so what now? We wait for her to wake up and try to talk to her. It's probably best that you're the one interacting with her first. Nizu responds. Reasonable, and I assume she will be housed on campus? Nizu nods. When Chio clears her to leave, we'll be putting her in one of the spare rooms in the teacher's dorm until the ward dormitories are finished being remodeled next week. The first thing Himiko heard when she regained consciousness was steady beeping. Where am I? She asks herself. As more of her senses return, she finds herself staring up at a sterile white ceiling. A hospital? Himiko pauses for a moment. A hospital? Himiko jolts upright. Hey, breathe. Don't move too much. A voice speaks next to her. Himiko turns to find the man she attacked sitting next to her in a chair. Where are we? She demands. Recovery Girl's infirmary inside Yue. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Are you fully there, Toga? Himiko flinches at her old family name. Would you prefer I just call you by your first name? Izuku asks as he notices her flinch. Himiko nods before realizing Izuku knows who she is. You know who I am? Izuku nods. Yes, and I also know what happened wasn't your fault. Himiko stares at Izuku. What are you talking about? I attacked a classmate at graduation. My parents were right. I'm a monster. Izuku shakes his head. No, you aren't a monster, Himiko. You are a kid who, presumably, was denied something she needed to survive. I'm assuming you need to drink blood? Himiko flinches and nods. Yeah, but it's not normal to drink blood. Izuku shakes his head. We're long past the point of there being a true normal anymore. Would you like me to bring in a friend to prove you wrong? Himiko hesitantly nods. Izuku smiles and turns towards the door. Vlad, you can come in now. The door opens to admit a large and muscular man with white hair in a red bodysuit and a small white furred mammal on his shoulder. Himiko, this is Principal Nizu and the blood hero, Vlad King. Izuku introduces the newcomers. Himiko stares at the duo. You have a blood quirk, and you're a hero? She questions. Vlad nods. I am, and I know what it's like to be hated for your quirk. He answers as he sits down next to Izuku. Do you mind me asking what your quirk is? Your registry only has cat mutations listed. Himiko shakes her head. My quirk lets me transform into people whose blood I drink. Are you going to arrest me? She finished in a small voice. This time Nizu speaks up. No, we are not, Himiko. Quite the opposite, in fact. We are preparing an arrest warrant for your parents currently, actually. He cheerfully answers. But Himiko. Izuku cuts in. I promise what happened to you was wrong. Your quirk makes you need blood and your parents starved you of it. But proper girls don't drink blood. Himiko counters. It is illegal to starve a child of something that their quirk requires. Ken speaks. There are plenty of resources for parents to help them cater to their child's quirk. Does your quirk require you to drink blood? Himiko asks hopefully, praying that this once someone could understand her. Vlad nods. Indeed it does. Quirk dietary requirements are not uncommon, Himiko. What happened to you was wrong. Please let us help you. Himiko looks between Izuku, Nizu, and Vlad, finding nothing but sincerity. Alright, what happens to me? She asks. Well, when your parents are found guilty of child neglect, You and your sister would most likely end up as wards of UA until a suitable adult is found that wishes to adopt you and that you are okay being adopted by. Nizu answers. Dearie, please drink this. Recovery girl says, alerting everyone to her presence, as she hands a plastic bag full of deep red liquid to the blonde. Himiko looks at the bag. Is that dash? Blood? Yes. Recovery girl interrupts. This is your normal. Your quirk makes it a necessity for you to drink blood. Midoriya, can you join me in the hall for a moment? Nizu asks quietly. Himiko's ears twitches and she tenses slightly. Izuku nods and turns to Himiko. I'll be back in a minute. Himiko, please drink the blood pack. What is it, sensei? Izuku asks as the door closes behind him. The Togas are well connected to some shadier parties in high places, and this case will get ugly, and you are the primary staff member involved with Himiko. You're worried about the Togas trying to retaliate against me for bringing their abuse to the public. Izuku says in understanding. Nizu nods. I'll talk to my mom and see if we can convince her to move with me. And Eri, I assume you have a residence ready? Indeed, I can have Cementos expand your room to accommodate your mother and daughter as well. Izuku nods and pulls out his phone. Midoriya. Aizu, when you drop Eri off, can you come to RG's office? Midoriya. Yeah. Are you sure you're okay, sweetie? Aizu, I promise I'm fine, Mom. I'm not the one in RG's office. Midoriya. If you're sure. Crime Stoppers. Dragon at Gordon Ramsay, could I convince you to please bring something to eat up to Recover Girl's office? No sleep. Izuku, why are you in RG's office at 7 in the morning? Dragon. Short answer is I ran into a girl who was being abused/neglected by her parents and ran away. I think I'm probably the only one she actually trusts right now. Izuku steps back into the infirmary to find Himiko slowly sipping on a blood bag through a straw. Are you feeling better, Himiko? Himiko looks over at Izuku and slowly nods, some more tension leaving her body. Yeah, I can remember everything. How long was I missing? A little over a year. Izuku answers. Himiko, are you okay with talking to a detective? Himiko's eyes snap wide open with fear. Izuku sighs. I'm sorry, I should have worded that better. With Nizu being Nizu, we can keep you on UA grounds and keep you safe from your parents. However, if we want to get your sister away from them, we need enough evidence to bring an actual case against them. Izuku explains. Oh. Himiko says to herself before looking down at her hands. Are they good? She asks. Izuku nods. I promise he's a good one. He won't treat you any differently because of your quirk. You promise? Himiko asks, looking surprisingly small in the infirmary bed. Izuku gives the blonde a sad smile. Yes, I promise, I would trust him with my life. Okay. Izuku gives Himiko a reassuring smile and gives Nizu a nod. Nizu returns the nod and walks out of the infirmary followed by Vlad King. Izuku's phone buzzes and he takes a moment to check it. Crime Stoppers. Gordon Ramsay, I'll send a robot with something up for the girl. Dragon, thank you. Lunch rush. Hey Himiko. Himiko looks up at Izuku. Someone is bringing up breakfast for you since I assume you haven't eaten anything today. Himiko shakes her head. Someone left out some old bread yesterday, but that was it. Lunch rush's food is always good, I promise. Izuku assures the blonde. Now while we wait for the detective, do you want to talk? Himiko narrows her eyes slightly. About what? She asks slightly defensively. Izuku shrugs. Whatever you want to talk about. This is about trying to get to know you better so I can help you better. Why do you want to get to know me? You're just gonna drop me off on the detective after this is over. Izuku shakes his head. No, I'm going to help you until you are safe and healthy. Now what do you want to talk about? Himiko sighs. Do you have a cat? Izuku shakes his head. No, but I have a daughter with a cattish mutation. What do you mean, cattish? Himiko asks skeptically. Izuku gives her a flat look. Do you know of any cats with 3 tails? Himiko's eyes widen. She has 3 tails? Himiko squeals. That is so cute. Izuku huffs. Yes, she is. So you like cats? Himiko nods. Cats are cute. I like cute things. Izuku chuckles. Cats can be cute, yes. Would you like to hear about the time she realized her mutation gave her more cat-like instincts? Izuku could have sworn Himiko's eyes literally sparkled like glitter as a grin stretches across her face. Yes. Izuku chuckles. So about a week after her 7th birthday I and one of my friends were home with Eri. 1 week ago. Izuku and Fuyumi sat on the couch laughing as Eri chased her own tail endlessly around the living room of the Midoriya residence. But I thought chasing their tail was a dog thing. Fuyumi asked between laughs. Izuku shook his head. Nope, both cats and dogs both do it. He explains with a smile, and this isn't the first time Eri's done this since her new mutations came in. Fuyumi smiled. Did her mutation give her even more energy? She asked mirthfully. Thank the void no, I don't think anyone would survive Eri if her zoom eyes were even worse. Izuku responded. Did her quirk improve at all? Izuku shrugged, not that we can tell yet. Izuku and Fuyumi watched Eri abruptly stop as she ran through a spot of sunlight filtering through the windows, walked in a small circle a few times around the sunspot and promptly plopped down to her knees before she curled up in on herself and laid down on the hardwood. That's adorable. Fuyumi quietly squealed. That can't be comfortable. Izuku muttered to himself. I mean, cats fall asleep like this all the time, so is it surprising people with cat-like mutations follow suit? Fuyumi asked, I know you know more about quirk science than I do, but I still know enough to help kids with their quirks. Izuku shrugged, it's not impossible, but I don't know enough about cavats to know how close they are to our cats. Suddenly Fuyumi gets an idea and turns to the greenet next to her. Hey Izuku. Yes Fuyumi? Are you thinking of trying what I'm thinking of trying? She asks with a small smirk. Izuku looks up at Fuyumi and shrugs. It's a distinct possibility Fuyumi. What are you thinking? How many cat-like behavioral traits Eri has now and how we can test them? She admits. Well, we know she likes napping, especially in sunspots it seems, she loves head scratches behind her ears, and she chases her own tails. It's not impossible she shares more behaviors with house cats such as chasing laser pointers. Present day. Himiko chuckles. That's funny. So does she chase lasers? I know I did at one point in time. Izuku smiles, glad he could help Himiko's mood somewhat. Yes she does and is very vocal about how much she hates it afterwards. That's so adorable. Himiko squeals. The door to the infirmary room is open to admit Detective Tsukachi with Nizu on his shoulder. Good morning Midoriya, though I wish we could have met for coffee instead. The detective greets the greenet, and you must be Himiko. Himiko looks over at Izuku who nods encouragingly before turning back to the detective and nodding. Well Ms. Himiko, Principal Nizu has already informed me about the basics of your case as well as your wish to be called by your first name instead of your family name. The detective explains, now are you okay with me recording this for use in the case against your parents? Himiko looks at Izuku questioningly. Izuku gives Himiko a reassuring smile and leans in to whisper, we'll keep you safe I promise Himiko. Himiko nods. My quirk lets me transform into someone whose blood I drink. She says quietly after the detective turns on his recording device. True. Does your quirk make you need blood? Yes. Himiko answers, I've had cravings since my quirk manifested and Recovery Girl confirmed it earlier. True. Tsukachi nods and confirms for the recorder that she is telling the truth. Can you please tell me what led to you running away? Himiko hesitantly nods. The moment of truth I guess. She thought to herself, my parents hated that I liked blood and forced me to act like the minor cat mutations I possess are my only quirk. They said that my fascination with blood was, quote, not something a proper lady indulged in. True. Tsukachi essayed in a breath between his teeth. Did the togas provide any sort of remedy of any kind for your quirk's dietary needs? Himiko looks Tsukachi dead in the eyes. No, not at all. And when I tried to satisfy the cravings from either animals or the butcher shop that gave me blood, they punished me, either by hitting me or by locking me into my room in the basement without food until the next day. True. Did anyone notice any of this or try to help you before today? Himiko shook her head. No, they knew someone with a quirk that removed bruises and scars. I overheard a teacher talking to the principal about concerns about me, but she was fired a week later. True. Himiko, did the togas ever hit or hurt your sister? No, Tokudakia was the golden child. She had a better version of her mother's quirk. True. Tsukachi nods. Do you resent your sister because of how the Togas treated you? Himiko opens her mouth to respond before stopping herself for a moment. No, I don't resent or dislike Toku because of how they treated us. Was I jealous that they treated her like an actual daughter most of the time? Yes, but I never blamed her for it. True. Most of the time? Tsukachi asked cautiously. Whenever she tried to help me, either by sneaking me food or by giving me her blood, they punished her, not as bad as me, but they still locked her in her room without dinner if they caught her. True. Tsukachi nods and reaches forward after confirming that her last statement was true and turns it off. Thank you, Himiko. That is all I need from you for now. Now I know Nizu likely already told you of this, but you are safe here. No one can brute force their way onto UA's campus. Suddenly there is a knock on the door to the infirmary. Ah, that would be Ms. Midoriya, I believe. Nizu speaks up. Thank you for your time, Himiko. Me and the detective need to start the case against the Togas. As Nizu and Tsukachi leave the infirmary, Inko steps through the door and her eyes immediately lock onto Izuku. Izuku sighs. Mom, I already told you I'm not the one injured. Izuku looks at Himiko and notices her weary look towards Inko. Himiko, this is my mother. Mom, this is Himiko. I ran into her earlier this morning. Hi. Himiko managed to speak out quietly. Hello there, Himiko. Please call me Inko. Inko turns to Izuku. If you're asking about why she's in RG's office, Nizu is already taking care of that problem. Inko's eyes flick over to Himiko before going back to Izuku parents. Izuku nods. Nizu and Tsukachi are taking care of it. Also, thank you for bringing Eri in today. Inko dismissively waves her hand. It's nothing, Izuku. I have a little time before work anyways. Izuku smiles. Still, thanks for doing it on short notice anyways. How is Eri this morning? I know she can be a bit troublesome to get up in the morning sometimes. Inko chuckles. She was fine today once I actually woke her up. So you got her on a good day then. Izuku mutters. Anyways, I need to start heading to the hospital. I love you, Izuku. Inko turns to Himiko. It was a pleasure to meet you, Himiko. I wish I could stay longer. It was nice to meet you too. Himiko quietly responds. Okay, Himiko, I need to leave soon to get to classes. Izuku explains, I'll be back for lunch with my daughter, but are you going to be okay in Recovery Girl's office until then? Himiko nods. Okay, but if you need anything, you have a button above your head that will notify RG if you need anything. When I come back for lunch, we'll get you set up in your room. Wait, I get my own room? Himiko asks. Yes. Izuku answers, incredibly confused. For now you are staying in one of the spare rooms in the teacher's dorms until the main UA ward dorms are finished being worked on. After the case against the Togas, you may move in with whoever ends up fostering you, or you may stay here at UA. So how is the listener? Hisashi asks as Izuku sits in the office chair next to him. Physically she's okay. Some minor malnourishment and blood deprivation, no broken bones or noticeable injuries. Izuku answers, mentally however. He stops himself and closes his eyes before letting out a drawn-out sigh. Mentally, she's got a long way to go. Hisashi gulps. Is she dash? Izuku shakes his head. She's not a threat to herself or anyone else, but she's likely internalized a lot of what she was told and doesn't believe us when we tried to convince her she wasn't a monster because of her quirk. Poor listener, villainous quirk, I'm guessing? Hisashi asks sadly. Izuku nods. Yeah, blood quirk. Her parents made her suppress it. Ah, so that's why I heard Nizu cackling when I passed his office. Hisashi comments. Yep, I almost feel bad for them. Never mind, no I don't. I'm planning to take her lunch and bring Eri with me during break. She already adores her just from the story I told her and what I told her about Eri's tale. Izuku says. Hisashi chuckles. Eri is an effective weapon against people with empathy or consciousness. Hisashi and Izuku stop talking as students begin filtering into the Voice Heroes homeroom class. Hisashi clears his throat and stands up as the last seat is filled by Shinsou. Good morning 1C, welcome to homeroom. As I'm sure you've all already figured out, today I have Midoriya as a teaching assistant, the blonde announces to his only partially awake class. The day was relatively uneventful until lunchtime for Izuku and Hisashi. During homeroom, one of the students, a girl named Iwaki, tried to start an argument with Shinsou and another student who failed the entrance exam but was quickly shut down when Shinsou pointed out that she had a rather flashy physical quirk and still failed the entrance exam. When the lunch bell rang, the students quickly filed out of the classroom, with Shinsou stopping by Hisashi's desk to drop off a stack of papers before joining his classmates in the hallway. Izuku smiles and picks up the packet of papers as he walks towards the door. Give Shoyuta a heads up, I won't be in the staff room for lunch today. Promise to check up on Himiko at lunch. Hisashi nods, go make sure she's alright. Izuku nods and walks out into the hallway, heading to the on-site daycare first. As he knocks on the door, Fuyumi opens the door and gives him a smile. Hey Izuku, I was wondering where you were. Inko dropped off Eri this morning. Izuku chuckles and rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, something came up this morning and I wasn't going to be home in time to bring Eri in. I actually came to pick her up for lunch to talk to her about it. Fuyumi nods and turns away into the classroom. Eri, your dad is here to pick you up for lunch. Eri excitedly runs over and leaps at Izuku, her lunchbox slung over her shoulder. Papa, you weren't there this morning. Izuku smiles and kisses her forehead. Sorry, Firefly, I had to do something this morning and couldn't be there to bring you in. Now come on, let's go, we only have a limited time before you have to be back here. Eri giggles, her tail swishing happily behind her as she nods. All right, Papa, you are forgiven. Izuku chuckles, oh good, I can't imagine what I would do if my daughter didn't forgive me for not taking her to school for one day. He says dramatically before turning back to Fuyumi, we'll be back before her lunch ends. Alright, have a good lunch, Eri. You too, Ms. Fuyumi. Eri responds with a wave as Izuku begins to walk away. Izuku knocks on the door to Recovery Girl's office before slowly opening the door and walking in. Recovery Girl? She calls out. Himiko was moved to the observation room. Izuku. Recovery Girl calls back. Izuku nods and sets Eri down. Come here, Firefly, there's someone I want you to meet. He leads her to a door labeled Observation. Izuku gently knocks on the door. Himiko? Izuku. A muffled voice comes through the door. It's me and a friend, can I come in, Himiko? Izuku gently asks. After a short pause, Himiko responds, come in. Izuku smiles and opens the door to reveal Himiko, now wearing proper clothes instead of her worn-out school uniform or a hospital gown, in a slightly more comfortable-looking hospital bed with a rolling stand next to her, holding a tray of lunch and the remote to the TV in the corner of the room. Hey Himiko, just like I promised, I came back to check on you. Himiko smiles, her fangs still hidden out of habit. You did? You said you had a friend with you? Izuku nods and steps to the side. Firefly, this is Himiko. I couldn't bring you into school today because I was helping her. Himiko, this is my daughter Eri. Himiko gasps, she's even cuter than I thought she'd be. And look at those ears and tails, she squeals. Eri is slightly startled by Himiko's outburst and jumps back slightly but steps forward before Himiko can comment on it. You're pretty, she says with a smile. Himiko, would you like to go see your dorm room during lunch? Izuku asks, trying to prevent the feedback loop of cuteness he was sure those two would create. Himiko looks up at him and nods. Izuku smiles. Then let's go, you have socks and shoes by the door. Himiko freezes as she steps through the door into her temporary dorm room. It was entirely grayscale and barren of anything beyond basic necessities, but it was hers. She hadn't had a room that was truly hers since her quirk came in. Are you okay, Himiko? Izuku asks cautiously when he notices the blonde stop. It's all real. I'm really not going back to them? She asks weakly as she turns around, tears gathering in her eyes. Izuku nods and opens his arms slightly in an invitation for a hug. Himiko doesn't hesitate and practically jumps into Izuku's open arms. This is all real, Himiko, you're safe now. You're never going back to the togas, Izuku promises as he holds the blonde in his arms, ignoring the damp spots beginning to form on his shoulder. Now go take a shower and clean up, there'll be clothes out here to change into afterward. Himiko pulls back slightly and gives Izuku a sad and strained smile before nodding and walking to the bathroom. Papa! Eri gets Izuku's attention. Why were people mean to Hime? She asks in that innocent way only children can ask difficult questions. Izuku sighs and sits down in a chair before gesturing for Eri to sit in his lap, because some people are scared of things that are different and they saw Himiko as different to them. That's stupid. Eri responds while pouting. Izuku chuckles, yes, it is Firefly, and we're going to make sure she's treated nicely now. Eri nods seriously, yes Papa, is she going to be my sister? Izuku chokes on his spit. Maybe, it's up to her after we're done with her parents. So what's the plan for 1 as heroics class today, Shoyuta? Izuku asks as he walks into the teacher's lounge. You, Nem, and Yagi are running them through the obstacle course and talking through their costumes. Yagi will be supervising the course while Nem deals with the style and image of the costumes and you deal with the practical points of a costume. Izuku nods and looks over to Nemuri. Are you ready to see some horrendous costumes? Nemuri giggles. Well, someone has to save them from just wearing a t-shirt and breathes. Izuku groans and pinches the bridge of his nose. Void, I hope no one's costume is that bad. You and I both know someone's going to have a costume that bad. Nemuri responds. And keep an eye on Mineta. The girls haven't told me that he's done anything yet, but I wouldn't put it past him. Shoyuta warns. Izuku sighs. Great, we have another infernus at you. Boy, may end up being worse. Aizawa corrects, Infernus Quirk wasn't useful for restraining people. Izuku and Nemuri mutter in unison. Who was Infernus and why is young Mineta being like him a bad thing? Yes. Yagi, how do you not know who Infernus was? Izuku asks as his head snaps to the blonde. I was gone when his scandal happened and I still know about it. Anything anyone else says is interrupted by the bell to end lunch. Well, that's my cue to get back to Hizashi's class. All Might, don't forget we're meeting in the class in Gym Gamma. Izuku says as he walks out of the teacher's lounge. Good luck with the Hellions. Shoyuta shouts after Izuku. So how is the listener settling in? Hizashi. She's doing all right given her circumstances. Izuku responds while looking down at the stack of papers to grade in front of him. Yeah, trusting a new home after living with parents like hers for so long takes some time. Hizashi responds, unwelcome memories of foster home after foster home before UA coming to the front. Izuku sighs, I'm proud she was able to trust me enough to talk to Tsukachi. He got enough to start the process to get a case against the Togas. I'm just worried about their connections. Nisa's involved, they won't get away because of friends in high places, he's done it before. Izuku shudders, yeah, I'm glad Nisa decided to become a hero instead of resenting humanity. So what's 1A doing today during heroics? Costume checks. Izuku responds. Good, we don't need another Midnight V1 student costume. Izuku chuckles, no we don't. Although I'm fairly certain she still has it. Why would she keep that thing? Hizashi questions. Izuku stares at Hizashi, because Emi asked her to. He responds flatly. Fair. Midoriya, before the students, can I talk to you? Yes. Izuku sighs and looks up from his notebook. Fine, but if this is about the 4 years I'm just going to ignore you. Yagi sighs. It's not, why did Nizu hire you? Izuku shrugs. I don't know the full story, but I have a quirk analysis degree and I've analyzed some of his other employees' quirks, so he probably saw those. Past that it's Nizu, does anyone really know why he does anything? Now I could ask you the same question. You may have 30 or so years of experience in Japan alone, but experience doesn't equate to an ability to teach, especially when you don't have a teaching degree. Boys, you're both pretty now, get ready. The kiddies aren't far behind me. Nemuri interrupts as she walks into the gym. Yes, Nem, I'm ready. Izuku responds as he closes his notebook. What's in that book anyways? Nemuri asks. Notes. Izuku deadpants, mostly notes or theories about quirks. He elaborates as he stands up. Izuku, Yagi, now buffed up into his All Might form, and Nemuri turn to the sound of footsteps to see several of Class 1A walking into the gym with their hero costumes. Izuku has to resist the overwhelming urge to groan as he spots Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, and Aoyama's costumes. Void, damn it, why, just why? Izuku mentally asks himself. Welcome to your first class of Foundational Heroics. All Might booms. Immediately the class breaks out into whispers and chatter about having the number one hero as a teacher. Namuri snaps her W. Quiet down, kiddies. Today we'll be doing costume checks. All Might will be running you individually through the obstacle course behind us, and while you all are doing that we will be calling you over one by one to talk about your costume. A suit of armor that Izuku immediately recognizes as a copy of Ingenium's armor asks. I will be assisting Midnight in discussing your costumes. Izuku speaks up, drawing everyone's attention to him. Izuku notes the immediate look of shock on Bakugo's face. Excuse me, who are you? A brunette in a pink jumpsuit with large heels, Uraraka, asks. Ah, right. Izuku mutters loud enough for everyone to hear. Shoyuta had you all skip orientation. I am a new teacher this year. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am the professor for the new analysis class, and I will occasionally sit in on you and 1BS Heroics lessons to offer advice. What hero are you? A blonde with a lightning bolt in his hair, Kaminari, asks. All of our other teachers were heroes, but I don't recognize you. Izuku chuckles. I'm not a hero, and do any of you recognize which hero your homeroom teacher is? Silence follows as none of the students other than Bakugo know which hero Shoyuta is. All right. All Might gets everyone's attention. Line up in pairs at the entrance to the course. Yaoyorozu, you're up first with us. Namuri announces. The raven-haired girl nods and walks over to Izuku and Namuri. Senseis, Yorozu starts timidly as the other class walks away. While we were in the locker room to change, Mineta found a peephole between the locker rooms and tried to look into it. Jairu and several of our male classmates stopped him. Izuku and Namuri nods, Namuri more visibly angry than Izuku. Thank you for informing us, Yaoyorozu. We'll have Cementos fix the hole and we'll talk to Mineta. Unfortunately, because he didn't actually do anything, we can't punish him. However, the rest of the teachers will be made aware and watch him more closely. Namuri promises the heiress. Izuku nods. If he does anything to any of you, please go tell one of the teachers. He'll be booted from UA as soon as we can gather enough evidence. Yaoyorozu nods, seemingly both relieved and surprised that they took her seriously. Izuku sighs. Now onto your costume. We can't actually force you to change anything, but I have several suggestions and I'm sure Namuri does as well. To start with the most egregious ones, the book on the back of your costume is a massive safety hazard. Yorozu looks at Izuku confused. It is? Namuri and Izuku nod in unison. Tell me, Yaoyorozu, what's going to happen if you trip and fall backwards? Namuri asks. I'd land on the bookshelf. Yaoyorozu answers. And tell me what happens when the human body falls on an object placed directly on their spine? Izuku asks. Yaoyorozu takes a thinking pose. Well, the object would press directly on their spine, and if they fall hard enough it would move the spinal column and pinch the spinal cord. She answers, slowly realizing what Izuku and Namuri were getting at, her face twisting in horror. Exactly. Izuku says gently, this is why we do this, to find the most problematic parts of your first costume and fix it before anything can happen. Yaoyorozu nods and quickly detaches her bookshelf. After this, we can put you in contact with the support department to replace your book with a wrist-mounted device. Now are you comfortable with how much skin your costume shows? I need exposed skin to use my quirk. Yaoyorozu responds. Namuri shakes her head. That's not what he asked. Are you comfortable with how much skin you are showing? There are ways to get around the needed exposed skin. There is. Yaoyorozu asks Namuri confused. Izuku groans. Did whoever do your costume not mention DNA fabric? Who even Namuri wears the data pad? Namuri sighs, right here. Namuri hands a rather thick tablet device. Thanks, let's see Yaoyorozu, of course it's Detonarat. Izuku mutters, okay, I'm adding this to the pile. To answer your question, Yaoyorozu, yes, we have the technology to make hero costumes integrated with the hero's DNA to allow for quirks to pass through costumes. Izuku hums in thought for a moment before continuing. The heels are also a problem, but not currently a critical one. Once again, I can't force you to change anything but bookshelf, but what I can do is give you a list of things about your costume that I very strongly recommend you talk to the support department about changing. Yorozu nods. Thank you, senseis. Our pleasure, Yayorozu. Namuri responds, send Hagakure over here next, please. If the other Detnerat costumes are this bad, I'm going to Nizu. Izuku growls angrily. Detnerat? You seem to have a personal grudge against them. Izuku scoffs. It's half personal, half professional. I'm here, senseis. Hagakure interrupts before Namuri can ask. Both teachers freeze as they find Hagakure's boots and gloves. Hagakure, please tell us your costume is more than a pair of boots and a pair of gloves. Izuku pleads as he scrolls through the datapad to find the invisible girl's costume. Hagakure shifts awkwardly. No, that's all that was in the case. Izuku stops scrolling, takes a deep breath, and lets out an animalistic groan accompanied by a brief lick of fire coming out of his mouth. Hagakure, he starts slowly. Go back to the locker room and change into a gym uniform until the support department can make you a new costume. Izuku assumes Hagakure nods and her boots walk away. Izuku takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. I'm going to have Nizu burn that company to the ground and tie them up in so many scandals that they can't even shift through the ashes for years. Izuku pulls out his phone. Who do you want next? He asked Namuri. Aizawa, she suggested. Izuku shrugs and types on his phone. All right, I'll have Yagi send him over. Might as well get all of the problematic ones out of the way first. You needed to see me, senseis? An out-of-breath Aoyama asks as he walks up to the pair. Izuku raises an eyebrow and looks briefly over to Namuri before turning his attention to the blonde French boy. Aoyama, how heavy is that suit of armor? Aoyama shrugs. I do not know, but the armor is not that thick. Most of the weight comes from the crystal lens system for my quirk. He explains while gesturing to the lenses on his shoulders and knees. Izuku nods and pulls up Aoyama's costume file. Well, other than the weight, the costume is mostly well designed. I would personally lose the cape. Aoyama lets out an offended gasp. While we recommend it as it can be a hazard, the support course can make it easily detachable to mitigate those issues. Namuri explains. But that's a discussion between you and the support course. I would recommend slimming down your armor and figuring out if the extra lenses are worth the wait. Izuku finishes. His costume was far less problematic than I thought it was going to be. Namuri comments as Izuku types out his recommendations for Aoyama's costume. Yes, it was, but his quirk still feels off. Izuku responds. What do you mean by that? Namuri asked. I assume you read at least the basics of their files? Izuku asks. Namuri nods. Yeah, and his quirk makes him nauseous just like Uraraka. Izuku shakes her head. No, Uraraka's quirk makes her nauseous because it puts pressure on her inner ear and thus screws with her equilibrium and can be fixed with some anti-nausea medication and some pressure points. Aoyama's quirk, on the other hand, from what I can tell, directly makes his stomach sick whenever he uses it. Quirks don't just harm the person using it, they haven't done that since like the third generation of quirk users, or if someone loses the genetic lottery and their parents have incompatible quirks like the late eldest Todoroki-san. Izuku takes a breath. Now I don't think that Aoyama's quirk will harm himself to that level, seeing as no doctor has marked his file as such, but it's still odd. Namuri shrugs. Quirks are bullshit. Izuku chuckles. Quirks are bullshit indeed. Who should we call next? Kirishima. Namuri responds, now why do you have a grudge against Detnerat? I got cut off before I could ask. Well, as I said, it's half personal and half professional. On the personal end, before the incident I was quirkless, so I did, and still do, have the extra pinky toe joint, and there is only one company that makes shoes for quirkless people, and they make them in this bright red fabric that identifies someone as quirkless at a glance. Well, Detnerat makes custom shoes for people with mutation quirks, so my mom, though we could get some less obvious shoes for them. Namuri sighed as she seemed to already know where this was going the longer Izuku talked. How bad did it go? Izuku lets out a sad, slightly deranged chuckle. The lady on the phone told my mother that they didn't make shoes for those evolutionary mistakes and that she would be better off leaving it at a park and pray her next kid wasn't a null. Izuku freezes and his eyes widen. Sheet, a dash, void, damn it, how did I not see it before? Izuku swears. Izuku, Namuri asks in concern. Null, that's the word the lady on the phone used to describe me, a quirkless person. Izuku explained, it's the same word some of the teachers would use to describe me at Aldra when other students or non-teacher adults were around. It's the same term that is all throughout a book we had to read in middle school, meta liberation something or another. I need to tell Nizu. Hey senseis, I guess I'm next? Kirishima asks next as she runs up to them, unintentionally interrupting Izuku's self-rant. Izuku takes a look at Kurishima's costume and pulls up her costume file, basically his canon costume but with a black sports bra because well she's a girl now, yes. Manly! She shouts as she hardens her fists and bangs them together. Izuku just shakes his head as Namuri giggles. Let's start with the obvious parts. While I know your quirk is defensive, your costume has no armor whatsoever. I don't need it, my quirk protects me enough. Kirishima defends. Izuku sighs, alright then, how quickly can you activate your quirk? About a second across my entire body. Kirishima responds. Okay, so you need to know an attack is coming ahead of time, and how long can you walk around with hardening active? Just walking around, not fighting. 15 minutes is my current record. She responds proudly. Okay, so you can keep your quirk active for 15 minutes of just fighting. How much does that go down while fighting? You need some armor in your costume. The support department can make it work with your quirk, but you won't always have the option of knowing a fight is coming. But sneak attacks are totally unmanly. Kirishima protests. Izuku groans, and villains don't care about what you think is manly or not. If it gives them the edge, most of them will do it. He explains, in addition to working on your quirk to increase how long you can use it and how fast you can activate it, your support gear and costume are what will keep you alive and able to continue your career as a hero. By the time you recognize most quirk-based attacks, it will be too late if you aren't expecting them. Oh. Izuku nods, yes, and while guns aren't common in Japan, criminals still use them and they will kill you before you even think to activate your quirk. That was a bit harsh, don't you think? Namuri comments as Kirishima walks away in a daze. Izuku sighs, it might have been, but like Shoyuda, I'm not going to be complicit in sending someone out into the field to die. Especially not people who over-rely on their quirk, that will get them and other people killed. That sounds personal. Namuri comments. Izuku chuckles sadly as he begins typing on the pad in his hands. It is, I lost my dad to a villain attack. The villain had a mutation quirk that changed their skin into some kind of mirror, and the hero has a laser quirk like Aoyama. She shot a laser straight into the villain, and it reflected, hitting my dad. Izuku takes a breath and wipes the tears at the edge of his eyes. He died half an hour after being admitted to the hospital. We at least got to say goodbye to him. He wasn't the only casualty from that fight. The so-called villain got sent to Tartarus and blamed for the deaths while the hero got off scot-free. Oh, I'm sorry. Izuku shakes his head. Don't be, you weren't anywhere to do anything and it was a decade ago. And that's why you dislike Todoroki so much. Izuku shrugs, that's part of it for sure. If it was up to me, he wouldn't have made it into the hero course for half-butting it with his quirk. But it's also partly his general arrogance and lone wolf personality. He's far too much like his father for me, and I don't think he even knows it. Izuku sighs, we should probably call the next student, shouldn't we? Yep, who do you think? Namuri asks. Izuku scrolls through class 1, as hero costumes. Aoyama we already did. Ashido and Ajui's costumes are reasonable. I can't see anything wrong with Bakugo's costume. Hagakure we already did. Ida, I can work with that one. Namuri nods and texts All Might. So what's Ida's problem? His costume emulates his brother's too much for how different their quirks are. Izuku responds. I was informed it was my turn for costume checks. Midnight Sensei and Midoriya Sensei? Ida asks with far too much professionalism from a college student. Yes, it's pretty obvious to me, but your design was inspired by your brother's and father's armor, wasn't it? Ida nods. Indeed, I plan to uphold the Ida family legacy and take over the Ida 10 agency when Ingenium retires. Have you met my brother? Izuku nods. Yes, I have, both as Ingenium and as Tensei Ida, and that is a noble and understandable goal. Your brother's agency does good work, however your costume is an almost carbon copy of your brother's and that won't work. Ida looks at Izuku scandalized. Why not? This armor is the legacy of my family and you would have me throw it away dash. Ida. Nemuri interrupts, let him finish. Thank you Midnight. Now Ida, I am not saying you need to change how your armor looks, as Midnight can tell you branding is everything for daylight heroes especially their costume, but what I am telling you is that practically speaking your costume needs a few major changes. For example, both costumes have reasonably heavy armor on the arms and lighter armor on the legs, and for Ingenium that is okay because his engines are in his arms, your engines however are in your legs, and you are far more likely to kick than to punch like your brother. So to reflect this your legs should be better armored than your arms. Your brother did the same thing, your father's armor has a thicker chest plate because that's where his engine is. Ida, how hard was it to move your arms during the obstacle course? Nemuri asks, trying to get the engine quirked boy to understand what he was being told. It was heavier than I may be able to sustain in a fight. Izuku nods, I thought that might be the case. The only other recommendation I would make for your costume is to see if one of the support students can come up with a non-flammable coolant to help prevent your engines from overheating. Ida bows, thank you Midoriya and Midnight Senseis for the advice, I shall take it to heart, he says before sprinting off. Tensei wasn't lying about how much of a stick in the mud he is, was he? Izuku asks. Nemuri giggles, nope, it's honestly kind of cute to watch in class dash. Nemuri is cut off by something wet being sprayed at her face. Ack. Why did you spray me? And where did you get the bottle? Izuku chuckles and puts the bottle down. Your wife gave it to me in case you got too into character and started flirting with the students. He answers with a small smirk. Party pooper. Nemuri mutters, so who's next? Izuku sighs, Mineta is the next one with a semi-problematic costume, then it's Todoroki, then we go back to everyone else with better design costumes. 2 months ago. So who's this friend of yours I'm meeting today? Izuku asked Nemuri as she guides him to the table where he can see Hisashi and Ryuko's blonde hair. That's part of the fun, you get to guess which hero they are. Nemuri giggles, well I'm what's 7 for 8 now? 6 for 7 but close enough. Nemuri corrects the greenet. Oh yeah, fat gum. Izuku remembers. Nemuri giggles, yeah, he looks nothing like himself out of costume. Izuku shakes his head and follows Nemuri to the table. Rumi, Ryuko, it's good to see you two again. Hey nerd. Rumi responded. How have you been Izuku? Ryuko responded much more politely than her rabbit counterpart. I've been well. Izuku responded before turning to the sixth person at the table, and you must be the mystery friend I'm supposed to guess. The blue-haired man nodded with a smile. Indeed, I've been told to give you no hints whatsoever. Izuku shakes his head with a smile. I would expect nothing less, however I didn't need any hint for this one Ingenium. Ingenium chuckled. Shoyuda, I think you understood how good he was, he says as he hands a stack of yens to Hisashi. Shoyuda smirked, did I? Izuku groaned. Did you use me to win a bet for your husband? I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to disclose that information, he responded. Well, that confirms it. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Ingenium. Just call me Tensei, he responded. So they told me you're getting a job at UA? Izuku nodded. Yep. Nizu is hiring me as a quirk analyst when the next semester starts. I'm primarily working with the first-year classes from my understanding. Tensei nodded. Ah, so you'll be working with my little brother. Izuku shrugged. Possibly, I saw his performance at the recommendation exam. As Shoyuda would say, he has potential. Izuku finished in a mocking approximation of the Erasure hero's voice. Problem child. Shoyuda groaned. Izuku chuckled. You know you love me, Shoyuda. For some reason, yes you are right. Present day. Izuku walks up to Nizu's office door and raises his hand to knock before it rapidly opens. Ah, Midoriya, please do come in. Nizu says cheerfully as he pours a cup of tea. I take it you have another problem for me to solve? The Chimera asks with a grin. Izuku chuckles and sets a manila folder on the dean's desk. Oh, what are these? Nizu asks as he opens the folder and begins filtering through every design Detnerat made for a UA student in the last 10 years that had a major flaw that endangered a student. Izuku explains as he pulls out a significantly smaller folder, and for comparison this is the file for the rest of their costumes they made for students. Nizu hums, "This is rather troubling. I will investigate these further with my JIMA, however this is an interesting situation as a representative from Detnerat is making a trip here after the hero student internships to talk about renewing their 5-year contract to make UA student costumes. Nizu, there is one more thing." Izuku says. Nizu's ears twitch slightly. "Oh? Do tell." "Unfortunately it is not anything we can use, but I believe that Detnerat has some sort of ties to the MLA. Nizu hums, "I see, that is a rather large accusation, Midoriya." Izuku nods, "It is, but I do not know of any other group with obvious disdain for quirkless individuals who refers to them as nulls." "Indeed." Nizu makes a clicking sounds with his tongue. "I will investigate this further, thank you for bringing it to my attention, Midoriya." Izuku bows, "My pleasure, Nizu." "Alright Shinsou, let's get to Recovery Girl to start this thing off with your physical," Izuku says to the purple-haired boy as he walks away from his office desk. "Why am I actually getting a physical done?" Shinsou asks after a minute or two of walking. "Because I'm going to build an exercise plan and a rather basic diet plan with Recovery Girl's help to give you as much of a chance as possible to do well in the sports festival," he explains as he opens the door to Recovery Girl's infirmary. "RG, we're here. Come in Midoriya and Shinsou, I'll be with you in a moment, I'm dealing with a rather stubborn student." Recovery Girl calls back. "I said I'm fine." A male voice says. "No you aren't. Passing out twice in one heroics class is not normal, now sit down and stay still." The healer chides. Izuku shakes his head and leads Shinsou into a small examination room. "Remember, always listen to a healer or medic, especially Recovery Girl. She can and will restrain you to an infirmary bed if she feels it's necessary." "Noted." Shinsou responds, slightly more pale than before. Izuku chuckles. "Good, you're already smarter than some of the second years." Izuku steps back into the room after Recovery Girl leaves to input the results. "While we wait for her to come back, let's talk a little bit more about how this whole thing works." Shinsou nods. "To be able to apply for a transfer to the heroics course you need to at least make it to the 3rd round of the sports festival." Izuku starts as he sits down in the chair across from Shinsou. "If you do that you'll get a chance to talk to the principal and the heroics staff who specialize in the area of heroics you plan to go into. So for you it would be Aizawa, Kayama, Fukukado, and Yamada." "Wait, present Mike?" Shinsou asks incredulously. "He's like one of the loudest heroes and is a very public one too." Izuku chuckles. "Yep, that was my response too, he's much better at stealth than you would think. Back to what I was saying though, you need to make it to the 3rd round to get the chance to try to transfer into the hero course, but if you win the sports festival you are pretty much guaranteed a chance." "Pretty much?" Shinsou asks with a raised eyebrow, silently asking for further explanation. Izuku nods. 2 people not in the hero course have won the UA sports festival. One was Eraserhead, the other you wouldn't know unless you found the few news articles about him. "What happened to him? Why didn't he transfer to the hero course?" "I don't have the full story, probably only Nizu and Recovery Girl do at this point. But he wasn't on track to be a good hero, then after the final round it was discovered he had used Trigger." Shinsou's eyes blow wide open. "Isn't that dash a very illegal and dangerous quirk-enhancing drag?" "Yes." Izuku answers. Shinsou is shocked silent. He was desperate to get into the hero course to prove everyone wrong about him, but he couldn't imagine being desperate enough to turn to something like Trigger to win. He was the only case of a student at UA getting expelled for Trigger. Izuku continues, "The process for actually transferring to the hero course is necessarily complicated, but the school board is involved, so it's not getting changed anytime soon. After the conversation with the dean and the other appointed heroes, assuming they say yes, one of the heroes takes you on for the Experience Week internships. If you prove to your mentor that you're ready for the hero course you'll join whichever class you end up in for their practical final exam." Shinsou looks like he wants to ask a question. But before he can, the door opens to reveal Recovery Girl holding a clipboard with a decent-sized stack of papers on it. "I've got your results," she announces. "As expected, you are in pretty good health. Some insomnia, but that's not too big of a deal right now. I've got your advised diet here for building muscle where you'll be able to use it most for you, Shinsou." Recovery Girl hands Shinsou a small packet of papers before turning to Izuku. "And for you, I have guidelines for his physical training." Izuku nods and takes the noticeably smaller packet of information. "Thank you, RG." "My pleasure, dearies. Now get out of my office, and I don't want to see any of you in my office again for the rest of this month. Am I understood?" "Yes, Recovery Girl." Izuku quickly responds. "Good." She huffs before walking out of the room. "What's the story behind that one?" Shinsou asks. "Last week I sparred with Aizawa. Neither of us held back enough, and both of us ended up needing to be helped to Recovery Girl by Kiyama and Yamada." Shinsou chuckles. "Who's Aizawa?" Izuku smirks. "You'll just have to find out now, won't you?" Shinsou sighs. "Well, I tried." Izuku shrugs as he opens the door to the testing field for Quitis. "Not really, but anyways, here we are." "And what exactly are we doing here?" "You're going to be doing the physical exam class 1A and 1B did on the first day and use that as a baseline." "Let me guess, they got to use their quirks for this?" Shinsou asks. "Yep, however a lot of them didn't have quirks that helped in this, or they didn't think of any ways their quirks could help." Izuku responds as he produces a softball out of somewhere. "Throw this as far as you can from inside the circle there." Shinsou nods and walks up to the circle. Izuku nods as Shinsou pps his arm back and throws the ball with their whole body, 50 meters. He says, reading off of the device without any obvious emotion. "Next up is the 50-meter dash." Izuku gestures to the starting line. Hitoshi Shinsou, 7.15 seconds. The robot at the finish says, announces robotically as the purple-haired teen runs in front of him. "Not bad." Izuku mutters. "All right. Here are your scores compared to Class 1A and Class 1B. Izuku says as the projector displays all 41 scores. Shinsou immediately navigates to the bottom of the list to find himself in 38th place, in front of Hagakure, Shota, and Mineta. Above the last two in both Hero Course classes. Not bad for day one, Shinsou. Izuku comments with a barely visible proud smile. "You have room to improve, of course, but this is a good starting point to work with." "So what's next today?" Izuku shakes his head. "Nothing, we're done for the day. We'll start your actual training tomorrow. We'll do physical training Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We'll work on your quirk on Tuesdays, and on Thursdays we'll catch you up to speed on what the heroic classes have learned in their heroic law and other similar classes." Shinsou nods. "Thank you, Midoriya-sensei." Izuku chuckles. "Just call me Midoriya Shinsou. Now go on home. I don't want to be on the receiving end of any more worried parents than I absolutely have to be." Shinsou smiles and shakes his head as he walks away towards the gate of UA. "All right, what's got you two so giddy?" Izuku asks as he steps into the teacher's dorm to find Emi and Nemuri giggling entirely too happily for his comfort. "Oh, don't worry, Izuku, this has nothing to do with you," Nemuri promises. "Nem, that doesn't make me feel any better about the state you two are in." Izuku deadpans. Before anyone else can say anything, Fuyumi walks into the room wearing a deep crimson dress and her glasses missing. "Whoa." Izuku mutters, thankfully quiet enough that no one hears it. "What are you dressed up for?" he asks semi-teasingly. "Fuyumi's got a date tonight." Emi squeals in excitement. "Oh." Izuku responds, not entirely sure how to respond. "Good luck, I guess." Fuyumi giggles. "Thanks, Izuku. I hope it goes well as well." "Where are you meeting him?" "A fancy restaurant on the northern edge of the prefecture." Nemuri giggles. "He's trying to pull out all of the stops for Ms. Ice Princess." Fuyumi sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. "I never should have told those two." Izuku chuckles and shakes his head. "They would have found out anyways, and then they would have been worse." "And how do you know that?" Fuyumi asks. "Because I watched it happen to Tensei." He responds with a partially hunted look. "We weren't that bad." Emi protests. You all but forced and blackmailed him to show you two who he went on a date with. Shoyuta responds flatly as he walks into the room in his hero costume and heads for the kitchen. Patrol tonight? Izuku asks. Yep, still got that trigger ring to dismantle. Well, good luck. Try not to get hit with a quirk again. Izuku responds with a smirk. 4 months ago. So what effects did Shoyuta get hit with? Izuku asks as he carries Eri into the Aizawa, Yamada, Shirakumo house. You'll just have to see for yourself. Hizashi responds cryptically as he barely manages to hold in his laughter. Izuku sighs, knowing that no matter how funny the blonde finds something, he won't share anything he doesn't want to. Alright, show me what Shoyuta got himself into that you find so hilarious. Inside the house, Izuku finds Shoyuta with a few bandages on his arms, most likely minor scratches, but what draws his and Eri's attention is the pair of twitching black cat ears on the side of his head. Oh my void! Izuku says under his breath. Not a word, problem child. Shoyuta growls threateningly. Uncle Shoyuta? Eri asks innocently, you have cat ears now? Shoyuta sighs and Izuku holds back a grin, knowing that not even the underground hero could deny Eri. Yes I do, Eri, at least for now. Present day. Shut up, problem child. Aizawa scowls as he opens a jello packet. You know you love me. You're confusing me liking you and my husband's liking you enough that I can't avoid you. Shoyuta answers gruffly. Keep telling yourself that, Shoyuta. Izuku turns to Fuyumi. Good luck on your date tonight, Fuyumi. I need to go talk with Himiko. Fuyumi nods. I hope she's doing better. Me too. Can someone send Eri up there when Hizashi brings her back from getting ice cream? Sure. Emi and Namuri respond. Izuku smiles and walks up the stairs to Himiko's room on the 2nd floor. Himiko, it's Izuku, can I come in? After a moment Himiko responds, Come in. She shakily says. Izuku quickly but carefully opens the door and steps through. On the other side, Izuku is met with a sight that he wasn't prepared for, yet one he should have known would happen at some point. Himiko sat at the head of her bed with her legs curled up against her chest and her forehead resting on her knees, her hair flowing down her back and occasionally shaking as she hiccups. Himiko, what's wrong? Izuku asks as he sits down on the edge of the bed to give her as much space as she needs. I'm not a monster, right? She asked quietly, almost afraid sounding. Izuku shook his head and scooted closer to the blonde. No, Himiko, you are not a monster. Is this about your classmate? Himiko nods. After the shower I took a nap and I remembered everything so clearly. I stabbed him with a box cutter and drank his blood through a straw. Himiko, look at me please. Izuku says firmly. Himiko shakes her head and grunts. Please, Himiko, I don't think you're a monster, just please look at me. After another standoff between the two and a brief pause, Himiko looks up at Izuku, her eyes red-rimmed and puffy. Himiko, you are not a monster, and I will tell you this over and over again until you believe me. He promises. Can I hug you? Himiko nods and leaps at Izuku and begins openly crying. Izuku wraps his arms around Himiko and begins humming while rubbing circles on her back. You aren't a monster, Himiko. You were never a monster and everyone who told you otherwise is wrong. But I hurt people. Himiko weakly protests. Because you were not in control of your actions. You were starved of something you needed to function and your withdrawals caused a psychotic breakdown and you entered a frenzied state to survive. Izuku explains, no one here at UA blames you or thinks you are a monster, especially none of the heroes downstairs. Himiko sobs into Izuku's chest. Himiko, everyone here has killed someone at some point. Well, except Eri, obviously. Izuku promises, no one here thinks any less of you because of what happened to you. You promise? Himiko asks as she pulls her head back to reveal tears at the edge of her golden slitted eyes. Izuku nods. I promise, Himiko, we want to help you get better if you will let us. Suddenly Izuku's phone chimes with a notification. Izuku shakes his head and pulls out his phone. Well, we'll have some company soon. He tells Himiko. Huh? Himiko asks as the door to her room opens to admit Eri in all of her cat-like cuteness. Papa! Eri announces as she leaps at the greenet. However, instead of her target, Eri lands on Himiko's back. Himiko squeaks out as she feels Eri latch onto her back. Izuku chuckles, not quite the right landing pad, Eri. Eri opens her eyes and realizes that yes, she was clinging onto the wrong person. Sorry, Himiko. She quietly apologizes to the blonde before letting go and dropping to the bed. Why are you sad though? She asks as she notices the tears in Himiko's eyes. I hurt someone. Himiko admits to the small girl that moved from her back to between her and Izuku. Did you do it on purpose? Yes. Izuku and everyone else says I wasn't in control, but I still hurt them. Himiko answers. Did you want to hurt them? Eri asks, more pointedly this time. Himiko shakes her head. Then you aren't bad. Eri asserts. Himiko, are you up for joining us for dinner downstairs? If you don't feel comfortable coming downstairs, I can bring something up for you to eat. Izuku promises. Himiko thinks for a moment. I think I'm willing to try eating downstairs. What's for dinner? Izuku nods. I think Emi's cooking tonight, so I have no clue what's for dinner. He informs the blonde as he turns around and picks up Eri. Papa, put me down. Eri squeals. Nope, let's go see what Emi is cooking up for dinner. Izuku responds as he marches downstairs. As the trio enter the ground floor, they find Emi, Nemuri, Oboro, and Hizashi in the kitchen and dining room area of the dorms. So what is Emi attempting to make this time? Izuku asks as he puts Eri down on the ground. Rude. Emi scoffs. She decided she wanted to try at American burgers. Hizashi responds. Are you Himiko? Megumi asks, appearing behind the blonde. Himiko jumps in surprise and turns around. Yes, I am. Who are you? I'm Megumi. She proudly states before running to Nemuri. Mama, these. She demands. Nemuri chuckles and picks up her 5-year-old daughter. So demanding. She says out loud as she turns to face Izuku and Himiko. Hi Himiko, it's nice to meet you. Himiko briefly freezes out of instinct before shaking her head and looking up at the heroine. It's nice to meet you too, Ms. Dash. Nemuri chuckles. Just call me Kiyama for now, dear. Burgers should be done here in a few minutes if you'd like to join us so we can get to know you better. Sure. Himiko responds, slowly getting less hesitant around the UA staff. Nemuri smiles. Wonderful. Do you have any questions for us? She asks as she guides Himiko into a chair. Which heroes are you? Himiko asks. Izuku said. You are heroes, but they didn't let us watch hero fights. Nemuri nods in understanding. Well, I am Midnight. My quirk produces a gas that puts people attracted to women to sleep. Himiko smiles. I like you, Moth. She always complained about how much skin you showed in your costume. Nemuri chuckles. That's certainly an interesting reason to like a hero. Himiko shrugs. Probably. She then turns to Hizashi and Oboro. Which hero are you? I'm Present Mike. My quirk makes me loud and I run a radio show. Hizashi responds with a smile. Abraro chuckles. Just call me Oboro. I'm a rescue hero called Loud Cloud, and my quirk just lets me make clouds from my head. And the lettuce head in front of the stove is Ms. Joke. Nemuri explains for the occupied woman. So Himiko, are you okay with telling us about yourself or answering a few questions? She asks as she walks over to a smaller mini fridge hidden in the lower cabinets. Himiko pauses for a moment and looks at Izuku. Izuku catches the blonde's silent question and nods, confirming that she can trust them. What do you already know? She asks. Well, we know that your quirk makes you need blood and that you are a ward of UA under protective custody. That's about all we were told. Nemuri responds as she sets a blood pack down in front of Himiko. Himiko slowly picks up the blood pack as if afraid they were going to take it back, before responding, well, I have a younger sister, Toku, who has a mutation of that woman's quirk. How old is Toku? Hizashi asks. She's 9. Himiko responds. What's your sister's quirk? Izuku asks as he sits down next to Himiko. Himiko visibly relaxes when Izuku sits down. She can touch 2 objects and combine them, but she can't use it on anything but small things right now. How was your first day of training, Hitoshi? Shinsou smiles and turns to his mom. It was good, Mom. I didn't do any true exercise today. Recovery girl did a full in-depth physical like the paperwork said. She also came up with a basic meal plan, but it's fairly basic and more of a framework than a diet. Midoriya Sensei had me do a few tests to gauge where I am compared to the Hero Course students on day 1. Oh? His mom asked, and how did you place? Beat the last 2 in both classes, none of which had physical quirks. Shinsou responds, well, that's good, Hitoshi. How much time are you spending after school from here on until the sports festival? His mama announces her presence as she enters the living room. And when can we meet this teacher? His mom adds, I'm staying behind for an hour each day. As for meeting Midoriya Sensei, I can ask him tomorrow. Shinsou answers. A few hours later, Fuyumi returns to the teacher's dorms with a smile on her face. I'm back. Fuyumi announces as she closes the door behind her. So, how was your date? Namuri asks Fuyumi teasingly from the common area couch. Fuyumi smiles. It was nice. He seemed a bit weird, I guess, but he was still attentive and had a good conversation. So, what did y'all talk about? Emi asked as she joined her partner on the couch. We talked a bit about our family and what we want to do with our lives. Fuyumi answers. Did he seem surprised that the daughter of the number 2 hero didn't want to be one? Namuri asks. Fuyumi shakes her head. He didn't show it if he was. So what's he doing for a job? Yes. He's an accountant for a support gear company, Durant I think it was? Detnerat? Namuri asks. Fuyumi hums, yeah, I think that's it. Namuri internally swears but keeps a straight face. Well, it's a decent paying job. So how was your dinner? We got Himiko to come down and talk to us for a little bit. Namuri answers proudly, and Emi didn't burn dinner. That's great, how is she? Fuyumi asks. Still a little skittish and still has some trust issues with most adults from what I saw, but I think the fact that Izuku trusts us does a lot to help her feel comfortable. The girl's basically attached to Izuku at the hip when she's outside of her room. Emi says, where is Izuku by the way? Fuyumi asked. Probably in his room. Eri seemed like she kicked up quite a fuss when it came to bedtime. Fuyumi chuckles, yeah, that sounds about right. After putting Eri and Himiko to bed, Izuku found himself on the roof of the teacher's dorms. Letting a sigh, Izuku sits down on the edge of the roof. He's not high enough to have to worry about falling off and injuring himself. Izuku stares up at the stars, focusing on a particularly bright one. Well, Bosch, I made it back home to my world with Eri through a lot of luck. It's been a year now. I guess it's been 3 for you. She may not show it much, but she misses you, and so do I. Izuku sighs and starts a pre-quirk song and lays back on the roof with his eyes closed. You should be here. You should be here, standing with your arm around me here. Cutting up, cracking a cold beer. Images flash through Izuku's memory of Izuku, Boschka, and Eri spending time together in the cell, followed by memories of Izuku and Eri spending time with Fuyumi, Shoyuta, Hizashi, Namuri, Emi, Rumi, and Ryuko with much happier and more lively atmospheres. Saying cheers, hey y'all, it's sure been a good year. Memories of Eri's 7th birthday and how happy she looked. She was surrounded by people who adored her. It's one of those moments that's got your name written all over it. Eri and Megumi playing with each other at the playground or giggling at each other in seafoam green gas after Megumi's quirk manifested. And you know that if I had just one wish, it'd be that you didn't have to miss this. You should be here. Izuku sheds a tear as the last memory he has of Boschka comes unwelcomed to the forefront. Boschka smiles, I love you too, keep our little girl safe. I will, I'll keep her safe, Bosch, I promise. Izuku mutters as he sits up and pulls his legs to his chest. I'm falling apart. I've done my best to be strong for Eri. She's made friends and is starting to truly feel at home here, but she lost some of that magical sparkle in her eyes the day we left you. I probably did too, but I think this is the first time I was actually happy in this world. Void, I hope you're still alive and fighting Boschka. Room for one more? Namuri asks from behind Izuku. Izuku jumps slightly as he turns to face the heroine. Sure, I guess. He responds and waves her forward. Namuri sits next to him on the edge of the building. So do you want to talk about what led you up here, or do you want to talk about something else, or do you just want to sit in silence? She asks. knowing she can't force Izuku to open up. Izuku stared off into the city for a few minutes before responding, "Today? Well, 1 year ago today me and Eri returned through a void rift." He started sadly, "It's been a year since I left Basja, Eri's mother." Nemuri's eyes widen and she pulls Izuku into a side hug. "That's horrible, Izuku. I'm sorry you had to go through that." Izuku melts into the hug. "It's no one here's fault, and I can't go back there to tear through Corpus Crewman for revenge, so the only way I have is forward." "That may be true, but remember you need to take time to properly heal and grieve." Nemuri responds, "Does Eri know?" Izuku shakes his head. "No, I don't think so, and I'm not going to tell her if she doesn't. She deserves the happiness she can find here." Nemuri nods. "What was she like?" "Huh?" Izuku asks as he looks at her. "If you are willing to talk about her, what was Basja like?" Nemuri elaborates. "You would have liked her. She was fiercely protective of anything or anyone she deemed hers, and had the strength to back it up. Eri mostly takes after her for her looks minus the horns. We're not entirely sure where those came from." Nemuri nods. "She was the main driving force behind the breakout. Of course all of us wanted to escape, but she was the first to use that to drive her forward and make meaningful progress. The day the Tenno attacked the Nexus, she led the charge out of our cells when they lost power." Izuku chuckles weakly. "The crewman guarding our cell didn't even have enough time to recognize that power to our cell had been cut." "Did she dash?" Nemuri asks, unwilling to finish that question. Izuku nods. "Yeah, she did. All of us did that day. You forget that none of us were unfamiliar with killing. This time we did it for ourselves instead of for the corpus." Izuku shakes his head. "And before you ask, no, Eri didn't see any of it. We made sure to shield her from as much violence as we could." "Is that why you didn't try to become a hero when you came back?" Nemuri asks, knowing the only thing Izuku wanted when he was a child was to be a hero. Izuku shrugs. "I mean, that was part of it. I didn't give it up because I had killed before. In my mother's words, Endeavor is still a hero." Nemuri chuckles. "I knew I liked your mom." Izuku smiles and shakes his head. "Well, you like her until she threatens you with pulling your kidneys with her quirk. I've been meaning to ask, can she actually do that?" Nemuri asks worriedly. Izuku stares at her. "I haven't seen her do it, but at 12 years old I watched her twist a dude's testes because he wouldn't take no for an answer, so I think it's likely yes." Nemuri pales considerably. Izuku chuckles. "Let me guess, Mom threatened you if Eri started acting like your hero persona? Probably said something about corrupting her angel granddaughter." Nemuri silently nods. "Yeah, she gave that same threat to Rumi the first time she swore around Mom, and I wouldn't want to be the one to find out if she was bluffing or not." Nemuri shakes her head. "Trust me, I don't plan on finding out if she can or not. What do you know, you can use that brain of yours." Izuku jokes. "But..." Nemuri hisses and hits Izuku's shoulder. Izuku smiles. "Thanks for coming up here to talk to me, Nem. I don't think I would have told anyone otherwise." Nemuri shakes her head. "I know, that's just who you are, Izuku, always willing to help others, but you try to do everything for yourself on your own. I knew whatever was bothering you would have dragged you down before you actually went out and told someone about it." Izuku shrugs. "Well, you aren't wrong. So how did Fuyumi's date go?" "Of course I'm right, I have a psychology degree, don't you remember? And Fuyumi seemed to think it went well, but dash. You're still worried about someone trying to date her because of Endeavor's bank account?" Izuku assumes. Nemuri nods. "Yeah, I trust her, just, I'm worried about her. She's your friend Nem, it's understandable that you worry for her." Izuku smiles and shakes his head. "Just make sure you and Emi don't go too far when you investigate him later, okay?" "We would never dash," Nemuri protests. Izuku turns to give the woman a deadpan stare that screams, "Really? Are you sure about that, Nem?" Nemuri stares back at Izuku. Yes, I am." Izuku blinks. "Do we need to revisit the incidents involving you, Emi, Tensei, and his girlfriend?" Nope, we don't need to do that." Nemuri rapidly responds while raising her hands in surrender chapter text. "Morning, Himiko." Izuku greets the blonde as he hears her walk into the kitchen area. Izuku? Could you help me? Himiko asks. Izuku makes a hum of acknowledgement and turns around to find Himiko with Eri attached to the blonde's side like a koala. Izuku chuckles as he walks over to the blonde and reaches towards the white-haired girl's neck. Here, give me a second. He tells Himiko as his hands hover above Eri's neck. I hate doing this, he mutters. As he places an arm under Eri's legs, his hand above her neck pinches. Himiko watches in a mixture of shock and surprise as the girl who had been clinging to her for probably the past few hours just simply let go and fell into Izuku's hands. How? Izuku lets go of Eri's neck and picks her up with both hands. Cats have this thing on their neck called a scruff that makes their body relax when you grab it. Eri has one too. However, it's not something I do often because she doesn't need it and it takes away an unnecessary amount of control from her when I do it. Wait, if it's a cat thing, would I have one? Himiko asks. Izuku shrugs. Maybe? Maybe not? It's not a guarantee. It's too early for Quirk talk, problem child. Shoyuta complains from the couch. Himiko stares at where Shuta's voice came from. Who dash? Oh yeah, he was gone when you came down. That's Shoyuta Aizawa, Hizashi and Oboro's husband. Oh okay. Himiko says in understanding. Come on, you're up so I assume you want some breakfast? Izuku asks as he walks over to the couch and puts Eri down next to Shoyuta. The underground hero would deny that he smiled at the sleeping Eri until the day he died. Izuku chuckled and walked towards the kitchen with Himiko behind him. If you're okay with it. Himiko responds, when do you have to leave? Himiko asks, remembering that Izuku is a teacher. Izuku shakes his head. Nisa gave me most of the day off. I only have one class I need to go to at the end of the day to help one of the first-year classes with their costumes, then I've got a training session with my personal student. So I'll be here most of the day with you and Eri. Fuyumi gave me Eri's work for the day before she left. So what do you want for breakfast? Himiko shrugs. I'm not used to having a choice. Izuku nods. Do you want me to just make you something? Himiko nods, today at least. Izuku smiles and reaches into the fridge, pulling out a few eggs and a blood pack for Himiko. Eggs it is. And here's some blood for breakfast. A chime comes from Izuku's pocket and he pulls out his phone. Well, I'll be d'med. He mutters. Huh? Himiko asks. Izuku shakes his head. Don't worry about it. Everyone but me and Shoyuta has already left for the faculty lounge and he's not far behind. So what are we doing today? Himiko asks. Well, today is going to be a lot of getting you okay with being around people again. Vlad King is coming over for lunch to talk to you. Izuku smirks. Well, that and we've got another person who needs some help adjusting. Who? Himiko asks. Izuku is about to respond, but there is a knock at the door. Izuku smiles. Ah, that must be them. Come on, Himiko, there's someone at the door you're going to want to see. He answers cryptically. Himiko raises an eyebrow but follows him to the door. Upon reaching the door, Izuku throws it open. Tsukachi. Good to see you. Midoriya, wish it could be under better circumstances. The detective responds. Busy morning? Tsukachi sighs, unfortunately. Is she awake? Izuku nods. Hey Himiko, could you come out here please? Izuku asks. As Himiko steps into the doorway, Tsukachi steps to the side, revealing a young girl with bright blonde hair and golden eyes. Himiko's eyes widen. Toku, she squeals as she rushes forward and scoops up the younger girl. Himi. Toku cries, Mother and Father, that they said you were a monster Anne and that you were better off dead. The younger Toga child begins to cry into her sister. Izuku looks at Tsukachi. They're in custody waiting on me to interrogate them. You, however, have another pair of additions to your family to take care of. The detective teases. Go do your job and I'll do mine. Izuku responds before turning to the duo of blonde children. Himiko, do you mind carrying your sister inside, please? Himiko tightens her grip on Toku and nods with teary eyes, mouthing, thank you, to the detective as she walks back inside. Why are you here, Toku? Himiko asked her sister. Before Mother took me to school, the man in the coat, suit Suka dash. Tsukachi. Himiko supplies. Toku smiles. Yeah. He came in and talked to them for a few minutes before the shouting started and police put Mother and Father in a car and the man in the coat said he'd take me to you. She finishes. Himiko looked over to Izuku, who was holding a slowly waking Eri, silently asking for an explanation. After your talk with him yesterday, Tsukachi started the process for a warrant. This morning the Togas were arrested on charges of child abuse and neglect, and both you and Tokudakia were officially put into protective custody as wards of UA. We're free, Himiko asks timidly. We're really free? Izuku smiles and nods. Yes you are, and no one outside of you and Tsukachi know you two are here. Toku looks up at Izuku. Who are you? She asks, seemingly recognizing his presence for the first time. My name's Izuku. I'm the one who found Himiko yesterday and brought her here, and I'm also you two's current guardian while you're here. Toku looks at Izuku curiously for a few seconds before she seems to come to a conclusion as her eyes widen. You're our new papa? She asks excitedly. Two things happen simultaneously. Izuku chokes on his own spit and doubles over while coughing, waking Eri up in the process, and Himiko stares at her sister before laughing. Papa? Eri asks with concern as she jumps up. I am okay, Firefly, just give me a moment or two. Izuku responds as he takes a breath before looking over to the still laughing Himiko and Toku. No, I'm not your new dad, I'm just the primary person responsible for you while you're here, he explains while still trying to take in more air. Oh, Toku said, and Izuku could have sworn she sounded a little disappointed by what she had just been told. Eri looks between Izuku and Toku in confusion before shrugging and laying down in Izuku's lap. Nope, you just woke up, you're not going right back to sleep. Izuku says sternly while poking Eri's side. Said poking quickly became tickling as the tree-tailed child tried to sleep through her father's pestering. Papa! Eri whines in void speak. Izuku shakes his head. Nope, breakfast first. Then you get to help Himiko's sister settle down until they move into the ward dorm building. Izuku blinks as his phone chimes. Wasn't expecting anything lunch, he mutters to himself as he opens the message. Papa? Yes. Izuku dismissively waves his hand. It's nothing, Firefly, I'm just gonna be home later than I expected tonight. Someone scheduled a meeting with me after I'm done with my student. He explains. So who's first? Izuku asks Nemuri as Class 1B starts wandering into the training gym. Overall he's happier than yesterday since he doesn't see quite so many atrocious costumes. We don't have any critical redesigns here, so I'd say Shishida first. Nemuri responds. Izuku calls the beast-like student over and pulls his costume up on the datapad. You called for me, senseis? Shishida asks politely. Izuku nods. I know your quirk increases your durability when active, but does it passively make you more durable? He asks, gesturing to the student's bare chest. Indeed it does, Midoriya-sensei, not quite to the degree that it gives me while transformed, but I can still receive harder impacts than most. Izuku nods. That's good. The choice for the collar is an interesting stylistic choice. Nemuri comments, makes you look like a good boy. Izuku groans as Shishida blushes faintly underneath his fur. Nemuri, can you please stop teasing the students for one day? He asks, exasperated, before turning to Shishida. I'm not seeing any major weaknesses or flaws in your costume. The breathes are DNA fabric and thus should transform with you. I would still advise some form of armor over your shins and some upper body armor, but with your quirk's natural durability increase it isn't a necessity. Izuku hums in thought. I would definitely recommend some martial arts lessons. Those could be quite helpful with your improved strength and durability, but otherwise I don't have anything else to add. Nemuri? Izuku asks. Nemuri gives the beast-quirked student a sultry grin. Anything that isn't just teasing the boy? Izuku clarifies. Nemuri deflates. No. Izuku nods. Alright, Shishida, you are free to run the obstacle course. Could you please have All Might send Tokage over? With pleasure, the student responds before running off towards the rest of Class 1B at the obstacle course. Less than a minute later, several purple objects fly from the obstacle course and begin to coalesce in front of Izuku and Nemuri into Tokage in her purple bodysuit. Well, at least we know your costume works with your quirk. Izuku says. Tokage nods as he mouth reattaches to her face. Yep, the support company even said it should regenerate with the body part they were on. Impressive. I think the only thing I have for you is the advice to see if the support company or the support department here can add some armor to your costume while keeping its functionality. Izuku says while looking over the green-haired girl's entry in the data pad. Namuri, do you have any suggestions or questions? He asks. Namuri nods. I have a few. If you ever get the costume redesigned, I would recommend making the scale pattern a bit larger if that's a part of the costume you want more to the public. Also, is there a particular reason you chose purple for your costume? Tokage shrugs. I like purple. I mean, heroes have picked colors for worse reasons. Namuri admits, I would suggest looking at lizards that can regenerate their tails and see if any of those colorations work for you if you wanted to stick to the lizard aesthetic. Tokage nods. I'll think about that. Oh, sorry, I thought of something. Tokage, do your gloves have anything in them? Tokage shakes her head. Just some additional padding. It may be worth asking the support department or support company if they could add any support gear to your gauntlets without making them too unwieldy when detached. Could you please send Bondo over here next, please, Tokage? Izuku asks. Yep. Tokage responds cheerfully before scattering and returning to the obstacle course. This class costumes aren't nearly as bad as some of one as. Namuri comments as the splitting student walks away. So what are we working on today, sensei? Shinsou asks as he enters the training ground in a P uniform. Izuku grins. Stealth. Stealth is a key thing for underground heroes. Eraserhead, for example, often finishes his fights before the criminal or villain knows what's going on, and you can do it even faster. Because of my quirk? Shinsou asks. Izuku nods. Exactly. This training ground is modeled to mimic a diverse urban area. You will be given a location and have to get there without being detected. Izuku explains as he hands Shinsou a wristband. This will give you the street name and address you need to get to. What happens if I get there undetected? Well, if you do that, you get a short break and then I give you a harder task. Izuku responds. And if I get caught? Shinsou asks. I give you a new location and you try again. Izuku answers, in 1 minute that wristband will give you a location. And not even I know where it'll send you. He explains before walking further into the fake city. A minute later, Shinsou's wristband beeps with a location in the fake city. Here we go, Shinsou mutters as he walks into the fake city. 2 minutes later, Shinsou finds the building he was tasked with, but before he can plan on how to get into the building, someone grabs his shoulder. Got you, Izuku says from behind him. Shinsou jumps and W's surround. Damn it, I was so close. Izuku chuckles. Not really, I've been following you for the last minute or so. Why did you let me get this close if you saw me halfway through? Izuku smiles. Because you won't always know you've been spotted. Shinsou huffs. Great, did I ever have a chance? Izuku shrugs. You're better at stealth than I thought you'd be, but the deck was stacked against you. Stealth in the middle of the day is harder without civilians to blend into, and my quirk gives me passively enhanced senses. For the next half hour, Shinsou got a location and had to get as close as he could undetected. Oh, Midoriya-sensei, my mom's wanted to schedule a meeting to talk to you. Shinsou remembers as he walked towards the front gates of UA. Izuku shrugs. They can schedule a meeting through U.A's website. I should have a few open time slots tomorrow. Hi, Toshi. Shinsou's mom greets the purple-haired teen. Hey, Mom. How was school? It was alright. Mike-sensei is way too enthusiastic and loud for English class. Shinsou's mom chuckles. How was training? Shinsou sighs. It was stealth training. Spent an hour trying to move across the city without Midoriya-sensei spotting me. Oh, and how did that go for you? She asks with a smile. I at most went 2 minutes without getting caught, but I never actually got to the... Well, you'll get better with time. Shinsou's mama commented as she walked into the room. What did he say about scheduling a meeting with him? Oh yeah, you can do it through UA's website. A knock at his office's door draws Izuku's attention. Come in. Izuku calls out. Kaminari opens the door and gently closes it behind him. Thank you for seeing me, Midoriya-sensei. Izuku smiles. It's my job to help you all with your quirks, Kaminari. Please take a seat and we can talk about your quirk. I know a few things already, but I'd like to talk to you more than the 3 minutes we got yesterday. Kaminari nods and sits down in a beanbag chair. Well, I guess I could start with what's in my file. Electrification lets me discharge electricity through contact. If I try to push it outwards, it goes everywhere and I can't direct it. Izuku nods. And the note about shorting out in your file? He asks in concern. Kaminari sighs. If I use my quirk too much, it shorts me out and I go dumb for an hour or so. Kaminari, you talk about it like it's a common thing. Izuku says carefully. Kaminari looks up at Izuku in surprise. It is though? It's just a fact of my quirk, like people with fire quirks overheating. Every quirk has backlash. He responds, surprised and fidgeting. Izuku groans. All right, we're taking a field trip today then. He responds as he stands up. Where to? Kaminari asks worriedly as he follows the teacher. Recovery girl. Izuku responds, your quirk literally short-circuiting your brain isn't healthy and shouldn't be normal. That'd be like a fire quirk giving its user heat stroke regularly, he explained. Kaminari stares at Izuku in confusion as he opens the door to Recovery Girl's clinic. RG, I need your help. Izuku calls out. Izuku, I swear to Nizu if you brought in another stray already. Recovery Girl rants as she comes around the corner. Well, hello Kaminari, what brings you here, dearie? He apparently regularly shorts out from his quirk. Izuku stresses. Recovery Girl freezes. What? My quirk makes me go dumb at least every other day. Kaminari explains. Why are you freaking out about this? He asks in concern. Because this is concerning. Recovery Girl responds angrily before grabbing Kaminari's arm. Now come here, we're going to run a brain scan. So what's the verdict, RG? Izuku asks as the healer comes back with a clipboard. Well, the good news is he hasn't done any debilitating permanent damage to himself. His nervous system mutating to support his quirk is to thank for that. So shorting out like I have been really isn't normal? Kaminari asks. No, Izuku and Recovery Girl respond in unison. As it is, by some miracle, the only permanent damage you've done to yourself is give yourself some ADHD symptoms. ADHD? Kaminari asks. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. Izuku responds before turning to Recovery Girl. Have they really not come up with a better name? Recovery Girl shakes her head. Nope. She turns to Kaminari. The primary symptoms are inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. Everyone has some level of these, but in those with ADHD it's noticeably more severe. If you're uncomfortable you don't have to answer, but Kaminari, did any of these get noticeably worse for you after you got your quirk? Kaminari slowly and hesitantly nods while fidgeting under the pair's gaze. Yeah, I've never been good at staying still or organizing, but everyone just said I needed to focus and sit still during class. Chio hums and marks something on her clipboard. I forget details. I always feel the need to be doing something, and I can't force myself to study to save my life. Kaminari rambles, unsure why he is dumping everything on the two adults in front of him. Are these not normal things? Doesn't everyone forget things or need to move? He asks pleadingly. Everyone forgets things, but Kaminari, something is different if you can't not move or fidget. Izuku explains. Different? Not wrong. Kaminari asks. Izuku shakes his head. No, not wrong Kaminari, ADHD is a common thing. Would you like Recovery Girl to run a test so we can know if she's right? Tests came back positive. Kaminari, you do have ADHD. Recovery Girl tells the blonde. So I'm not stupid? Kaminari asks with tears in his eyes. Kaminari, you got into one of the best schools in Japan. I promise you aren't stupid. No amount of villain points would get you in if you were. Izuku assures the blonde, but now we know what makes you different and we can make accommodations to make school easier for you. Unfortunately, Kaminari, this is outside of my area of expertise. Midnight is more knowledgeable about psychology and is one of the school's licensed therapists. I'd like to send you to her if you are okay with that. Kaminari nods. Yeah, if it means I can be normal, I'll do it. Izuku shakes his head. There hasn't been a normal since quirks first appeared, Kaminari. He says before pulling out his phone. Hey Izuku, what's up? Don't you have Kaminari in your office for a quirk session? Nemuri says as she answers the phone. Hey Nem, yes I do have Kaminari. I hate to pull you away from your free time, but we found something that we need your help with. Izuku responds. Okay, I'll be there in my office in a few minutes. Namuri responds before hanging up. Izuku turns to Kaminari. Come on, we're going to Midnight's office and I'll stay with you until she gets there. Okay Kaminari, I want to start by telling you that everything said here stays confidential unless it is a direct threat to you or another student's well-being. Namuri explains. Everything. Unless it directly threatens you or another student, yes. You can ask me to share things with other people if you don't feel comfortable, but you don't have to. Kaminari nods. I was always told I just need to sit still, focus, and study. Everyone just assumed I was lazy or dumb. And you started to believe them, didn't you? Kaminari nods and looks down. Well, the support department is already working on support gear to minimize the chance of you shorting out during training, and right now we're going to work on figuring out what you need in class to help you there. Namuri explains. Hey, I'm back. Izuku announces as he returns to the teacher dorms to find Fuyumi and Emi watching a children's show with Eri, Megumi, and Toku while Himiko watches from a nearby chair. Papa! Eri yells as she runs to Izuku. Izuku chuckles and picks her up. Hello, Firefly. Izuku smiles and turns to Emi. Sorry for dragging away your wife. My appointment got out of my area of expertise. Emi smiles. Don't worry, though now you get to help with dinner. Yeah, because otherwise we may have had to get takeout with both you and Nem cooking. Izuku teases. JRK. Emi replies. Yeah, whatever. Izuku smirks as he puts Eri down. So how did everything go while I was gone? Pretty good. Toku is surprisingly trusting given the situation she and Himiko were in. Emi responds. She saw their nice and public side. Himiko chimes in. They treated her like a daughter. She spits. Izuku sighs and turns to Himiko. Yeah, I got the police report from Nizu given I brought you to you. What happened to both of you was wrong. And neither of you are going back to them. Nizu and Tsukachi are making sure of it. So, how did your Eclipse student do today? Fuyumi-s. Eclipse. Himiko-s. Basically, a student who failed the practical portion of the Hero Course exam against robots that one of the Hero Course staff decided to train. Izuku explains, and Shinsou did well enough. He's better at stealth than I thought he would be at first. So what, you caught him in 30 seconds instead of 15? Fuyumi-s. Izuku shakes his head. No, it took a minute to find him the first time. He got better to a point. He never made it to the actual point undetected, but he got closer than the first time. Izuku looks around the common room. Where's the other three? Hisashi has a late interview on his show. Oboro is having dinner with his parents, and I honestly have no clue where Shoyuta is. Emi responds. Probably napping in the teacher's lounge. Izuku comments before his phone pings. Cult leader. Cult leader. Don't worry about Aizawa's whereabouts, Midoriya. Well, that's ominous. What? Fuyumi-s. Nizu just messaged me and said to not worry about Shuta's location. Izuku responds with a shiver. Does anyone have any requests for dinner? Meat. Eri cheers. Izuku chuckles. Yes, we'll have meat, my little carnivore. Anyone else? He asks as he walks to the kitchen with Eri, Himiko, and Toku following him. Izuku. Himiko asks. Yes. Izuku asks as he turns around. Can we have katsudon? I've always wanted to try some. She asks quietly. Izuku smiles and nods. Of course, Himiko. I can make katsudon. Let me see if I need to get anything. Eri turns to Himiko. You haven't had katsudon? That's like Dad's favorite food ever. Himiko sadly smiles. No, my old parents said it wasn't high-class enough food for our family. Then we'll fix that. Fuyumi announces her presence. Izuku, do we need anything? Izuku nods as he turns around. We're down to 1 egg and we need more mirin. We have enough of everything else for the 8 of us. Fuyumi hisses. I knew I was forgetting something. Natsuo's coming over for dinner tonight. Izuku shrugs. Then we might need more onions. Got it, I need to pick my brother up anyways. Fuyumi responds. Thank you for having me for dinner. Natsuo says as he sits down. It's our pleasure, Namuri purrs, making Natsuo blush slightly. Izuku sighs. Nem, please stop flirting with Fuyumi's brother. What? I can't have any more fun, she asks. Izuku raises an eyebrow and pulls out a spray bottle. Are you sure you want to play this game? Himiko leans over to Fuyumi. Is this normal? She whispers into her ear. For here? Yes, Fuyumi responds. Natsuo just looked between Izuku, Emi, and Namuri with a bewildered expression. I feel like I'm missing something. Fuyumi giggles. Don't worry, Natsuo, this is just how they interact. No one's in danger of anything bad. After a few moments, Izuku has an idea and puts down the spray bottle. Hey Fuyumi? Izuku asks with a sheet-eating grin that immediately puts the white-haired teen on edge. Is the guy who took you out to a fancy restaurant getting a second date? What was his name? Hitachi? Fuyumi flushes slight and looks down at her plate while Natsuo narrows his eyes at his sister. Oh, and when was this date, dear sister of mine? Natsuo. Fuyumi gulps. Yesterday. You're evil. Emi mutters to Izuku. Izuku smiles. Oh, I know. I need to get it out before tomorrow. I've got a meeting with Nizu, Power Loader, Shoyuda, and Vlad tomorrow morning about hero course costumes. A few hours later, Izuku was putting Eri and Toku to bed. Himiko could go to bed whenever as long as it was before midnight, when his phone buzzed. Crime Stoppers. Cockatoo at everyone, holy shit. Come downstairs or turn on the TV. You all need to see this. Izuku practically bolted down the hallway towards the stairs. He knew whatever it was big. In his rush, he failed to notice Himiko peek out of her room to follow him. When he reached the common room, he found Emi, Namuri, Fuyumi, and Hisashi standing and sitting around the TV. What's so urgent, Hisashi? He asked. Come watch. For those of our watchers just tuning in, we have received confirmation that the hero killer Stain has been brought into custody by a group of heroes. A reporter spoke. Holy shit. Izuku breathes out. It worked. We don't have many details yet, but we do know that the task force was led by number 78 Turbo Hero, Ingenium, and was aided by Nizu, UA Hero University's dean, and an unnamed analyst prior to this encounter. The reporter continued. Holy shit, it worked. Izuku repeated. Wait, you analyzed Stain? Hisashi asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Nizu gave me the task after the meeting to decide which hero students went into 1A and 1B. Izuku took a deep breath. I know my analysis is good. I've seen Namuri's metrics go up after her new gear. But this, something this big, is a different feeling. You took down Stain? Himiko sniffs behind them, making all of them jump and turn around. Himiko? I thought you went to bed. Izuku asks. Did you help them put Stain in jail? Himiko asks. Izuku nods. Yes, I did. I analyzed his quirk and put together a plan to capture him. The heroes and Izuku are shocked to see tears flow from the blonde's eyes. Himiko spins around and takes off running up the stairs, leaving everyone in the common room frozen. What? Namuri asks. I have no idea. Izuku responds, I'm going to see if I can talk to her, he says before running up the stairs. Himiko. Izuku asks as he knocks on the girl's door. Himiko, can we talk? Go away. The tearful voice of Himiko replies. Izuku sighs. Himiko, I won't force or demand that you talk to me, but I'm not leaving you alone, not like this. He sits down and leans his back against the door. After a few minutes of Himiko crying, Izuku leaned his head against the door. I'll be here when you're ready to talk, be it to me or someone else. Izuku says quietly. Izuku didn't know how long he sat against the door with his eyes closed, but his eyes opened when he heard the lock unlatch. Turning around, Izuku saw Himiko looking down at him with red, tear-stained eyes. Izuku, she asked. Hey. Himiko. Izuku responded softly. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want to do something else? He asked, still staying on the floor. I want to talk, but can you promise not to hate me? She asked quietly. Himiko, I won't hate you, no matter what this is about. Are you okay with me giving you a hug? Izuku asked. Himiko wrapped her arms around herself and nodded. Izuku gave her a sad smile as he stood up and gently pulled the blonde into a hug. It's going to be all right, Himiko. He promises as he carries her into her room and sits on her bed. What's this about? Stain. Himiko answers, I met him on the streets after the Togas kicked me out. she elaborates. Izuku nods in understanding. What happened, Himiko? I lost myself to the bloodlust. He saved me from myself. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as he put two and two together and realized what had the blonde so upset. However, he let her continue with whatever she had to say. He saved me and gave me some of his blood, but he's a villain and he saved me. Himiko rambled. Does that make me a bad person? Izuku shook his head and pulled Himiko into the hug tighter. No, Himiko, Stain saving you doesn't make you a bad person, or a villain, or a monster, or whatever that nagging little voice in your head is telling you. You are a child who needed someone, and Stain happened to be that someone. I'm 18. Himiko weakly protests. Still a child. Izuku responds. But he's a villain, you helped the heroes arrest him. Himiko says, and I agree with him, she whispers. He's a villain because he killed 14 heroes. Izuku answers before setting his chin on the top of Himiko's head, and between you and me, I don't think he's too far off. Himiko scoots back and stares at Izuku with wide eyes. But you're a hero, she sputtered out. Izuku shakes his head with a smile. Nope, not a hero. And I only partially agree with him, he explained. From what I know, his definition of a true hero is way too narrow and skewed. Izuku elaborated before slowly reaching forward and wiping the tears from her eyes. But agreeing with someone doesn't make you like them. I know plenty of heroes who are only in it for money, but I know even more heroes who do it to save people. Izuku explained, people are heroes for just as many reasons as there are heroes. And while the bad ones shouldn't be heroes, I don't think they should be killed, he elaborated as he pulled Himiko back into the hug. Izuku wasn't exactly sure when he fell asleep, but he woke up to the sound of a camera shutter. Opening his eyes, he found Nemuri standing in the doorway with her phone up and a teasing smile on her face. You look great as their dad, she whispered before giggling and running down the hallway. Izuku looked confused at Nemuri's wording before he looked down and found Himiko holding tightly to his chest. That wasn't too surprising given he fell asleep in her bed after their talk last night. What was surprising to the Greenite was that Himiko was joined by Toku and Eri placing themselves at Himiko's side, both seemingly trying to worm their way in between Himiko and himself. Huh, what do you know? He mutters to himself as a smile finds its way onto his face. Izuku groggily walks down the stairs with Himiko following behind him. Toku latched onto her sister and Eri held in Izuku's arms. Good morning, Father of the Year. Nemuri greets the four teasingly. Izuku groans and sets Eri down on the couch. Not now, Nem. He responded before turning to the kitchen. Nemuri watches with a smile as Himiko lays down on the couch with her sister on her stomach and pulls Eri into a hug as well before promptly falling back asleep. Okay, let's get this out of the way, Nemuri. Izuku mutters as he walks into the common area with a cup of coffee in his hand. Nemuri quietly squeals, Oh, you look so great as their dad. Izuku sighs, I'm not their dad, Nem. Me and Himiko were up late talking and evidently at some point Toku and Eri showed up. He protests. Keep telling yourself that, big boy. Nemuri responds before walking towards the kitchen. Are you ready for the meeting this morning? Izuku groans, No, and I've got a meeting with a pair of parents afterwards during homeroom. Shinsou's? Nemuri asks. Izuku nods, it'll most likely be fine, just a little annoying. He explains as he cracks an egg into the pan. So, you gonna be okay with being responsible for the three of them today? 4. Nemuri corrects, Meg's gonna join them today, she's still awake. And please, I'll be fine, I handle teenagers all the time. Izuku raises an eyebrow, Nem, the students listen to you because they're too distracted by your hero costume to do anything but listen to what you say. Himiko is the only one who might be distracted. Megumi and Eri see it daily anymore and Toku is too young to know that it's supposed to be distracting. Nemuri shrugs, True, but Eri would be nice to her dear Aunt Nemi, wouldn't she? Izuku chuckles, She's just as liable to be a little sheet today as she is to be an angel for you. Thank you for joining us this morning, Midoriya. Nizu greets the Greenite as he sits down next to Power Loader and across from Shoyuta and Kan. Morning, Nizu. Izuku responds before setting a pair of data pads on the table in front of each homeroom teacher and a third one in front of the power loader. Nizu already has all of this, but these are my thoughts on each student's current costume. And seeing as how I'm not a support gear expert, your input is greatly appreciated, Power Loader. The support hero nods. A few standout costumes in both directions are Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, Shiozaki, and Tsuburaba on one and needing help, and in the former half entirely new costumes, and Bakugo, Azui, Hananuki, and Kendo on the other and needing very little help if any with their costumes. Most of the students are in between the two. Izuku, please tell me Hagakure's file is incomplete. Shoyuta begs. Izuku sighs. Unfortunately, Shoyuta, Hagakure's file is completely filled out. That is actually what the support company sent her. It can't be that bad. Ken starts before he reads the file over Shuta's shoulder. How the hell did that get approved by the support company? Because she wasn't the first costume we received from Detonarat. That was quite frankly unacceptable. Power Loader growls. We already had Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Tsunatori, Shiozaki, Kirishima, and Tetsu come into the support department for costume overhauls. Shoyuta glances over to Nizu. I trust you already have something planned? Nizu grinned. Yes, I do, Aizawa. Shoyuta nods. Good. He turns back to Izuku and Power Loader. So, are these the complete notes for your costume suggestions? Izuku nods. Mine at least. Power Loader may be able to suggest less quirk-based support gear. Power Loader nods as he looks down at the device. I have a few suggestions outside of what Midoriya has highlighted already for a few students. After their battle trials today and tomorrow, I'll watch the recordings and put together a quirk analysis packet for the students as well. Come in. Izuku called out. The door to his office opened to reveal a woman with familiar gravity-defying purple hair and a woman with shoulder-length red hair. Are you Midoriya? Izuku nods. And you must be Shinsou's moms. Please do sit. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. Midoriya, do you have any relation to an Inko Midoriya? The woman with red hair asks. Izuku smiles and nods. Yep, she's my mother. I take it you are one of her co-workers? He asks. Remembering Inko mentioning a co-worker with a similar description to the woman in front of him. The red-haired woman nods. Indeed, though I was under the impression that you were closer to my son's age, I'm not quite sure how. Izuku raises a hand to stop her. I won't go into specifics, but I was artificially aged due to a quirk accident. Originally I was Shinsou's age. But that's enough getting off topic. Shinsou said you two had questions about his training with me? Both women nod. He explained that he was going to be spending an hour after classes each day with you. And we are worried about him overworking himself to earn his chance. Izuku nods, understanding the two women's concerns. All right then, that is thankfully a concern I can alleviate. Shinsou's training regimen was designed with the help of Recovery Girl to limit the chance he overworks himself. Additionally, all of his teachers know about his enrollment in the project and will let me know if he begins to flag or struggle in any of his classes so that we can modify the schedule to fit his needs. Shinsou himself is also aware of this. Thank you. I know I may seem like an over-worried parent considering Hitoshi is a full-grown adult, but I still worry, the redhead says. Izuku smiles and shakes his head. You work in a hospital. It's understandable you'd be worried about Shinsou's choice of profession given you likely see injured heroes frequently. She nods and the other woman speaks up next. We trust him and we trust you, but we're still going to worry. I can only promise that I and his teachers, once he transfers to the heroics course, will do everything we can to prepare him for the heroics field, especially given the branch he wants to go into. So he told you he wanted to go underground? Izuku nods. He did, though given how effective his quirk is when no one knows its trigger, it was the more logical choice for him. And UA can support that? Yes. Most people see the limelight heroes and heroines that graduated, but within non-specialized hero schools we have the highest percentage of underground hero graduates, though for obvious reasons we can't advertise them to the public. The redhead nods, having treated a few underground heroes before, of course. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Izuku shakes his head. This is what my available conference hours are for, well, this and meetings with students about their quirks. A knock on the door drew Izuku's attention from his notes on Himiko, Toku, and Aries quirks. Come in. He called out, already knowing who was on the other side of the door and what they were here for. Midoriya-sensei? Bakugo called out as he entered the office. Izuku nodded. Please, shut the door and sit down, Bakugo, he responded. Bakugo nodded and sat in one of the beanbag chairs looking down at his feet. All right, Bakugo, let's cut to the chase. I know you didn't schedule this meeting because you need help with your quirk, and Nizu likely knows as well. Bakugo sighed and looked up at Izuku. Izuku internally remarks that Bakugo had visually barely changed since the rooftop, but he could tell he carried himself differently than middle school. I know I can't say I'm sorry and expect you to forgive me, but what I did was really effed up. Bakugo admits. Izuku nods. It was. I'm not going to lie to myself and think I have a chance in hell to ever get you to not hate me, but I'm trying to do better. My therapist says I should at least talk to you this once to say what I want to. I think it's stupid because I know words won't change anything I did, but he's been right when it comes to helping me get better until now. You're right, words can't fix what you did during middle school, your actions, however, can start to make up for it. Izuku responds. Bakugo looks up at Izuku in confusion. When the school year started, Shoyuta showed me the case files for Aldera. Izuku explained, while it doesn't fix everything you did, it's a start along with what I've seen from you this year. Last Sunday, everything settled in? Namuri asks as Izuku and Eri walk down to the common area of the teachers' dorms. Izuku nods. Everything that's going now will still be staying with Mom for a bit because she's still close and I want her to get some bonding time with Eri, but I've got enough here to stay overnight if needed. Hey Izuku, can you come over here please? Shoyuta calls from the kitchen. Sure, be right there. Izuku responds before turning to Eri and Namuri. Be good for Auntie Nem, alright? Eri nods. Okay, Papa. Izuku smiles. I'll be right back, Firefly. What's up, Shota? Izuku asks as he enters the kitchen to find Shota standing near the fridge with a manila folder. Nizu said you should probably have access to this, and I agree. He cryptically explains as he hands the folder to Izuku. I'd avoid opening it around Eri though. Izuku raises an eyebrow and looks down at the folder which has the words, Aldera School District, printed on the tab at the top. Shota, is this what I think it is? Shota nods. Yeah, it's the report from the case that took the Aldera School District down. Nizu got clearance to give you access this morning. Present day. And it wasn't entirely your fault. Izuku continues. Bakugo looks at Izuku in confusion. How is it not my fault? I did everything to you. You did, but you also were taught since the time we were 4 that you could do no wrong. Izuku counters, make no mistake, you were still horrible to me and others at Aldera, but you honestly believed what you were doing was right. Bakugo scoffs, still told you to kill yourself, he mutters. Izuku winces, yes you did, and you can't take that back, however you're not the same person who you were in middle school. Whole lot of good that does the people I already hurt. Bakugo retorts. So how did the battle trials go today? Fuyumi asks as she sits down next to Izuku on the couch. So far they've gone all right for the most part. Izuku responds as he looks up from the tablet with the video recording from one, as heroics class earlier. Your brother needs to learn how to tone down his attacks though. Fuyumi sighs, what did he do this time? Izuku hands the tablet to Fuyumi to show an image of the battle trial building completely covered in a mixture of frost and ice, froze the entire building in one move, including Azui and Siro who were his opponents for the exercise. Yagi and Shoyuta had to use a different building for the other trials. Fuyumi pinches the bridge of her nose. Shoto. She mutters. For how much he obviously hates Endeavor, he sure does emulate him a lot. Izuku comments. Fuyumi scoffs and swats his shoulder. Sorry, but it's true. Izuku defends himself. He acts in class like you'd expect a mini Endeavor with an ice quirk. Fuyumi sighs. I know, I still don't like it. No luck getting him to use his fire half? Izuku shakes his head. No, and suggesting it went about as poorly as I expected. Still views his quirk as mom and father's? Fuyumi-s. Tuesday/2 days ago. Absolutely not. Todoroki protests. Izuku sighed, knowing this was most likely going to happen. Todoroki, the ice is going to be nothing but a detriment to you in the field. It provides very little protection, limits your movement on your left side, and most importantly it accelerates how close you are to hypothermia for overusing your quirk. An issue that someone with your quirk shouldn't even have. Todoroki glares at him. I refuse to use his fire. I'll remove the ice if it will appease you, but I refuse to use that man's fire, he responds before walking away. Izuku resists the urge to face him. Todoroki, you won't get far by half-facing this. There will come a day when your ice won't be enough and their blood will be on your hands. How many people are you willing to sacrifice? Todoroki doesn't respond and continues stomping away. Seriously, I get his dad's a D, but he's going to get someone killed with this vendetta of his if he graduates. Izuku growls. Present day. Izuku nods. Yeah, he still views his quirk as just your parents' quirks. Papa, when's dinner? Eri asks from the floor where she is doing homework with Toku and Megumi. Izuku chuckles and looks to the trio. It'll be a little while, Firefly. Why don't you tell me about your day with Aunt Namuri? Eri smiles and jumps onto Izuku's lap, her math homework discarded onto the carpet below, and her tails begin rapidly waving. It was really fun. We had a tea party, we played hide and seek for hours. We played for 20 minutes, Eri. Himiko corrects. Megumi giggles and sits up. We went out to the park and Himi pushed me and Eri on the swings really high. I got to go flying, Eri proclaims. Izuku looks to Himiko for clarification. She jumped off the swing, she answers. Izuku sighs. Eri, I won't tell you not to jump off the swings, but just please be careful. Okay, Papa. Eri easily agrees. So, what else did you do today? Izuku asks. We adopted a kitty. Toku interjects. What? Izuku asks. While we were at the park, Eri found a stray cat in the woods and chased it for a few minutes before she exhausted it and brought it back to Kiyama. Himiko elaborates. Is that where Emi is? Izuku asks. Himiko nods. Kiyama gave it to her to take to a vet to be checked over while she took us back here. How long ago was that? Izuku asks. About half an hour before you came back. Himiko answers. Then why is she not dash? Izuku is interrupted by the front door to the teacher dorms slamming open. I'm back with the cat. Emi yells. Izuku sighs. There she is. All right, let's go see why Emi is being so loud. Eri giggles as she hops off of Izuku's lap. Izuku follows Eri to the door to find Emi holding a tabby cat with glowing silver eyes. So what's up with the cat, and why did it take you this long? So she's a little underweight at the moment and a bit skittish dash. The cat decided to prove her point by leaping out of Emi's arms and running over to the couch and climbing on top, eyeing everyone warily as her eyes shift to brown. But the most surprising part, and what took the most amount of time, is that she actually has a minor quirk. That immediately grabbed Izuku's attention. What is it? And wait, how are you back already if she has a quirk? Nizu. Emi responds simply, and that perfectly explained everything, and the doc said her eyes change colors based on the strongest emotion of the person touching her. Interesting, seeing as she's here I'm assuming Nizu managed to get her under your care? Emi nods, both me and Emi. So what did they name her? Izuku asks. How do you know they already named her? Emi asks. Izuku raises an eyebrow at Emi. You have met our daughters, right? Fine. She relented. They named her Sprinkles. Izuku chuckles and pulls out his phone. Yeah, that makes sense. Crime fighters. Dragon. Just a heads up to everyone else outside our dorm building. Namuri and the Chaos Children have adopted a quirked cat and her name is Sprinkles. No sleep. Rat damn it, Namuri. Dracula. I'm sorry, Chaos Children. Blizzard. Eri, Megumi, Toku and Himiko. Dragon. Nem took them out to the park and Eri chased a stray cat through the woods and brought it back to her by the scruff of its neck. Cult leader, if I may ask, what is the cat's quirk? Dragon. Nizu, you already know, but fine. She has a relatively simple quirk that makes her eyes change colors based on the emotions of a person she's touching. Bloodhound. That's an interesting quirk. Dragon. Indeed it is. Himiko is currently being bound by cat laws. Izuku sends an image of Himiko laying down on the couch with Sprinkles sitting on her stomach, yellow slitted eyes staring into Himiko's matching ones. Vacuum. She's so cute. What does yellow mean? Knock knock. Curiosity, I think. Dragon, it'll be a learning experience. Cult leader, please do keep me updated with any discoveries involving the cat's quirk Midoriya. The sounds of a scuffle and Himiko letting out a squawk of indignation snaps Izuku's attention away from his phone. In front of him, he finds that his daughter has joined Sprinkles and has planted herself on Himiko's chest, her tails wishing back and forth in front of the blonde's face as she stares at Sprinkles. Save me! Himiko rasps out, much to everyone's amusement. Izuku chuckles, Eri, please get off of Himiko. If you want to play with Sprinkles, you need to call her to you. Eri huffs but relents and gets off of the blonde's chest. Thank you. Himiko gasps. Izuku shakes his head as Eri sits next to him. You're welcome, Himiko. When Friday's lunch rolled around, Izuku had news for the two former Toga children. Izuku sets down a plate of pizza Himiko had bribed Namuri to ask lunch rush for. Hey Himiko, Toku, we've got some news regarding the Togas. The pair of blondes give Izuku a look of curiosity. Their court case is scheduled for Monday morning. Izuku announces, and when they are found guilty, Sato's parents have agreed to shift their lawsuit to the Togas. Are we going to have to see them again? Himiko asks. Izuku sighs and nods. Unfortunately, yes, you two will have to testify. However, myself, Nizu, and Recovery Girl will be there along with the detective. Izuku gently places a hand on Himiko's shoulder. You are safe, they won't be able to do anything to get you. He promises, then after the trial we'll move into the ward dormitories. Are you moving with us? Togas. Izuku nods. Yeah, I'll be moving into the teacher's suite with Eri, seeing as I'm the main person responsible for you two, and anyone else who becomes a ward of UA will join you all in the dorms. Are there going to be more? Himiko asks. Izuku shrugs. Maybe? Maybe not? This isn't something we can really plan out. If someone else is in a situation where it's necessary, we'll do what we can to help. Alright class, welcome to Analysis Fundamentals. I am Izuku Midoriya, and for the time being Ms. Fukukado will also be joining me. Izuku announces as he steps up to the podium in front of his class, which is still something he's a bit surprised by as a first-year employee of UA. Before we begin, do any of you have any relevant questions? Several hands go up immediately. Izuku sighed, knowing it couldn't have been that easy, and looked down at his attendance sheet before looking up at the class. Yes, Shiozaki? He asks. A woman with vine-like hair, incredibly similar to her younger sister in the hero course but noticeably different to Izuku, stands up. Why, if we may ask, would you require Ms. Joke to assist you in teaching? Tis. Izuku nods, expecting that question at some point, before responding that is because I currently only have a provisional teacher's license and thus need another qualified teacher in the classroom. He answers as Shiozaki sits back down. How can UA expect us to trust a teacher without a teaching license? A boy shouts out, notably not called to answer. I believe I asked for anyone with questions to raise their hands. Izuku responds before looking at the boy. Now to answer your question, Miura, I do have a teaching license. And analysis is what I have my actual degree and license for, so I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to the subject matter of the class. Izuku continues, in addition, Nizu asked me to become a teacher at UA. Does anyone else have any other relevant questions? A few hands go up, but fewer than last time. Nomura? Izuku calls out. A girl with long orange hair stands up. Are you a hero? She asks timidly. Izuku, expecting this question, shakes his head. No, I am not a hero. Nor do I plan on becoming one. This course will allow those of you who want to help heroes without being on the field both before and during a raid. I have time for one more question before I start going over the beginning of the course. Izuku pauses for a moment and looks over the still raised hands. Wakaki. A boy with short black hair stands up. Is this class specific to quirk analysis as is your degree, or will this be covering analyzing other things as well? That was going to be part of the beginning speech, but yes, while I do have a quirk analysis degree, this class will not be solely focusing on quirks. We will also discuss behavioral analysis and pattern analysis. Market analysis will be left to the business classes. Izuku picks up a stack of papers from the podium and walks to the rows of students, handing a smaller stack to each front desk. Now this first assignment is more of a pretest to see what you already know about analysis as well as how good you are. Don't worry, this is just to figure out who needs more or less help. Izuku comments as he returns to the podium. Now each of you have the situation and the details on the papers in front of you, but to make this simple, here is the situation. A villain with a quirk that turns his body into sludge has taken a civilian hostage in an alleyway. Izuku starts, internally debating whether or not to curse Nizu for his choice of first assignments for his class. MD Lady, Death Arms, Slugger, Backdraft, and Cammy Woods are the only heroes on scene, and the hostage will suffocate before backup arrives. A few students make noises of recognition at the situation described. Due to the civilian's quirk, fires have spread across the alleyway, and because it is a hero fight, civilians have flocked to the scene and need to be held back to a safe distance. You will have 5 minutes to plan your actions out. Emmy leans over after Izu finishes explaining and whispers into his ear, "Isn't this the sludge villain incident 5 years ago?" "Yeah." Izuku whispers back, "The rat planned this one out as their entry-level assessment." Emmy sighs, "Of course he did. I'm still waiting for the promised moment when Shoyuta said we'd get used to it." After a few more minutes, Izuku's timer rings out, alerting the class that their 5 minutes is up. "Alright, that was your 5 minutes. Who wants to go first?" Izuku asks. Several hands go up. Izuku nods. "Owner, you get to go first." The boy who shouted out earlier nods and stands up. "Since the villain is too liquid for either Slugger or Death Arms to hurt the villain, I would have backdraft soaked Cammy Woods and have him use his branches to grab the hostage." Izuku nods. "Alright, anyone else have any other methods?" Shiozaki. "Sensei, it's noted that the street is too narrow for MT Lady to enter, but could she lean down over the street while gigantified and pick up the sludge villain and/or the hostage?" The elder vine-haired girl asks. Izuku smiles and nods. Indeed, Shiozaki, any lady, while using her quirk, is tall enough to reach into the street and pick up the hostage out of the sludge villain. Any other ideas or methods? 3 hands go up. Akatani. When Slugger or Death Arms figured out they couldn't hurt the villain by punching them, they could instead grab the hostage and use their strength, or in Death Arms' case his quirk, to rip the hostage from the sludge villain. Izuku nods as the other 2 hands go down. Good. Now I'm sure some of you figured this out already, but this was a real-life hostage situation from about 5 years ago here in Mustafa. Raise your hand if you remember this event. Izuku nods as just about half the class raises their hands. Okay, for those of you who did not see the incident or do not remember it, here is how the real-life situation played out. Izuku gestured to Emmy, who pressed a button on the remote in her hands. The lights in the classroom dim and the video screen at the front of the room turns on to reveal the start of a video showing a dead-end street half on fire with a crowd of civilians, 4 heroes between the civilians and a green blob, and the gigantified MT Lady outside the street. As the video begins playing, the students watch as Slugger and Death Arms stand next to each other, Backdraft puts out the fires caused by the hostage's quirk, and Cammy Woods keeps the civilians back away from the fight. Izuku clenches his fist when the cameras pick up Death Arms mentioning their incompatible quirks as they watch Bakugo drown in the sludge villain without trying anything. The class lets out a collective breath as All Might blurs onto the scene and rips the blonde hostage from the sludge villain's grip and punches the sludge villain away, changing the weather with the punch. Izuku pauses the video as he steps forward and turns on the light. That is how the heroes on the scene handled the situation. In this situation, the heroes got lucky that All Might intervened. He looks up to see frowns on most of the class faces. Some of you in this class are hero students. Do not let this be you in a few years. Neither Death Arms or Slugger tried to retrieve the hostage after the first attempt, and no heroes tried after they backed up. The screen changed to show the criteria page in front of each student again. There was also another potential resolution to the incident that none of you mentioned. The villain's body is made from a sludge-like substance. It is entirely likely that Backdraft could have used his quirk to dilute the sludge villain's body enough for one of the other heroes to retrieve the hostage. Akatani raises his hand again. Yes, Akatani? Izuku asks. What happened to the hostage after the incident? He asked. I cannot share details that I don't know, but he was brought to the hospital to check him over and recovered without any major injuries to my knowledge. Izuku responds. Saturday lunch saw the Midoriyas, Kayamas, and Yamazawa families packing up for a beach trip along with Fuyumi and the former Toga children. Wasn't this place a dump before? Inko asks, dumbfounded at the clean beach in front of them. It was yes. Shoyuta responds, Bakugo and his friends clean the beach as part of their training for the entrance exam. Inko's face scrunches slightly at the mention of Izuku's former friend. Come on, stop talking and let's get onto the water. Nemuri interrupts before running towards the water with Megumi in tow. Meg, get back here and put on sunscreen. Yells. Izuku chuckles and looks down to Eri, Himiko, and Toku. Alright, line up and get your sunscreen before you go running off. He pulls out 2 bottles of sunscreen. Himiko, can you cover yourself and your sister while I do Eri? I can help after she's covered. Himiko nods and takes one of the bottles from Izuku. He's pretty good with them. Fuyumi whispers to Inko as they set up a large umbrella and a few beach towels. Yeah, he is. Inko responds with a smile, though he for some reason still denies that he sees those 2 as his own, even this quickly. Fuyumi chuckles softly. Did Nemuri tell you what happened Thursday morning? She asks with a teasing smile. Inko shakes her head. No, what happened? And is it good blackmail material? Fuyumi shrugs. It may be good, it may not be good blackmail material, I really don't know. So Wednesday night after he and Nemuri put the children to bed, we all saw one of the broadcasts about the hero killer being caught. You saw those, right? Inko nods. Yeah, good riddance. What about it? Well, Nizu apparently pulled some strings and got Izuku onto the case as an analyst and consultant for the heroes. So he was understandably happy when we saw the news. However, Himiko wasn't asleep and broke down into tears and ran up to her room. Inko gives Fuyumi a look of confusion. We don't know either. She responds to the silent question. Izuku wouldn't say anything about it when we asked. He only said he was handling it and she and likely Toku were going to Inui next week. Inko nods, her trust in her son overriding her curiosity. So when does this get into the potential blackmail? Fuyumi chuckles, of course. So Izuku didn't come downstairs after that, only texting the group chat for the dorm that he was dealing with the issue. Well, Thursday morning he still hadn't come down for breakfast, so we sent Nemuri to look for him. Fuyumi continues, admittedly that probably wasn't the greatest idea we had, but too late for that. Well, Nemuri comes downstairs with an expression that told us she was about to squeal of pure joy, so Emi took over and got the story from her. Fuyumi pulls out her phone from her purse and hands it over to Inko. She took this picture in Himiko's room. Inko takes the phone and audibly coos at the sight of her son with Himiko laying on his chest and Toku and Eri curled up between the 2 on their side. Looking at that, how can he deny that those 2 see him as their father figure? Izuku walks up to the duo, having covered Eri in sunscreen and finished Himiko's application. I won't deny, especially after Thursday, that I see Himiko and Toku as my daughters. He starts, making Fuyumi and Inko flush slightly at being caught. However, I want them to make that choice on their own, and after we put the Togas in jail. Monday came and Izuku was ready to watch the Togas be put in jail. After pulling into the courthouse parking lot, Izuku looked to his left to see Recovery Girl reading over a binder labeled with Himiko and Toku's names and Nizu sitting in a custom seat between the 2 reading over his own binder with the Toga's names on it. Looking to the back seat, Himiko is behind Recovery Girl and Toku is napping in the seat behind him. Are you 2 ready? Izuku asks as he gently shakes Toku awake. Himiko nods, yes. I'm ready for this. She says that last part more to herself than anyone else. We will not let them get custody of you or your sister Himiko. Nizu promises the blonde as what Izuku can only describe as a ferally protective glint enters his eye before turning to Izuku. Are you ready, Midoriya? We're going to be meeting the detective and Himiko's previous court counselor. She was quite willing to testify against the Togas when I gave her a call. Izuku nods, let's go, sensei. Nizu chitters, outside of the school I am simply Nizu. Now let's not keep the judge and my new playthings, I mean the Togas, waiting. Izuku shakes his head. He was getting used to his boss' sometimes borderline sadistic tendencies when it came to defending those he saw as his own from the stories he heard from the other teachers. Come on, Himiko. Toku, let's go inside. Remember, we'll keep you safe, they won't hurt either of you anymore. He promises as he leads the pair inside to find Nizu and Recovery Girl talking with Tsukachi and a woman Izuku assumes is the mentioned court counselor. Prosecution, you may please present your case, the judge says. The lawyer next to Nizu nods and stands up. Your Honor and gentlemen and women of the jury, we believe that Majite and Yamasaki Toga abused and neglected their eldest daughter Himiko Toga since her quirk came in. Izuku feels Himiko flinch and stiffens slightly next to him and he gently grabs her hand. I'm here, you're safe. He whispers down to her. I would like to call my first witness to the stand, Suki Okamoto, the quirk counselor that originally diagnosed the eldest child's quirk. She continues. The woman stands up and walks to the witness stand. Ms. Okamoto, could you please explain your experience with the Togas? The lawyer asks. Okamoto nods. Himiko Toga was the first appointment for the day. She and her parents came in for a quirk diagnosis and we went through the standard battery of tests, an X-ray of the child's foot dash. Izuku moves his foot slightly at the mention of the X-ray. A blood draw DNA test, a run of vital checks one might expect at a normal pediatric checkup such as heart rate and blood pressure, and both vision and hearing tests. And what were your findings about Himiko's quirk? Well, quirk diagnosis is unfortunately not a perfectly exact test for young children yet, however we can easily identify broad class markers. Young Himiko's quirk factor contain the markers consistent with emitter quirks as well as similar markers to other blood-based quirks that require blood ingestion such as the hero Vlad King, the counselor explains. Nizu's lawyer nods and sits down. Defense, you may ask your questions, the judge states. The Toga's lawyer nods and stands up. Mr. Okamoto, you just admitted that quirk's diagnoses are not exact. But how can you be certain that the Toga's daughter's quirk required blood ingestion? Izuku resisted the urge to move or verbally respond to the lawyer. Well, quite simply, miss. Quirks are not an exact science. I could not accurately conclude what Himiko's quirk did from the tests done, however, as previously stated, her quirk shared markers with other blood-based quirks I had on record. I call Izuku Midoriya to the stand. Nizu's lawyer says. Izuku nods and steps up to the stand. Mr. Midoriya, for the record, could you please state your occupation and relation to Himiko Toga? Izuku nods. I work as a quirk counselor at UA as well as the teacher for an analysis course, and I was the person to encounter Himiko and bring her to UA. The lawyer nods. Mr. Midoriya, could you please describe your initial encounter with Himiko? Izuku nods. I was out for a walk around Takoba Municipal Beach when I felt someone watching me, so I walked into an alleyway and turned around to confront my stalker when I saw Himiko. She apologized and promised that she didn't want to hurt me but that she needed my blood. I realized from the look in her eyes that she wasn't fully in control of her actions and made her a deal. If she stopped fighting, I would give her some of my own blood. Nizu's lawyer blinks. How did you know she needed blood? I'm a quirk counselor and I have a dedicated quirk analysis degree, so I recognize the signs of quirk withdrawal and, more specific to this situation, blood withdrawal, crazed bloodshot eyes, excessive salivation, and fawn-like canines. She nods. Could you please explain why you took Himiko to UA instead of the police after she tried to assault you? Izuku nods. Because as I said, I could tell she wasn't in control of her actions due to blood withdrawal, a fact that Recovery Girl's report of Himiko's condition will back up. I wasn't going to send a child to jail for having quirk-based withdrawal symptoms, so I brought her to UA with the hope that I could help her get better. No more questions, Your Honor. Nizu's lawyer says before walking back to her table as the defense attorney walks up to Izuku. When you discovered Himiko's family name and thus her family, why did you decide to keep her at UA despite her not being related to anyone at UA either as a student or a teacher? She asks condescending. Primarily because Himiko showed signs of being neglected. I found her in an incredibly torn up and dirty school uniform, and as was later confirmed by Recovery Girl, she was noticeably malnourished. Additionally, she practically begged me not to send her back to her parents. Recovery Girl's tests confirmed that Himiko's quirk required blood to function, and her quirk registry only had her quirk listed as minor cat mutation. The defense lawyer smirks. Mr. Okamoto confirmed for the court that his tests could not exactly determine the eldest Toga's quirk, so how could Recovery Girl's test have confirmed it? Izuku resists the urge to chuckle. Knowing the lawyer thought she had him, it's quite simple. As children age, their quirks develop more as well. The attached quirk factors grow and become more defined to the point that by the time a child is past puberty, it is usually possible to determine the mechanical specifics of a quirk through a standard DNA test. The defendants have been found guilty of child abuse but neglecting quirk requirements for 14 years, child abuse of both of your former children, and are now responsible for the assault of Saito Hikaru as a result of your neglect and abuse of your daughter Himiko. You both will be sentenced to 20 years in prison and 4 years on probation, the judge declares. Additionally, the custody of both of your children will be transferred to UA as wards of the university. Himiko and Toku immediately burst into tears and hug each other as the Togas look at the judge with growing horror as they realize they were really in trouble. Izuku smiled and watched as Nizu gave the defense attorney a smug and predatory grin. "Are you our dad now?" Toku asks as she turns to Izuku with happy tears in her eyes. Izuku freezes briefly before looking down at Toku. "Do you want that?" Toku nods. Izuku looks up at Himiko. "Do you want this, Himiko?" Himiko nods. "White." Izuku smiles and scoops Toku up into his arms. "I would love to be your dad." Toku buries her face into Izuku's shoulder and wraps her arms around his neck. "Let's go home, girls," he says quietly to the two former Togas, now Midoriyas, as he walks out of the courtroom. "Eri's going to be so happy when she gets out of school." "Does Inko know?" Himiko asks. Izuku shrugs. "She knows we had court today and she knew we had a lot of evidence against your former parents. I'm gonna text her when we get back from the dorms to let her know the good news. Lunch Rush is going to bring food for you three to the UA ward dorms so you can focus on settling in." Nizu informs the trio as he opens the door to the outside. "Thank you, Nizu." Himiko says to the Chimera, "Thank you for getting us out of there." Nizu shakes his head. "It is no problem, Himiko. I am glad to see you moving into a more supportive home. I never understood how humans could mistreat their kids just because of random chance." Himiko looks at him weirdly before looking to Izuku, who is carrying a now, once again, asleep Toku. Doesn't he have a mutation quirk?" She whispers into Izuku's ear as they read the car. Nizu's ear twitches and he chuckles. "No, I do not, Himiko. My quirk is called High Specs, not any form of mutation quirk." Himiko looks at the principal with a mixture of confusion and surprise. Izuku shakes his head. "Nizu isn't a human with a mutation quirk. He's an animal with an intelligence quirk." Himiko looks at Izuku with even more confusion. "Wait, then what kind of animal are you?" she asks as she climbs into the seat behind Recovery Girl. "Why isn't it obvious from my introduction?" Nizu asks rhetorically. "What am I? Am I a dog? A mouse? A bear? That doesn't matter. What does matter is that I'm the dean," he answers before cackling like a mad scientist. Izuku sighs and shakes his head. "Don't bother trying to figure out what animal he really is. Save your sanity." He deadpans before turning the car on. "Welcome to the UA ward dorms. They're smaller than the planned dorms for the students, however they're outfitted similarly to the teachers' dorms." Izuku explains as he leads Himiko and Toku through the doors. "Whoa, so we live here now?" Togas. Izuku nods. "Yep, my room is down here since I'm the dorm advisor. Your rooms are on the second floor next to each other along with Eri's." Izuku explains as he pulls out a pair of keys. "These are your room keys and your stuff should already be in your rooms." Himiko excitedly grabs the pair of keys from Izuku. Izuku smiles. "The rooms are yours to decorate how you want as long as it doesn't damage the room." "Thank you, Papa." Toku shouts as she runs up the stairs. Izuku smiles, a warmth feeling filling his chest. "Do you two want help with your rooms?" Himiko shakes her head. "No, I want to make it myself." Izuku nods. "All right, you can show me when you two are done. I'll be in my room or here in the common room after I go get sprinkles from the teacher's dorm." Himiko had been packing for 20 minutes when suddenly sirens rang through the dorms, making Himiko jump and drop the plushie in her hand. "Izuku?" Himiko yells as she runs into the common room holding her ears from the loud sound. Izuku places a hand on both of Himiko's shoulders. "Himiko, that's the campus intruder alarm. Take Toku into my room and lock the door. I'm going to investigate." He instructs her before running out the door. Himiko nods and picks up her sister before running into Izuku's room, Sprinkle running right on the blonde's heels. Himi? Toku asked, what's going on? I'm scared. It'll be okay, Toku, Dad will protect us, he's going to figure out what's going on. She explains as she latches the deadbolt on the door, we're safe. A tablet-sized device pops out from a false wall panel next to the door. Deadbolt engaged. Activated lockdown? Yes, no. Himiko presses the green yes button. Immediately metal shutters slam down over the windows across the building. Lockdown initiated. Only those with an alpha level clearance may deactivate the lockdown. We're safe, Toku, we're safe now. Himiko whispers into her sister's ears as she holds her tight. Midoriya. Nizu calls out to him. Izuku looks to the side and sees Nizu on a path to likely the ward dorm. Do you need a lift, principal? Nizu nods, I would appreciate a lift to the gate. Izuku reaches down a hand and Nizu climbs up his arm onto his shoulder. You know they're trespassing on private property, that kinda makes them villains. Izuku hears Hizashi whisper. No, not unless you want your reputation dragged from the mud. Shoyuta responds, Finji vultures. I couldn't agree more, Aizawa. Nizu announces his presence as he rides out to the front gate on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turns to see the metaphorical sea of reporters shouting and demanding an interview with all might. Aizawa, Yamada, contain the reporters, I want a report of which stations were responsible for the panic. Nizu says before turning to address the reporters, normally I would be nicer about this, however you have broken into my university and caused a panic amongst my students, the police will arrive shortly to see each of you off my property and to the local precinct. The blonde and black-haired men nod and walk towards the now set-off reporters as police officers pull up behind them. Maijima, Midoriya, figure out what happened to the gate. The other teachers are already redirecting the students and making sure we have everyone. Izuku nods and sets Nizu down before walking up to the gate with Higuri as the reporters are corralled away from the gate. Preliminary analysis, Midoriya? Higuri asks. Some sort of decay or disintegration quirk. Izuku says as he pokes at the dust surrounding where the barrier was, and a powerful one given it ate through the front barrier. Higuri nods, I'll have Nizu pull up the quirk records of the press here. Midoriya, Miyajima. What are your findings with the gate? Nizu. We don't know the exact quirk, but we know it wasn't the work of any of the reporters. The camera caught a man with light blue hair and a black hoodie touch the gate before it began to disintegrate. Higuri reports. There isn't a match in the quirk registries for anything that even gets close to matching what we saw the quirk do. Izuku continues. Sorry I'm late. Namuri says as she enters the conference room, Hagakure came to me after we dismissed everyone. She was heading to the teacher's lounge to try to find you. She points to Izuku for a walk-in quirk appointment. However, when she got to the room she heard a voice and something shuffling around, so she investigated. Nem, can you please get to the point? Shoyuta. Sorry. Anyways, she told me that she saw a man with light blue hair step out of a purple and black mist-like portal and ruffle through the papers on Yagi's desk. Everyone briefly looks at All Might's shrunken form, who looks down in embarrassment before turning back to Namuri. She said the man thumbed through the papers. She noted he seemed to take special care to not touch anything with all 5 fingers on his hands, before he grabbed a paper and said something about a flawless stealth run, before stepping back through that same portal. Izuku nods, so a 5-finger activation quirk that disintegrates what it touches. Nizu clears his throat, getting everyone's attention. Yagi, he says as he turns to the blonde, what paper did you find missing from your desk? If he could even tell. Aizawa mutters to himself. Not now, Aizawa. Nizu chides. Yagi? My class schedule. Yagi answers, still looking down in embarrassment. We only have schedules till the sports festival at least. Izuku comments. Nizu nods, indeed it is Midoriya. Sensei, are you sure continuing with Wednesday's USJ trip is a good idea given whoever this is has the heroic schedule for the next month? Shoyuta. Moving the trip would shift too many things around, Aizawa. The board would never approve it. Nizu responds as he sips his tea. However, Yagi, Shirakumo, and Kiyama will accompany you to the facility, and one of you will check in every 10 minutes. He continues, the USJ has a constant beacon that will set off an alarm if it is disrupted in addition to a manual alarm not reliant on any electronics or signals. Higuri nods, his bucket helmet removed for the meeting. After I complete my check of the main campus's security, I will confirm the USJ security system's integrity. It's a shame the board denied the turrets. Snipe complains. Nizu nods. Indeed it is Snipe, however this is still my campus. Should anything happen Wednesday, you all are permitted to protect the students with extreme prejudice should it become necessary. No one at the meeting misses the meaning behind Nizu's message between the lines. I will handle any backlash should lethal force be required. The USJ is my territory. Ainin growls, briefly startling Izuku with how violent and angry the normally cheerful and happy rescue hero sounds. No intruders will go unpunished. Good. Nizu hums. Higuri, how is our project coming along? Izuku asks, to the confusion of everyone but Nizu. Higuri shakes his head. Unfortunately, it won't be ready for the youth. However, I would like you in the workshop after school today to make sure your costume fits. Izuku nods. All right. The involvement of a warp quirk is rather concerning. Indeed it is Midoriya. Nizu responds. Unfortunately, due to their rarity and variety, I won't be able to implement any countermeasures without more detailed data about the warper. Higuri sadly reports. Nizu nods. Well, in that case we will deal with what we have. Kuros, we will have a squad of the UA Legion stationed in each disaster zone. Ainin nods. Girls, I'm back. Izuku announces as he shuts the door of the dorm behind him. Hey Dad. Himiko calls back. Welcome back Izuku. Fuyumi greets the greenet. Sprinkle runs around the corner and rubs her arching back on Izuku's shin. Hello Sprinkles. Izuku greets the cat as he reaches down to pet her, her eyes briefly flashing cyan before returning to her default gray iris. Thanks for watching them during the meeting, Fuyumi. Fuyumi shakes her head. It's always a pleasure to watch Eri, and Toku and Himiko were a welcome addition. Izuku smiles and nods before turning to Himiko. How many knives and plushies did she get out to show you? He asked, knowing his newest daughter's obsession with bladed objects and stuffed animals. Fuyumi chuckles, only 2 knives, but I lost track of the plushies after the 12th one or so. She responds. Himiko blushes and looks away. Yeah, that sounds about right. Izuku responds with a smile, though I did expect her to share more of her knives. Dad. Himiko whines, and that was a new experience for her, being able to actually talk to her father figure without it turning into a lecture or punishment. I only have like 4 knives. Izuku chuckles. Himiko, that is a large amount of knives for anyone else who isn't a hero that relies on blades. He teases playfully. Himiko pouts. Fuyumi chuckles. Well, I've got to go get ready for a date. Namuri and Emi are probably already somehow planning my outfit despite not telling them about it. Izuku chuckles. Good luck Fuyumi, you're going to need it seems. Suddenly the door opens. Come on Fuyumi. We've got a date outfit to plan for you. Emi shouts from the door. Fuyumi, Izuku, and Himiko WHP around. How? Fuyumi demands. I literally only just told Izuku. That is irrelevant. Namuri interrupts as she struts forward. Now come with us. She shouts as she grabs Fuyumi by the wrist. Izuku is vaguely sure he can hear the faint sounds of Nizu cackling in his office. Bye Izuku, bye girls. Emi says as she runs out the door. Fuyumi looks at Izuku pleadingly. Help me, she mouths. Himiko chuckles. Izuku gives Fuyumi a teasing grin. Good luck tonight Fuyumi. Bye Namuri, bye Emi. Bye Auntie Nem, bye Auntie Emi, bye Fuyumi. Eri calls out from the couch, a napping Toku laying across her lap with Sprinkles napping in the sunspot next to the white-haired girl. Why have you forsaken me Izuku? Fuyumi jokingly demands as she is dragged out of the dorm by Namuri's deceptive strength. Himiko cackles and hops down from the chair. Izuku shakes his head. All right, what do you girls want to eat tonight? Mom's coming up for dinner tonight to celebrate. Omurus. Toku shouts, apparently awake now, startling Sprinkles awake with a frightened hiss as she leaps into the air. Izuku chuckles. Do either of you two have any objections? Mom already said she was okay with whatever you three wanted to have. Eri and Himiko shake their heads. Nope. I'm okay with that, Papa. Eri responds. Alright, Omiris it is. Izuku chuckles. Izuku, I'm here. Inko calls out as she opens the door. Hey Mom, we're finishing up in the kitchen. Izuku responds. Inko smiles and walks around the kitchen to find Himiko, Toku, and Eri watching Izuku cook. Hey Mom, glad you could join us. Izuku greets. Grandma. Eri cheers as she jumps from her chair and runs to Inko. Hey Eri. Inko smiles as she picks Eri up before turning to Inko and Toku. Hello again Himiko and Toku. Hi Inko. Himiko greets with a smile, though she still hides her fangs out of habit. Are you our grandma now? Toku asks innocently with any hesitation. Inko looks over to Izuku who stopped. Izuku? She asks, silently asking for clarification. Izuku takes a breath and sets down the plate in his hand. After the case and the Togas were arrested, Toku asked if I would be her and Himiko's new dad. Finally. Inko breathes, Namuri owes my 3,000 yen. What? Izuku asks, doing a double take at his mom's admission. Well, when you brought Himiko to UA, a betting pool started about how long it would take you to adopt them. Inko admits. Izuku sighs. Who started the betting pool? I am. Do you really want to know? Twas. Mom, who started the betting pool? Izuku asks again. Inko sighs. Nizu. Izuku groans. I really should have known. Yes, you should have, Midoriya. Nizu's voice comes from the speakers above. Himiko and Toku jump in surprise. Izuku sighs. You get used to it, or so I'm told. He assures the girls. All right, Nizu, who won how much money? He asked his boss. Nizu hums. Inko Midoriya won 8,000 yen collectively. Todoroki won 2,000 yen for guessing that Tokudakiya would ask first. Aizawa won 1,000 yen for guessing that you would adopt them before the end of the next weekend. Everyone else lost money on the dare. Nizu responds. Izuku sighs. I should have expected it, thank you Nizu. You are welcome, Midoriya. Nizu responds before the intercom clicks off. Izuku turns to Inko. I'm not going to question how you knew because I know you won't actually answer anything. I just want to know how you got involved. Inko blinks. Oh, that's easy. Namuri and Fuyumi asked if I wanted in the day after you found Himiko. Of course. Izuku sighs and turns back to Himiko and Toku. All right, are you two ready? Dinner is done. Himiko and Toku nod. Izuku turns to Inko. Well, dinner's ready and I'll have a talk with Namuri after dinner. Shinsou was prepared for the day to be normal after the chaos that was the day before with the press breaking in and his training for the day being understandably cancelled. All right, class. Hizashi says at the start of homeroom, today I have an announcement. We have a new listener joining us today. That got everyone's attention as it was already a week into normal classes, so a student transferring was surprising to say the least. Hizashi turned to the door. Come in, listener. The door opened to admit a girl with blonde hair rolled up into a pair of buns. Would you like to introduce yourself to the class, listener? Hizashi asks the blonde. The blonde nods and turns to the class with a smile. Hiya. I'm Himiko Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you. She says cheerfully. Shinsou raises an eyebrow at the girl's last name but stays quiet, figuring he'd either ask her about it or ask his teacher in their training today. Hizashi nods. Midoriya, there's an empty seat next to Shinsou. Shinsou, please raise your hand. Shinsou sighs and raises his hand. Thank you. Midoriya, please go sit next to Shinsou. Hizashi directs the blonde. Shinsou looks at Midoriya skeptically as she walks towards the open seat next to him. Himiko gives him a smile. Hi, I'm Himiko. Hitoshi Shinsou. He replies semi-awkwardly. I know, Dad mentioned you a few times. Himiko says. Shinsou blinks. Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Himiko giggles. He told me he wanted to see you during lunch. Shinsou nods. Okay, he responds, hoping he would get some answers about the blonde. When the lunch bell rang, Shinsou didn't get a chance to turn to Himiko before the blonde had grabbed his wrist and dragged him down the halls. Midoriya, stop dragging me, please. Shinsou demands/begs as he finds himself unable to break out of Himiko's grip. "We're here," she cheerfully says as she lets go of the purplete's hand and knocks on the door to what Shinsou realizes is Izuku's office. "Come in," Izuku calls out. Himiko smiles and opens the door. "Himiko, Shinsou, come in." Izuku looks at Shinsou's state. "Did she drag you here?" Shinsou dumbly nods. Izuku sighs. "Himiko, what did I tell you? Not everyone enjoys physical contact as much as me." Himiko responds as she looks down at her feet. "Sorry, Shinsou." "You're forgiven." Shinsou robotically responds. "Alright, so I'll make this quick so you and Himiko can get to lunch with the rest of your classmates." Izuku says, "Yes, Shinsou, Himiko is my daughter. I won't go into details unless she wants to share them herself, but your previous parents were not good, so she is in my and Yue's care now. She'll be joining us after school for now, however she isn't aiming for the hero course." Izuku takes a breath. "Do you have any questions?" Shinsou nods. "Why are you telling me this now?" Izuku shrugs. "Because it will impact your training, so I figured you deserved at least a basic explanation. Also to avoid you potentially feeling any jealousy or thinking that I had replaced you as a student." Shinsou looks over at Himiko. "You don't want to be a hero?" Himiko shrugs. "I really don't know what I want to be yet." She answers. "Most people want to be heroes in my experience." Shinsou mutters. "Well, I don't. Now come on, let's not miss lunch." Himiko giggles before grabbing Shinsou's wrist again and dragging him with her. Himiko let him go. Izuku calls out after them. She didn't listen. He mutters to himself. "No." A woman in a light gray and white suit with white hair flowing out of the back of her helmet ran through the frozen tundra, ducking between massive fungi trees to avoid cyan energy bolts. One short beam burst gets particularly close and chips off a part of the tree she was hiding behind. The woman growls out something unintelligible as dark green lightning begins to arc off of her right arm. "Paiyu yak tape taikipi," the woman shouts as she spins around the tree and unleashes a large bolt of green lighting towards the squad of advancing soldiers wearing a mix of brown and blue uniforms with large bucket-like helmets supported by several armless bipedal walkers and floating drones with two pronounced wings. The lightning arcs between several of the crewmen, walkers, and drones, killing, maiming, disabling, or destroying all of them along its path. "Saucy?" Aizawa, a small child strapped to her chest with black hair, cries out as she climbs up one of the fungal trees in an attempt to avoid the soldier's bellow. "Shoo." The woman shushes the child. "Ipp ap ti oi kanzu, saucy jip jep ui yozej kit yate." The woman freezes as a dropship flies overhead with a searchlight on. After the dropship passes overhead and the soldiers march past where the duo hid, the woman let out a breath. "Gee poip pikes." The woman whispers, "Yet we iped yate atasot." She thinks out loud as she turns to run the opposite direction of the soldiers and dropship. As she leaps across the trees to the edge of the forest, she finds a similar group of soldiers from before fighting seemingly copies of themselves covered in what looks like glitching gold across their entire body. "Yadakep?" she asks out loud. "Yoip tai yudi?" She realizes, "Pike yoip k teet so yudi pap yidi narmers patip." A golden rupture in space opens up and several more figures, these ones much bulkier and wearing more organic-looking armor instead of the other group's angular armor. The woman climbs down to the ground to sneak around the fight. Dodging between rock outcroppings and thick bushes, the woman manages to the other side of the field. However, before she can properly escape from the fight, she and the child on her chest is engulfed in a blinding golden light. "Would you please pass the biscuits, Lady Tritail?" Himiko asked in an excessively posh voice. She was glad she had been pulled from classes for this, even if it meant she would miss a few classes. She'd catch up with Shinsou about what classes she missed at lunch. "Of course, Lady Fangs." Eri responds in an equally posh voice as she hands a plate of biscuits Fuyumi had lunch rush make for the day's events. Himiko smiles, her fangs peeking through her smile. "Why thank you, Lady Tritail," she says as she places a biscuit on her plate. "Would you care for a biscuit, Lady Frost?" Fuyumi takes a sip of her tea, pinky raised and all, before responding, "Indubitably, Lady Fangs." Himiko giggles and passes the plate of scones to Fuyumi. "Indubitably, Sei Kaminari repeats with a small giggle. That starts a cascade that has the other two children, Isaku Sakamata and Zeshin Sino, start giggling uncontrollably. Soon after Eri, Megumi, and Toku join in, the 6 children repeating Kaminari's sentence between giggles. Himiko chuckles and turns to Fuyumi. What's going on today? She whispers to the teacher. Fuyumi freezes slightly. What are you talking about? She whispers back to the blonde. Himiko glances towards the giggling children to make sure they weren't listening. You've been tense all day. So was Dad, Aizawa, Yamada, Kayama, Fukukado, and Shirakumo. She answers, is this about the break-in Monday? Fuyumi sighs and nods. We're keeping it quiet. Are we safe? Himiko asks. She didn't expect that anyone would let things continue as if they were in danger, but she still asked anyways. We're safe, Himiko. Nizu is handling it. Fuyumi responds, this is the second safest room on UA campus. Second, Himiko asks. The main campus has a shelter underneath rated to stop a direct impact from a nuclear warhead. Fuyumi explains. Himiko freezes. Even she knew anything nuclear had been a touchy subject for Japan as a whole since the Second World War and had only improved slightly since the introduction of nuclear power plants to Japan and the nuclear disaster in Fukushima just over 2 centuries ago, and dropped again after the nuclear villainous meltdown decimated Miyako Island and made the surrounding islands uninhabitable for the foreseeable future just 20 years ago. The walls of this room are rated to withstand half power punches from All Might. Fuyumi elaborates, Nizu doesn't do halves when it comes to student safety. Himiko stared at Fuyumi in shock at that information. How much does he normally use? Fuyumi shrugs. Izuku says something like 4 to 5% for most villains. He can change the weather with around a 30% punch apparently. Himiko silently processes that information. So why did I get brought here? It's the actual reason we gave you. Fuyumi answers, Eri wanted you to join the tea party for today. Lady Fangs, would you please pass the mochi platter? Toku asks her sister. Himiko leans away from Fuyumi and smiles. Why, of course, Lady Mixer. She responds as she picks up the plate of mixed flavored mochi ball. Thank you, Lady Fangs. Toku says as she takes a strawberry mochi off of the plate. Would you like one, Lady Tritail? Eri shakes her head. No thank you, Lady Mixer. How about you, Lady Spark, Lady Giggles, Sir Gills, Sir Leaf? Megumi smiles. Yes, please, Lady Tridal. She answers before getting past the plate. More mochi, please, Lady Giggles. Sakamata asks Megumi in a surprisingly deep voice for a 7-year-old. Megumi nods and pulls a pair of pink mochi off of the plate. Of course, Sir Gills. She responds as she passes the shark mutant quirked boy the plate. Thank you, Lady Giggles. Sakamata says as he picks several pomegranate-flavored mochi ball and puts them on his own smaller plate. Sir Leaf, would you care for some mochi? Why is that my name? Sino whines as he tries to hide his face in his hands. Eri giggled next to him. One of her tails tapped his shoulder and 2 pairs of wings made of leaves sprout spontaneously from his shoulders to bat away her tails. That's why you are Sir Leaf. You guys are mean. Sino whines. Himiko chuckles. I don't know, the name seems fitting to me. Izuku was, well, bored wasn't quite the right word for the situation. He was tasked with monitoring the USJ training exercise through the cameras to make notes on where the students need to improve as well as be the first detecting system in case something did happen at the USJ. He sighed and looked down at his notes. 1A hadn't made it to the USJ yet, so he was working on a packet on analysis for Ryuko's 3rd-year UA intern Nijire Hado. She had made remarkable improvements since her first year, but Ryuko wanted Izuku to give her intern a once-over and see if he could find anything to improve. A beep from the system alerted him that 1A had arrived and were offloading from the bus. Izuku looked up to see Shoyuta leading his class towards Ainen. Yagi was still holed up in Recovery Girls Clinic after being delayed by a sudden string of crimes across the city and basically depleting his time limit for the day, a position Izuku did not envy in the slightest. That had also set Izuku on edge. There was a massive spike in crimes all across Mustafa. It almost seemed coordinated, and pairing that with the already reasonable fear that something would happen at the USJ given the break-in on Monday, Izuku would find himself completely justified in having his left hand already on the pager that would alert Nizu that something was happening at the USJ. Analysis is only a little more than pattern recognition and applying that data to the situation at hand, and Izuku very much did not like the pattern that he was seeing. He watched Ainin begin her speech about how dangerous quirks could be in untrained hands. Shoyuta nodded along to the speech as Nemuri and Oboro walked past the space hero and towards the stairs. Then the camera shut off briefly and came back on what Izuku recognized as a loop of footage. Izuku's hand slammed onto the button which directly connected him to Nizu's office. Nizu, the USJ feed just cut into a loop. He shouts into the microphone. Already assembling the teachers. Nizu responds, his voice not betraying any emotions over the speaker before his voice comes over the speakers again. Can I have all first-year heroic staff to meeting room Gamma? I repeat, first-year heroic staff to meeting room Gamma, thank you. Can I have all first-year heroic staff to meeting room Gamma? Nizu's voice comes over the intercom across the entire main campus. I repeat, first-year heroic staff to meeting room Gamma, thank you. Himiko and Shinsou look at each other as Hizashi practically runs out of the room during English. Himiko leans over to Shinsou, there is no meeting room Gamma on UA's campus. She whispers to the purplet. What? Shinsou asks. There is no meeting room Gamma on UA grounds. Himiko repeats, Dad showed me a map of campus and there isn't any room with that designation. Then where are they going? Shinsou asks. Himiko shrugs. I really don't have an idea, but they're trying to hide whatever it is. Himiko trails off. Midoriya? Shinsou asks as a substitute teacher walked through the door to the class. The break-in yesterday, whatever this is tied to that somehow. She whispers with growing horror. The substitute teacher looks up from his phone at the class and grimaces, I'm sorry. Students, but due to a situation developing, we are going to have to cancel classes early. Anyone who requires it will be provided transportation to their homes. Himiko's phone buzzes and she blinks before cautiously opening it. Dadzuku. Himi, go to Fuyumi and stay with her. Bonus daughter. Dad, what's going on? Dadzuku. Sorry Himi, I can't talk about it right now, but I promise you are safe at campus. I'll see you Eri and Toku when this is over and I'll explain what I can when this is over. I love you Himiko. Bonus daughter. I love you too. Izuku was the second to reach the large underground garage designated as Meeting Room Gamma. Higuri had beaten him due to the support department being directly above the garage as well as having a few more reinforced studios in the basement as well. I take it this is the USJ? Higuri asked. Izuku nods, the feed was cut. The buses are already prepped. Higuri nods, not quite the field test we were preparing for. Izuku shakes his head and looks down at his suit. No time like the present, I guess. Izuku's suit was fairly aptly named as it looked little different to most salarymen's suits from an outside view, though Izuku's is a little darker in color than most and upon closer inspection clearly had some amount of armor placed strategically across the torso and other vital areas. In addition to the armored suit, Izuku also had a retractable full-face mask complete with a filter to allow him to work with Nemuri effectively and a sidearm courtesy of one of Higuri's third years experimenting with bioelectric bullets for a more effective non-lethal option for police. Let's go staff. Nizu announces his presence on Hizashi's shoulders as a bus pulls into the garage. The USJ is likely under attack. As soon as the bus comes to a stop and opens the door, every hero piles into the bus in a fast but surprisingly organized fashion. Midoriya, there's more at the USJ. Nizu says after the bus gets underway to the USJ. Izuku looks at Nizu in confusion as he checks over his sidearm. The day you returned and assumedly the day you disappeared, UA's satellites picked up a unique energy burst that we haven't seen outside of those two occurrences. Nizu explains. Izuku pales. Your satellites just registered a third burst from the US, didn't they? He realizes with dawning horror. Nizu solemnly nods. Yes, they did, Midoriya. Izuku swears. Izuku. Hizashi asks. Izuku sighs. Nizu's satellites, and I'm not even going to ask how or why because I know it's futile, picked up a Void Fisher energy signature at the USJ, the same thing that brought me back. What does that mean for us, Midoriya? Ectoplasm asks. Izuku turns to the rest of the teachers. Inui, Snipe, Cementos, Higuri, Hizashi, Emi, and Yagi. It means there's a very good chance of something from beyond this world at the USJ. If something there is either glowing golden or looks like something you'd see in an alien movie, leave it alone. He stresses, they will not be subdued by non-lethal means. Hizashi, Ainen, and Yagi are the only ones who have a good chance at dealing with them and winning. Hizashi hisses, a sentiment echoed by the other teachers. Yep. Izuku responds in resignation, I'll deal with anything that came from the origin system, I'm leaving the villains to the rest of you. Remember, the students are our priority, capture and subdue as many villains as possible but do not risk our students to do it. Nizu commands his staff with a tone of voice that Izuku had not heard yet. It reminded him an uncomfortable amount of his old corpus handlers. Izuku quickly shakes away that notion. Nizu is not the corpus. Despite everything humans put him through, he still cares too much about the students and his staff to do anything like that. The other humans outside of UA, on the other hand, well, Izuku would like to avoid that train of thought. Understood, sir. Ectoplasm responds. As the bus jerks to a stop outside the USJ, Izuku is the second to jump onto the ground outside of the USJ, second to Yagi himself, who pushed himself into his buff form and broke open the door. Never fear, students. Izuku hears him shout as he reaches the door, for we are here. As he enters the USJ, Izuku sees Ainen face down on the platform, her suit ripped open on the back. Shiro, Ida, Tetsu, and Uraraka are doing their best to help the heroine and hold the spacesuit together, while Shoji has his arms transformed into eyes and ears looking across the US. Nizu leaps down from Izuku's shoulder. He hadn't even noticed the chimera climb to his shoulder in the first place, and immediately took charge. Ida, Shiro, Tetsu, Uraraka. Take 13 outside. Medics and other heroes are already on their way. Recovery Girl and her emergency team should be right behind us. The 4 teens nod and gently carry the space-themed heroine out to safety. Midoriya, you know your job. Izuku nods and pulls down his mask before sprinting off down the stairs, dead set on finding whatever may have come through the void fissure. Snipe, Mike, help assist with the plaza. Nizu instructs the voice and cowboy heroes, who nod and run down the stairs. Power loader. As Izuku nears the bottom of the stairs, he hears the main villain, the one with hands covering his face, say, "Ah, good, the boss fight is here. Too bad he brought reinforcements. Nomu, incapacitate Eraserhead, then go deal with All Might." Izuku watches in horror as the bulking monstrosity with an exposed brain and scared purple skin smashes Shuta's head into the concrete. Go, Midoriya, I'll deal with them. All Might tells Izuku before he leaps at the Nomu. Izuku nods and turns to find 2 students, Bakugo and Kirishima, in a standoff with a masked woman holding a strange-looking device out like one would hold a pistol. Izuku places himself between Bakugo and Kirishima and the masked woman in front of them as he draws his sidearm, vents on top of the barrel glowing blue. The woman's weapon twitches towards him. 5 sunken in circles facing outwards from the front dome in an X. Surrender, put your gun down and stand down and we'll be lenient. Izuku demands of the woman standing in front of him. There's a familiar feeling about her and it's nagging in the back of his head, but he's suppressing it while she's still a threat to the students behind him. I pot pjat patijp ot cats adiot adisot. The woman responds, I took jat paditi. Saucy? A child's voice from the woman's back cries out. Shoo, I ppp ok tati, I pp kqi yate. The woman responds. Behind Izuku, Bakugo and Kirishima share a look of confusion. Izuku's eyes widen behind his mask. Who are you? And how did you get here? He asks in corpus. Bakugo and Kirishima share an even more confused look. Any idea what they're talking about? Kirishima whispers. No idea, never heard this language before. Bakugo whispers back. The woman stops, seemingly surprised by Izuku's response. My name hasn't mattered in years and we fell through a void fissure. She responds, where are we? Earth, but not the one you know. Now who are you? Izuku responds. My name doesn't matter anymore. The woman insists, I won't go back to them. Not anymore. Izuku lets an animalistic growl escape. The woman lets a tiny shiver show and the students behind him flinch slightly at the sound. There is no corpus here, nor Grina. You are safe from whoever was chasing you on the other side of the fissure. Izuku states. The woman pauses, Kugelblitz. Izuku freezes. What? He asks. My name doesn't matter, but if you must, call me Kugelblitz, the woman responds. Izuku's gun clatters to the ground. Sensei? Kirishima's. Izuku pulls the front of his mask off, revealing a pair of wide eyes with tears forming at the edges. Boss? He asks, voice full of hope and fear. The woman freezes. Izuku? She asks as she lowers her pistol. I thought you died. Izuku shakes his head, fell into a void fissure, got sent back home. Bossja pulls off her helmet to reveal the face he fell in love with, visibly a few years older than when he left but her nonetheless. Eri? She asks hopefully. She's safe, he responds with a nod. Bossja leaps at Izuku and wraps her arms around his neck. Izuku reacts and places both of his hands under Boska's knees. Mom? The child on her back asks. I'll explain later. Bossja promises both Izuku and the child. An ear-piercing shriek drags both of them back to the USJ. Izuku's head snaps over to the plaza where the Nomu suplexed all might into the concrete. Sensei? Bakugo and Kirishima ask in unison. Izuku shakes his head and puts Bosta down. It's a long story, but she's a friend. She hardly seemed friendly when she pointed a gun at us. Bakugo grumbles. Izuku sighs. I know, Bakugo. I'll explain to the class after we get all of you out of here safe. I need you two to trust me right now, okay? Both teens nod. Good, get to the exit, tell the other teachers and students that she's on our side and that I'll explain everything later. I'm going to deal with that thing. That fucker is giving All Might a fight. Bakugo shouts, how do you plan to beat that? Izuku chuckles darkly, oh Kaken, you still have a lot to learn. He responds before turning to Bossja and picking up his gun. Trade, he asks as he holds the gun out to her, go with those two, they're my students and they'll lead you to my friends, I trust them with my life. Bossja nods and pulls her pistol out of its holster before speaking, never thought you'd be the teaching type. High energy plasma blast, single shot. Neither did I. Izuku nods and takes the pistol, noting the 7 bars out of 12 lit up on the side of the gun, non-lethal energy pistol. He explains as he hands Bossja his sidearm. To the edge of the void. Bossja says to Izuku. Izuku grins ferally, to the edge of the void. He replies before sprinting off towards the main plaza. As Izuku reaches the plaza he hears the hand villain, Shigaraki he thinks his name was, monologuing about how the Nomu was built to kill All Might. Hey HJB. He shouts as scales appear on his body under his costume. What? Shigaraki shouts as he turns to Izuku. Izuku grins as he throws a punch at the villain's face. The scaled fist knocks the hand placed over Shigaraki's face to the side and breaks the nose underneath the mask. Shigaraki lets out a screech of pain and stumbles backwards. Who the F are you? He demands before realizing the hand on his face is gone. Father. He cries out as he spins around to locate the hand. Nomu. Kill this NPC. He yells. Izuku's eyes widen and he jumps back just before the hulking Nomu slams into the ground he was standing on before. Privately, Izuku is very glad for the enhanced perception and reflexes his augmentations give him as he sees the crater the Nomu made in the plaza's concrete. How can you hope to win, NPC? Shigaraki asked condescendingly. The Nomu was designed to beat All Might. It was designed to beat All Might in a fight. Izuku repeats, but there's a problem. You over-invested against the oaf. He warns as he quickly raises Boska's pistol and fires, a disc-shaped burst of plasma leaping from the curved surface at the front and slams into the Nomu's chest. What the dash, Shigaraki's shout is interrupted by the vibrant green energy blast from Boska's pistol punching a hole through the Nomu's chest, leaving a seared and smoking hole clean through. Izuku hears the distinct sound of someone puking behind him. I'll make sure to apologize to everyone who had to see this later. He promises himself as the Nomu drops to its knees. No! Shigaraki screams, you hacker! You cheat! How did you beat my aim? Izuku chuckles. As I said before, you overcompensated with the anti-symbol of peace. Shigaraki lets out a scream of pure rage and plunges his hand into the man made of mist next to him. Kurogiri Izuku thought his name was. Izuku instinctively dives to the right as a portal of black and purple mist appears behind him and a hand reaches out, obviously planning to grab him. Before Shigaraki can pull his hand back through the portal, a bang echoes through the air and a bullet, which Izuku belatedly realizes is a live round from snipe, rips through his palm. Kurogiri! Shigaraki shouts as he rips his hand back through the portal. It is time to go, young Emperor. Kurogiri decides as he expands and pulls both the slowly regenerating Nomu and Shigaraki into his portals before disappearing himself as a salvo of bullets and a sonic scream impact the ground where they were standing. All villains have been captured or otherwise subdued. Nisa's voice comes over the USJ speaker system. Students have all been accounted for and are being checked over by the EMTs. Midoriya, could you please join me at the entrance? Izuku sighs and looks around. Several dozens of villains lay unconscious across the plaza. He is thankful that Shoyuda and Abraro have already been moved, and he notices a wall of concrete he assumes is hiding Yagi, seeing as he cannot find him anywhere. When Izuku reaches the entrance, he finds Nizu standing on Naomesa's shoulder next to an injured but still standing Nemuri. I assume you have an idea what this is about, Midoriya? Izuku nods. It's about the woman I sent up with Bakugo and Kirishima, wasn't it? Nizu nods. Naomesa speaks up. For now she has been detained and is being transferred to one of UA's holding cells. The student stories registered as true, but due to the circumstances we felt this was necessary. Izuku sighs and pinches his nose. I understand, she's gonna be sad about it later. But to clear the part one can now so I can talk to her. Yes, she is on our side. Is the child she had with her? Nizu nods. Yes it is, she may have been suspect but separating the two would have only caused problems. Izuku lets out a breath before turning to Nemuri. Nem, why are you not with the EMTs being checked out? Tis Nemuri Kayama. Emi shouts as she stops up to the group. Dear. Nemuri squeaks. You are going to go get checked out this instance or else. The green-haired woman threatens as she practically drags the 18-plus heroine to the cluster of ambulances and EMTs. Midoriya, I trust your statement that the woman is on our side, but I must ask, who is she? Mrs. Basja. Izuku replies simply, can I go talk to her? Nisa's eyes widen. Izuku was not particularly sure he could do that, as he was one of the few who knew about Eri's mother. We will go talk to her. He responds as he transfers to Izuku's shoulder. Should I ask Ms. Todoroki to bring the children? Izuku nods as he steps up to a golf cart. Please. As it currently stands, me and Eri are unfortunately the only ones who she can actually understand. Bascha snaps back to consciousness and jumps out of the bed she was in. Wait, bed? The last thing she remembered was running from the corpus before being engulfed in the void fissure. And ending up Izuku, that's right. She somehow ended up in the world with her Izuku in it. Mommy? Kanzu asked next to her. Bascha looked to her left to see her black-haired son in a white bed next to hers. His right arm stub is currently visible, which concerned her. It's okay, Mommy's here. As she scanned the room, she found herself in a nearly sterile white room, uncomfortably similar to the surgery ward of the Nexus, with the obvious differences being the much more comfortable beds, the lack of restraints or experimentation equipment, and the pain of a mirror directly facing her and Kanzu, though she suspected this was a one-way mirror. A door to her right opens and Bascha jumps into a defensive stance between the new arrival and Kanzu as she turns to the door. Hey, it's me, Bascha. Izuku, her wonderful Izuku who she managed to find again, speaks softly to her. You are in no danger here. Where are we? She asks. My home world. Izuku answers, unsure how much he remembered from before. Who is that? Bascha asks, pointing to a white-furred creature on Izuku's shoulder. This is Nizu, he's my boss. I promise I'll explain everything. Izuku responds as Nizu hops down from his shoulder onto the table in the room. The door slams open again and a woman who looks a lot like Izuku but a bit older and a woman walks through with a worried look. Izuku? She cries out as she rushes Izuku. Hey mom, I'm fine I promise. Izuku promises Inko as he pats her back. Well maybe tell me that next time. She chastises Izuku before turning to boss. Izuku, who is this? Izuku. Fusses. Well mom this is Dash, Izuku starts. The door to the room opens again but this time a trio of girls, 2 with blonde hair and 1 with snow-white hair and green streaks run in. Papa! Eri cries out as she leaps at Izuku, he tails flapping through the air behind her. Oof! Izuku grunts, hey Eri Dash. Eri turns to the side and spots Bascha, Mama! She shouts, her voice speak full of joy and tears as she leaps from Izuku's hands. Izuku turns to Inko, Mum, this is Bashka. Inko turns to Bashka with wide eyes. Eri you're okay? Look at you, you've grown, and what are these new tails? She asks as she pulls Eri close to her chest. Izuku, who are these 3? She asks gesturing to Inko, Himiko, and Toku. This is Inko, my mother, and Himiko and Toku, my 2 recently adopted daughters, he explains. Bascha smiles. You could never turn your back on people in need of help. I'm glad I am not the only one who has a surprise. Bascha gestures to the black-haired child next to her. The black-haired kid steps out from behind Bascha and Himiko and Inko gasp at his arm. This is Kanzu, he's a few months under 2 years old. Bascha explains as she picks Kanzu up, Kanzu this is your sister Eri. Hi. Eri responds with a smile to the smaller child. What happened to his arm? Izuku asks quietly. The corpus. Bascha spits with palpable venom in her voice. He didn't have a flashy void ability so they merged sentient technology to him, she explains. Izuku gasps. Do you guys have his arm? She asks. Izuku nods and turns to Nizu, who looks at him curiously. The advanced prosthetic limb is his. He explains to his boss pointing to Kanzu in Bosca's hands. Izuku, why does a child this young need a prosthetic limb? Inko asks with worry clear in her voice. Izuku sighs, the same group who experimented on me did it to him. Izuku explains. Izuku turns to Himiko and finds her practically vibrating with questions that she's obviously barely keeping in. Himi, I'll answer questions you may have after this, okay? Promise. Himiko asks. Izuku nods, promise, if I have the answer I'll give it to you. Here you are Midoriya. Nizu turns back to the group with a semi-organic looking prosthetic limb with a curved elbow joint and 5 short spikes that Izuku assumes act as the fingers. Izuku picks up the prosthetic, thank you Nizu. He responds before turning to Bascha, Kanzu, and Eri, do I need to sew anything specific or how does this work? Bashka chuckles, I was the techie between us. She answers before picking up the prosthetic, it uses his own void to power it, so when it gets close to the interface it powers up. True to Bashka's word, when the top of the limb comes into contact with the technological interface on Kanzu's stub it immediately glows a dark green and separates into 4 distinct parts, an extension of his upper arm, a small cylinder acting as the elbow joint, a forearm part that separates at the elbow joint, and the hand consisting of a small sphere with all 5 tendril-like mimic the form and function of fingers as Kanzu opens and closes his fist. Each part of the limb is floating separate of each other but still connected by dark green ethereal tubes of void energy. Whose is he? Izuku asks in a curious tone, without any anger or heat in his voice. Yuri's. Bascha responds, he didn't make it, only 3 of us did. Izuku nods and steps forward pulling Bascha, and by consequence Eri and Kanzu, into a hug. Wasn't Kanzu a man on Earth? Bascha nods. He was the leader of that Austrian colony on Earth, Cetus. Izuku can hear the pain in Bashka's growl as she mentions her people. When we ran away after the Narmer War he sacrificed himself to save us before he was born, and I decided to honor his sacrifice. Izuku nods, wait Narmer War? Izuku asks. Later Izuku, when the children aren't present. It is not a pleasant conversation. Bascha promises. Izuku? Inko asks with concern. Izuku turns to Inko, Yuri, basically Eri's second dad on the Nexus, didn't make it. He explains before he turns to Nizu, do you need anything else Nizu? Nizu shakes his head, no, I merely needed you to condor her identity. I will leave you to it and go help the detective with the report. He responds before hopping off of the table. You are free to bring her and the young one to the ward dorms when you are ready. Recovery girl has already cleared her health to the best of her abilities. Though your presence is requested at the staff meeting tonight to discuss this incident. Izuku nods and turns back to his family. Boss-cha, would you like to see where me and Eri live now? Izuku smiles as he watches Boss-cha look at the campus around them in a mixture of awe and wonder on their path to the dormitory. It's a lot to take in the first time you see, isn't it? Boss-cha nods. And you live here? Izuku nods. We moved in a few weeks ago and moved into this specific building the day before yesterday. It's great, mama. Eri chimes in. Aninem, Auntie Emi, Uncle Shoyuta, Uncle Zashi, Uncle Burrow and Fuyumi are always there if Papa can't be. Boss-cha looks at Izuku in confusion. Izuku smiles and shakes his head. My friends who Eri has adopted in her uncles and aunts. They're also my co-workers and more or less this world's version of the Tenno. He explains as they reach a 3-story building with a massive sign that reads, UA Ward Dormitory, in bright red letters. This is where me and the girls live. Izuku says to Boss-cha as he opens the door. So what can I ask about? Himiko asks as she sits in front of Izuku with a blood-laced hot chocolate. Izuku smiles at how far his, currently, unofficial daughter has come since he found her, but before he can say anything Boss-cha sits down next to him and Eri quickly wedges herself between Izuku and Boschka. As I promised, Himiko, you can ask about anything and I'll give you the best answer I have. Himiko takes a timid sip of the drink in her hands. What's with the clicking and growling you, Eri, and Boschka do? She asks. That is what we call void speak. It's a way that all of us can communicate without anyone else being able to listen in. Eri still sometimes defaults to it when she gets overexcited. Himiko's eyes light up. Can you teach me? Izuku gives her a sad look and shakes his head. Unfortunately not. I'm not exactly sure what the requirement is, but we've tried teaching my mom and it didn't work. Oh. Himiko said, looking down at her Coco as she slumps slightly. But there is something we can teach you to avoid people knowing what you're saying if you want to learn. Izuku answers. Really, what is it? It's the language of the people who held me, Eri and Boschka, called the corpus. Izuku stops for a second, and it makes absolutely no sense to anyone who doesn't know it. Himiko stared at Izuku in absolute confusion. ATP IP Sakei Adiopupity to Yeti pa Adiochko Poet P Tojai P. Is what she and Toku heard. What? Izuku chuckles. Exactly, I said, and it makes absolutely no sense to anyone who doesn't know it. Oh, that's definitely true. Himiko admits. Though you said the people who spoke that held you, Eri and Boschka? She asked. Izuku sadly nodded. Eri, why don't you take Toku up to your room for a bit? At Himiko's confused look, Izuku sighs. This isn't something a child like them should be hearing. Once the elevator doors closed behind the duo, Izuku turned back to Himiko. 5 years ago I was a 14-year-old quirkless boy. Izuku starts. Himiko's eyes widen. What but how's? Himiko sputters. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, I expected that reaction. Please let me finish the story before you ask questions, okay? Himiko nods. Oh hey dad. Izuku's heart still swelled every time her or Toku called him that. So 5 years ago I was a year or two younger than you were in quirkless, and my life kinda Mom was the only good part, and when I got left on top of a building dude, well, a story for another time. Izuku stops for a moment. Well, I jumped from the top of the Yayorozu conglomerate building in Mustafa, but I didn't hit the ground. Izuku explains rather bluntly, ignoring Himiko's gasp, but instead of hitting the ground it felt like I fell into a thick liquid and woke up on the Nexus, a research platform orbiting Venus, but not our Venus. But how dash? Himiko stops and gasps. Did you get Isekiad? She asks in excitement. Izuku chuckles and nods before turning to a now peacefully sleeping Boschka. I'm glad she's getting some sleep, he mutters to himself. I wanted to ask about her. Himiko says quietly, how did you two meet? Izuku gives her a small, sad smile. That's, well, really none of this is a happy story. Wacha was someone else that the corpus captured for their experiments. We made the mistake of getting close to each other and they took advantage of it. Was it really a mistake? Do you regret it? Himiko asks. Izuku looks over to Boss-cha and chuckles wetly before shaking his head. No, it wasn't. I wouldn't change what I have for the world. Izuku wipes the tears forming at the edges of his eyes. At the beginning there were 80 of us, all either kidnapped or sold to the corpus to pay off a debt except me. People sold their own children? Himiko asks in indignation. Izuku nods. Yeah, that world. Well, for this one's faults it is still a far more kind world. The 80 turned into 40 of us that survived the long year of experiments and augmentation, for didn't make it through the year-long training we were put through. After 2 years of hell on the Nexus we got our first mission. 3 of us died on that mission. We resisted another mission for a while. The corpus ramped up punishments and incentives. Eventually Eri came along and I caved. As much as I hated everything they put us through, I wouldn't let them take the one good thing that they gave me. Eventually, after 5 years of fighting, we were down to 24 adults and teenagers when we escaped. What did they do you all? Himiko asks. A lot. Izuku answers, I'll spare you the cruel and gory details, but they used us as prototypes and testbeds for their own army of super soldiers. They combined their own advanced technology and cloning research they stole from another faction to make us unstoppable. Izuku sighs, I'm only about 60% human anymore. I have augmentations that would make Recovery Girl, really any doctor for that matter, puke in disgust, and my DNA is all kinds of effed up after having the DNA from half a dozen wildlife species from the other world forced into it. That's horrible. Himiko stares wide-eyed at Izuku with tears slowly rolling down her face before she realizes she has only heard Izuku mention himself, Eri, Boss-cha, and Kanzu from the other world. Dad, how many of you escaped? Izuku locks eyes with Himiko and walks over to her before pulling her into a tight hug. It was horrible, but I survived. It gave me Eri, and I plan to do everything I can to take advantage of what I have to help people like you and me when I was younger, he says before sitting down next to Boschka with Himiko still in his lap. Me and Eri were the only ones to escape that day. I still don't have the details yet, but something big happened and Boss-cha and a few others made a second escape attempt. This time the corpus weren't settling for recapture. Himiko gasps. Boss-cha, who was PRGNT with Kanzu at the time, and 2 others escaped to Earth. Izuku continues, Boss-cha doesn't know what happened to the other 2 who escaped with them, but she ended up in the crossfire of a war between the corpus and 2 other factions. Kanzu, the original Kanzu, sacrificed himself to help Boss-cha escape. I know 1 year here is 3 years there, but from how you talk about it, are you Kanzu's father? Himiko asks timidly, old habits coming forward to look for exits in case she would make Izuku mad. Izuku takes a breath, yes and no. He answers, I'm not his other biological half, but he is still my son. And, you aren't mad at her for having another man's kid? Himiko asks, remembering her parents the Togas yelling about her younger sister being a product of a similar situation. Izuku shakes his head, no, this isn't the same situation that resulted in Toku if that's what you're wondering. How did you know? Himiko asks, knowing the Togas practically burned all of the evidence of the affair. As part of the standard procedure of the court case, a DNA test was done. No one outside of the 2 lawyers, Nizu, the Togas, and me, considering I was your new guardian, were shown. And it doesn't make me think any less of Toku. She isn't responsible for their mistakes. How are you not mad? Himiko asks, Kanzu isn't your son, yet you are treating him like he is. I'm not mad because I know the man who fathered Kanzu, and if something happened to me, he would take over as Eri's parent, the same as I'm doing for Kanzu. Izuku answers, the the people Boss-cha and Kanzu's father Yuri, value monogamy far less than this world does. Monogamy? Himiko asks. Izuku chuckles, monogamy is the practice of only having one partner at a time. The Austrian did not care much who you loved as long as everyone involved agreed. Me and Yuri did not like each other like we both liked Boss-cha. However, we were basically brothers in all but blood. I trusted him with my life and my daughter if I didn't make it back from a mission, and he did the same. How bad is it? Izuku asks Nizu as the meeting begins. 150 villains were captured, 3 escaped including the Nomo, and unfortunately there was 1 villain casualty. The students primarily suffered minor injuries with the exception of Ishido, who has more severe chemical burns on her hands and forearms from overusing her quirk. Nizu explains, and despite my best efforts, Togaike's parents are transferring to a different hero school. Which hero school? Izuku asks. One casualty? Namuri asks, afraid for which student had killed a villain. Nizu nods. Miss Ishido, according to her testimony which was confirmed by Detective Tsukachi, was unfortunately placed into a situation where she had to choose between her life or one of the villains. And Togaike is transferring to Saipur due to her parents' concern about the students being attacked on their second week. Izuku nods, happy that Togaike was going to a rescue-oriented school. She'll be moved to the front of the line for mandated counselor sessions. Namuri states firmly. Indeed. Inu confirms, taking a life is a sad reality of our line of work. The fact that a student had to learn that less than 2 weeks into school Inu cuts off as his anger forces him to devolve into low growls and quiet barks. Sir, what of Aizawa and 13? Snipes. Both will make a full recovery, but Aizawa's orbital floor was shattered along with his arms, so there may be lasting damage. Nizu pauses. Kurosa's back was torn apart by her own quirk through Kurogiri's warp gate and will likely have permanent scars but no permanent damage. Izuku's eyes narrow at the report in front of him, weighing the pros and cons of the idea going through his head as Namuri quietly consoles Hisashi. Higuri speaks up, Nizu, I have a program already analyzing the data patterns we got from Kurogiri's quirk. While they couldn't connect to anything outside of the USJ, the sensors still gathered information. Nizu nods, excellent. With that we have 2 more orders of business left with this meeting before you all are dismissed. Fukukado, if you would. Emi nods and stands up. To protect the student's identity, her name has been left out of the report, but during the interviews one of the girls brought forward a complaint about another student's actions. Mineta. Izuku growled. Emi nods and pulls out a small packet of paperwork. Given his previous warnings, his actions at the USJ are resulting in a formal write-up and immediate removal from the hero course, or more likely UA as a whole based on what he says for himself. The teachers assembled nod, most of them having received and submitted a complaint and subsequent warning to the purple-haired student from one of his female classmates. The other order of business is the Nomu itself. While the League of Villains did escape with the monster itself, they left behind an arm that Todoroki froze in an attempt to restrain the villain. Sir, what's up with the Nomu? Yes. The autopsy of the Nomu's arm revealed multiple sets of DNA forcibly spliced together. Nizu answers with a grim expression. That thing was Frankenstein's monster? Snipe asks incredulously. Nizu solemnly nods, and even more concerning, the Nomu possessed multiple quirk factors. That admission got a reaction out of everybody. Yagi stared at Nizu in absolute horror. Emi, Namuri, and Hisashi all screamed something akin to a demand for an answer. Snipe and Ectoplasm let out a strangled shout of, "What?" Cemento stared blankly at Nizu. Higuri was unfortunately taking a drink before the admission and promptly spit it out in surprise, and Izuku stared down at his hands. So he's real. Izuku muttered out loud. What? Namuri asks. Izuku sighs. Before the incident, I found stories of a man called the Collector, the Quirk Thief, the Boogeyman, and the Demon King. He has more names than Infernus had SXL assault misconducts. Namuri and Emi giggle lightly. But the constant is that he was born at the dawn of quirks and can give and take the quirks of others. Izuku continues. And how did you come about these rumors? Hisashi asks, aware of the rumors of the Demon King of the Underworld through Shota. Izuku sighs and turns to Hisashi. I was a quirkless kid in a world where that was unheard of. I looked for any chance I had to get a quirk so people would finally accept me. When I realized he was a supervillain, I stopped all of my research into him. I kept what I already found out in a notebook and hid it away. Do you still have access to this notebook, Midoriya? Izuku nods. I still know where I hid the book and I can retrieve it tomorrow, yes. Excellent, we are going to need everything for this fight. Nizu responds with a smile. You wish to speak to us after the meeting, Midoriya? Nizu asks as the secure meeting room's privacy protocols engage, And may I ask why you wished for this room specifically? Izuku nods and looks to Hisashi and Recovery Girl next to Nizu. Yes, I did, and it's about Shoyuta. Izuku answers. Nizu's look grows interested and Hisashi stiffens up. I know of a way to heal both him and Ainin without any scars or permanent damage, and as for why this room, it's because it involves Eri. Hisashi and Recovery Girl give Izuku confused looks. While I love the child, how could she help with this? Recovery Girl asks, her quirk is electrical discharges and while her mutations are strange they don't have any healing properties. We're missing something, aren't we, Midoriya? Izuku nods. Indeed, Nizu, Eri's quirk is not electricity-based, that is a different ability we passed off as her quirk to avoid suspicion and to keep her out of anyone else's sights. Izuku sighs, Eri's real quirk is called Rewind. She can effectively rewind organic matter. Recovery Girl gasps, so that's what the anomaly was. Izuku looks at her confused. When I did the blood test after Eri's mutations evolved, I found an anomaly in her quirk factor. It had two halves. One half matched usual electricity markers, but the other didn't match anything else I could find, so I kept it out of her official records and kept it to myself. Izuku nods. Thank you. I didn't want her to draw the attention of the commission or any group with enough power to bribe someone with access to the quirk database. Nizu nods. That is an understandable caution to take. The listener can heal Sho? Hisashi asks quietly. Izuku nods and steps to the blonde. Yes, she can. I'm going to ask her, but I needed you three to know before. Recovery Girl and Nizu nod. If you believe she can do it, I will authorize and supervise it. Recovery Girl responds. No one outside of this room, Aizawa, and Krus will know about your daughter's quirk, I promise. Nizu responds. I will go get Eri. Izuku responds before disabling the privacy mode and leaving Het meeting room. Bosch, I need to talk to you about something. Izuku says to the white-haired woman as he returns from the staff meeting. Boschja nods and follows Izuku around the corner and out of earshot of the common room. What is it, Aizu? Izuku sighs. Someone I consider one of my best friends got critically injured yesterday. He starts. And you want to ask Eri if she would heal them, don't you? Boschja asks, already knowing the answer. Izuku nods. Yes, I do. Do you trust them? Izuku nods. Everyone who is going to learn the truth I trust with my life and with Eri's as well. Boschja smiles. If you trust them, I trust your judgment. Thank you, Boschja. Izuku says before pulling her into a kiss. Boschja smiles into the kiss and pulls back after a moment. I love you, Izuku. Now go save your friend. Izuku nods and leads her back to the common room where Boschja moves to sit down in between a sleeping Kanzu on her left and a humming Himiko on her right. Himiko briefly looks over to Boschja, curiosity clear in her eyes, before turning back to her sister sitting in front of her with half-braided hair still. In Himiko's hand. Hey Eri, do you remember the rules I gave you when we first came back here? Izuku asks as he kneels down next to the white-haired girl. Eri nods. Yeah, don't use void speak in public if I can avoid it. Don't use rewind, and to obey the quirk laws with my void emitter. Izuku nods. Good, I'm going to ask you to break that second one for me, okay? Eri looks at Izuku in confusion. Shota got hurt bad earlier today. Izuku starts. Uncle Zawa? Eri asks as she jumps up, switching to void speak in her shock. Izuku nods. Yeah, and I'm okay with you breaking the rule this once, okay? Eri nods and jumps up. Go Uncle Zawa. Eri demands. Izuku smiles. Okay, let's go Eri, he replies as he picks her up. We'll be back in a bit, okay? Izuku says, turning to Himiko and Toku. Okay, Papa. Toku responds. Izuku walks to the infirmary with Eri walking right behind him. Are you ready, Eri? He asks quietly. Eri nods and gains a determined look as she looks to the door. Yeah. Izuku smiles and knocks on the door. Come in. Recovery Girl calls through the door. Izuku picks up Eri and walks through the door. Inside the infirmary sits Ainin and Shoyuta in hospital beds across from each other, both in fairly heavily casts across various parts of their body, with Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Hisashi placed throughout the room. Shoyuta has fairly heavy casts on all 4 of his limbs and over his left eye, while Ainen's casts are mostly focused on her torso, where Kurogiri redirected her quirk back on her. Izuku? Shoyuta asks as he recognizes the greenite with his half-vision. Izuku gives a pained, "Hey Shoyuta, we're gonna get you and Ainen back to full shape. Nizu and RG have already approved it." "How?" Shoyuta's. "You're up, Eri, remember, slow breaths, imagine the sink." Izuku turns to Eri as he picks her up and places her on the hospital bed. "Ready, Papa." Eri responds as she gently places both of her hands on the blanket over Shuta's chest. Yellow lightning begins to arc off of Eri's horns and onto Shuta's body through the blanket. Everyone but Izuku takes a step back as the lightning intensifies and a yellow glow begins to emanate from Eri. Hizashi, Nizu, and Recovery Girl grow concerned behind Izuku as Shoyuta grunts and groans in pain as his injuries are rewound. However, everyone freezes as the underground hero screams in pain as Eri's quirk forces him to relive the Nomu, slamming his head into the concrete in reverse. Izuku puts an arm back to prevent Hizashi from rushing forward. "Why are you stopping me?" Hizashi demands as he struggles to push forward. "Because her quirk is working." Izuku responds, "She's rewinding his injuries. If you get within range of her quirk, you will start being rewound." He explains as Shuta's grunts and groans slow down and begin to grow more quiet until he stops and the glow surrounding Shoyuta and Eri dissipates. After the glow fully disappears, Eri slumps forward onto Shuta's chest, obviously tired. "I did it, Uncle Zawa." She sleepily mutters. Shoyuta let a rare smile show and gently ruffled Eri's hair. "Yes, you did, unicorn." He responds. Izuku grins as he walks over to Shoyuta and picks the now sleeping Eri up. "Just to warn you, Hizashi got a picture." Shoyuta groans and looks up to glare at his blonde husband. Recovery Girl pushes past Izuku and immediately begins poking Shoyuta. "How are you feeling? Any pain or phantom injuries?" Shoyuta looks at Recovery Girl and shakes his head. "No, I feel great actually," he answers as he tries to flex his arms, only to remember his arms are still in casts. "Can you remove these?" he asks the healing heroine. Recovery Girl shakes her head. "Not yet, I need to make sure you are completely healed." She responds. Hizashi helped get him to the observation table. Recovery Girl turns to Izuku. "Is she okay?" she asks, gesturing to the sleeping child in his arms. Izuku nods. "Yeah, using her quirk makes her crash for a few minutes, then she'll wake back up with her full tank of energy." He gently brushes a few strands out of Eri's face. "Even with my degree, I don't understand why using her quirk makes her temporarily crash." Recovery Girl nods. "All right, when she is able to do so we'll heal 13, but for now I'm going to check over Shoyuta." Izuku nods and sits down on a chair in the infirmary with a smile on his face. "You did it, Eri, you saved someone," he whispered quietly to the white-haired girl. After putting Eri, Toku, and Kanza down to bed and wishing Himiko good night, Izuku lead Bascha up to the rooftop of the dorm building. "This whole thing is a lot," Bascha admits. Izuku smiles. "It is. I imagine it's a lot like what happened when I ended up in your world." Bascha chuckles. "Probably, you looked about ready to cry at any given moment back then." "Because I was." Izuku responds with a laugh. "So what happened after I left?" he asks. Bascha sighs. "For 5 months after you left, war broke out across the system. A cult, or whatever they are calling themselves, Narmer, appeared out of nowhere and quickly overtook the system. I don't know a lot of the details since I went into hiding to keep myself and Kanza safe. Kanzu, the man on Earth that you knew, sacrificed himself to the cult to protect me and help us escape. Whoever the Narmer were had sentient and Orokin technology and was ready to sacrifice the whole system as a part of some plan they had, but the Tenno stopped them, like they always do." Bascha takes a deep breath and sits down. "I didn't know the war had ended until some Corpus scouting parties found both of us and eventually caught us. The Nexus was destroyed, so they brought us somewhere new and separated us." Izuku sits down next to Bascha and places a gentle hand on the white-haired woman's back. "Take a breath. You don't need to continue if you don't want to." He tries to convince Bascha. Bascha shakes her head. When they brought Kanza back, they replaced his arm with the sentient and Orokin prosthetic. When we escaped again, we ran into the Orb Vallis or of Venus for a year until we got caught by the Void Fisher. Izuku stills. They put the prosthetic on Kanzu before he was a year old? Bascha nods sadly. What's the story with Himiko and Toku? Bascha asks, and I'd like to learn more about your new friends. Izuku sighs. The Togas, Himiko and Toku's biological parents, were really shitty parents. I found Himiko on the verge of losing herself, and thankfully Nizu took me seriously enough to help. Himiko and Toku are technically only under Yue's care, but Nizu started the process for filling adoption papers. Bashka blinked. How bad were they? Himiko needs to consume blood on a regular basis, as in she will go insane before eventually dying if she doesn't get any. The Togas decided they didn't care and forced Himiko to go without blood from the time she was 4 until she was 18, when she finally broke and ran away. Izuku answers. She endured that for 14 years? Basa shouts. Izuku nods. Even if she bounded back surprisingly well, she still had a rough few nights. Izuku smiles. As for my friends, well, they're certainly an interesting group. You've already met Nizu, my boss. He's not too dissimilar from us. Bascha looks at him with confusion. Nizu was originally an animal who was experimented on by humans. Izuku explains, how he doesn't hate humanity as a whole I'll never know, but he has a soft spot for children and people like us who have been given a bad hand. Fuyumi is the one you'll see the most often. At Basca's confused look, Izuku continues. Fuyumi teaches the class of hero children and UA wards, and to the minor annoyance of some of my other friends, she's basically Eri's favorite person outside of us. Nemuri is, well, she really has two personalities as a hero. She's teasing and flirty but surprisingly motherly and comforting. When she's in her hero costume, her flirting turns way up. Her quirk generates a gas capable of putting people to sleep. Emi is her wife and is always trying to get people to laugh with her quite honestly horrible jokes. Emi and Nemuri have a daughter with basically the perfect combination of their quirks that emits a literal laughing gas. Shoyuta is incredibly serious and unnecessarily gruff at times, but he takes his job seriously. He can disable other quirks, but it doesn't work on us. Bascha makes a hum of acknowledgement. How did he take that? Izuku shrugs. He took it better than I was honestly expecting. Hizashi is Shuta's sunshine blonde-haired husband who's very loud and energetic. Oboro somehow keeps the two of them from being at each other's throats given how polar opposite they are. Bustuckles, sunshine and grumpy, I should have known. Izuku smiles. I don't interact with the others as much, but Higuri is responsible for the school's support department and is generally responsible for everyone else's gear. Inu's quirk makes him part dog and he's the school's counselor. Bosch tilts her head in confusion. Counselor? Tis. Izuku blinks. Ah, right, that's not something the Ostran had nor anyone else for that matter. A counselor is a person who helps people understand the things inside their own head and help them get better. Like the nightmares? Boschas. Izuku nods with a sad smile. Yeah, he's helped me and Eri with the nightmares. He's also helping Himiko with her past. As the pair stare off into the stars, Izuku begins whistling. Bashka freezes as Izuku stands up and brings her with him. I'll swim and sail on savage seas. Izuku whispers into Bashka's ear as he holds her waist, with never a fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life, if you will marry me. Bascha smiles and turns around to face Izuku. Izuku wipes a tear forming in the corner of Bashka's eye away. No scorching sun nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey, if you will promise me your heart dash. And love me for eternity. Bascha interrupts. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me. She sings as she forces Izuku to walk backwards closer to the center of the roof. She pushes back from Izuku and raises her left fist into the air, but I've no need for mighty deeds. Wordlessly, Izuku raises his left arm as well and presses the inside of his forearm into the inside of Bashka's. When I feel your arms around me, Bascha continues and picks up volume and speed as the pair begins to spin, stopping when they do a half rotation and suching arms before rotating back. Izuku chuckles and grabs both of Bashka's hands with his hands crossed. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry. Izuku uncrosses his hands and grabs both of Bashka's again, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. Neither adults hears the door to the roof open behind them. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry, I only want your hand to hold, Basja sings. I only want you near me, Izuku cuts in as the duo begins to spin. To love and kiss, to sweetly hold, for the dancing and the dreaming. The pair begin to sing together, through all life's sorrows and delights, I'll keep your laugh inside me, I'll swim and sail a savage seas, with never a fear of drowning, I'll gladly ride the waves so white. If you will marry me, as the singing ends Izuku makes one last spin and picks Basja up by the waist. An squeal comes from the door that alerts both, now grinning adults, that they aren't alone anymore. Izuku and Basja look over to see Himiko staring at the two of them with a very excited and happy smile that shows off her quirk-given fangs. That's so cute. Himiko squeals, I mean I didn't understand any of the words but still so cute. Izuku chuckles and puts Basja back down on the roof. What did she say? I'm still not great at Japanese. Basja admits shyly. Izuku chuckles again. Bosh, you've only spent a few hours trying to learn the language, I'd be incredibly impressed if you could already speak it. It took Eri over a month to even speak broken Japanese and nearly 2 before she spoke it at a basic level. Izuku leans over and kisses Basja on the cheek, and Himi said the dance was cute, she didn't understand anything we were singing but she said it was still cute. Izuku looks over to Himiko, when did you get up here? Himiko blinks, right before she started singing right and then both of you sang together, she answers. Izuku smiles, what brought you up here Himiko? Himiko looks down at her feet, I didn't want to be alone tonight. She admits, I know you're safe and that you didn't get injured but when they called the heroes to the garage and the school got put on a quiet lockdown I was scared I'd lose you even though I just got you as my dad. She continues, beginning to ramble as tears began to form in her eyes. Izuku gives her a sad smile before walking up to his daughter and pulling her into a hug. I'm here, I'm safe, I'm not leaving you. I'll fight the Grim Reaper himself if it means coming back to you, Eri, and everyone else. Izuku promises.